Test, 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 test. Alright, y'all, this is the thing. So, I need someone in the government to do their job and take action in this situation sooner rather than later, y'all. I'm not kidding. Alright, I'm a non-violent person through and through, and you have been more than despicable towards me. To let this keep going, y'all, it's going to get louder in my communication. You've allowed me to be illegally defamed and illegally muzzled already for an objectively relentless period of time, and I've got a 92-year-old woman with severe dementia trying to act like I can't put a fork in my mouth when you people are psychopathic liars. Alright? I will say this straight to her face if I must. What I'm saying, y'all, is that you've already destroyed a family. Do you really want to keep destroying? No one in the world is looking at you like you are decent or moral people right now, y'all, because you're not. Just like no one in the world is looking at anyone in my family like you are acceptable or even passable or even employable in any way. That's my point, y'all. You have let this public corruption in Texas go far too far. You're not going to extradite me. Do you understand? You need to take that to heart for what it is. I've told the truth. I'm telling the truth. And you know that they tried to murder me in cold blood. These people on Fox are fucking psychopaths, and I would say that straight to all of your faces. These people on TBN are straight up conscious fucking psychopaths, y'all. They're all part of this fucking jihadist terrorist organization, the family, and they keep on lying. Keep on lying. Keep on lying. You're not going to extradite me, y'all, and I will not submit if you try. You have not obeyed the law for a single moment from the beginning of this, from before the beginning of this.
Hello, John. Yes, we expect the former President's motorcade to move momentarily, any moment now, to go from 56th Street and make a left up Madison Avenue before he heads down.
Trump should be going to prison, y'all. You want to hear me say it? Trump should be going to prison, and you all know it, and you're mad because somebody like me was just a little bit honest, even when you stole my words through felony espionage and illegal modern slavery. So then you want to destroy my innocent life when I have no money, no power, no influence, and our own government has allowed me to be tortured, fucking tortured, for years and years and years on end.
Lined up along Fifth Avenue with Trump Tower behind me, but tourists and visitors and New Yorkers crowding to try and get a look of the former president when he leaves, taking videos and photos, as well as looking at the media ourselves at the same time. Alvin Bragg, the district attorney, has said that he covers the law and prosecutes the law fairly and accurately. He reportedly has...
Ha ha ha! That district attorney in Austin, y'all, is going to fucking prison. You understand? Going to fucking prison.
pushing back against those who call this political persecution. We will know a lot more.
This has not, nobody's been calling this political persecution. This is straight up political persecution right here in the United States.
That Mr. Bragg will bring quite controversial. Many wondering if they could ever...
This is not controversial, y'all, just to let you know. There's no controversy here whatsoever. You have a bunch of violent fucking radicals in a federal law enforcement agency that's been completely out of control, and they know it, and that's exactly what Chuck is proving. And honestly, y'all, Delaware State Police, in not arresting that man, you are fucking party to the crime. He's committed a hate crime, a violent fucking hate crime, y'all. If you need me to post the footage, okay, what the fuck is is wrong with you people?
Here showing their support for the former president in a more quieter way. So we're waiting.
Oh, more quiet way. No, you're being too loud. You're being too loud because we're all fucking violent psychopaths. You're being too loud because we're defending fucking violent psychopaths in our exact same mafia. No, I should be 1,000 times more loud than I'm being right now, yo. That's what you don't understand. I've been so fucking patient with you criminal goddamn psychopaths.
Apprentice nationwide as a nationally known name, and eventually into the White House, and now in the history books as the first former president of the United States arrested, soon to be charged, we're told, with those several dozen.
You'll call it political, y'all, and that's what's so fucked up. You have no idea how many people like me that man fucking persecuted, literally abused so much power. Not just me, yo, of course, not just me. You'll call it political when it's all your double speak fucking bullshit.
Of course, bring that to you as you hear behind me some of the raucous people out of the scene here in the street in front of Trump Tower. John, back to you. Eric Sean Force outside of Trump Tower, there in Midtown Manhattan. Eric, thank you. Julian?
Let's now go to Brian Yennis. He's just outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Julian. Well, we'll stay with this live shot, obviously, outside.
We're just listening, y'all. We're just listening because I don't want to show the video and get DCMA. These fucking psychopaths on Fox News, they all have a part of this wire with the goddamn family. They all get to fucking listen like a bunch of fucking psychopaths that they are. That's the problem. They know what I'm saying is completely fucking true. They know what I'm saying is completely fucking true. You people are fucking despicable. Straight up fucking despicable. Despicable. Straight up fucking despicable. Straight up fucking despicable.
Inside. This is what we expect. When the former president gets here, he will be processed on the 7th floor of this building.
If we did not allow so much felony crime from the very beginning, if any law had been obeyed here for a moment, y'all, then I might have any fucking, patience with this shit at this point. But that's the problem, y'all. The fucking double speak, the quote double standard, it's not just fucking ridiculous how much you people will be like, oh no, it's political. It's political with Trump. No, it's political. You're a bunch of little fucking,
It's not just fucking ridiculous.
You're fucking like a bunch of goddamn criminal psychopathic children, y'all. Unlike me, you have to project so much bullshit. You've actually sat and defended violent criminals running around with badges because you know for a fact that I am telling the truth and not a single one of you has any plausible deniability.
Badges because you know for a fact that I
Including people on Fox News, y'all. Including people on Fox. Fucking goddamn shills. For the Russians. For the fucking Russians. Putting innocent American lives behind their loyalty to the enemy.
Fucking Russians putting innocent American lives behind their loyalty to the enemy. Fucking Russians putting innocent American lives.
President, once he gets to this courthouse, we expect him to enter through and I think that was just him. John, Jillian, did you guys just see the former president walk out, or was that just me?
You know what? It looked like him who just walked out, although the lack of activity there. Yes, departed apparently. Yeah, he just walked out. Yeah, now we see the sequence moving toward the vehicles. So it's about a 4-mile drive to get there from Trump Tower down to 100 Center Street. We understand that as they did back when Donald Trump was president, they will be blocking off the streets to give him a very quick ride down towards the courthouse. Otherwise, it could take him as much as 25 or 30 minutes in Manhattan traffic. So, Brian, we will see him down there very soon. And Jillian, as we look at the pictures here, the corner, and we're right at about 56th Street in Madison. There's a side entrance, and there goes one of the SUVs there, pulling out from 56th Street. There's a side entrance to Trump Tower, some loading docks there, entrance to a mail room, as well as a side entrance to the upper floors. That's where he's departing from. I remember hanging out in front of Trump Tower so much during the 2016 election campaign. We always saw him enter and leave through that particular entrance. And now as they slowly wend their way down toward the courthouse here, we have to keep in mind, Jillian, that we're watching something happen for the very first time in America's history.
It is. When he's arraigned today, will be the first time in history that a former president faces criminal charges in court in Manhattan today. Very big implications, not just for the former president and his team and for his campaign going forward, but for every future president who serves at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The president's defenders today, John, as you know, insist that this is all political persecution masquerading as law. Trump's critics say today is not only historic because he is the first former president to be indicted, but because he is the first former president to have behaved criminally in terms of obfuscating about a hush money payment to Stormy Daniels while he was on the campaign trail. We have to remember that though this is all a long time ago, 6 years plus now, it all happened very close to election night, just a couple of weeks really before Donald Trump was elected to be commander-in-chief.
Yeah, let's remember, alleged to have behaved criminally, because these are all just allegations, not like Nancy Pelosi, who suggested that
LOL.
he was innocent in court. It will be incumbent upon the district attorney there in Manhattan to prove his guilt in court, because in this country we are all presuming innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, I wish we actually obeyed the law in Texas and in Delaware in that way.
Sunday night in America. So we are going to be as we watch Sunday night in America. So we are going to be as we watched yesterday, the president, former president, traveling from LaGuardia Airport down to Trump's Tower. We are going to be watching his motorcade process down Madison Avenue toward the courthouse. So this will be a little bit of a radio show, folks. Apologies for that. But Martha, your thoughts here is for the first time in this nation's history, we see a president going to the courthouse to be arraigned on criminal charges.
Yeah, and I can't help but think, John, as you were just saying, when we covered the first 4 years of the Trump presidency and the election that led up to it, Trump Tower was the center of so much activity. I remember the night that the former president secured the nomination, having basically received enough delegates to get that nomination. He came out downstairs in the lobby and spoke. It was the beginning of an era that I think began something the likes of which we haven't seen. And you have a lot of Trump supporters, of course, across the nation who look at this and think that they have really been after this former president since then. That for the sin of winning his election in 2016, he has paid the price with a barrage of incoming that has not stopped.
They have to be so careful to try to even leave the door open like they're not, quote, completely biased in favor of Trump. And that's the thing, like obviously they are. They're just like, how do we not sound like we're just completely biased in favor of Trump? And that's what's so terrible, These people are fucking psychopathic about that shit. They know, for example, that I'm innocent and there's no argument. They're just like, oh yeah, but you never know. No, we all know. That's what I'm frustrated about. We all know you people are defending violent criminals every single moment you focus on me. We all know. I'll try to. Oh, don't worry. He's going to go to prison no matter what happens. This is just the first set of charges. He's actually a criminal, unlike me.
In excess of $8 million since the indictment came down last week. This certainly indicates that the Republican apparatus is rallying around the former president, if not sitting lawmakers up on Capitol Hill. Only a handful have actually endorsed him for 2024 so far, though they are sort of unanimously standing behind him when it comes to this trial. What do you make of the campaign season, which is about to get into full swing?
Yeah, I think it's a great observation, Jillian. I think it's very interesting when you see Jeb Bush, who was his nemesis. You remember he called him low-energy Jeb on the stage, on the debate stage in 2015?
Yes, he did.
Jeb Bush among those coming forward and saying that he thinks that this looks like a very weak case and a way to go after this former president that may not in the end amount to much. Unwise is the word from David French. You know, those are both people who have been very dead-hand in their opposition to the former President Donald Trump. But you do see, I think, a rallying around. I think there's just a general sense that this is a DA who was out to get Trump. I mean, he said so.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You fucking people.
Felony charges.
You are psychopaths, y'all. You are so despicably evil for trying to twist this the way that you are. Sorry, grandmother. I'm just recording. I'll go in the other room. Yeah, it is good. It is really good. You people are despicable for tearing apart a family this way. Your shitty fucking politics on Fox News. You know how wrong this is. You know how wrong, y'all. You know better than anybody. This is straight up evil. You know how evil it is to do this. You're victimizing innocent Americans every single moment. You try to twist this shit. And you know Trump is a goddamn criminal, y'all. He's not just not a good guy. He's a fucking terrible human being. And you know that. Oh, it's not unusual. That's what they'll say about me, y'all. They're fucking psychopaths. They're like, oh yeah, look, he's so aggressive, y'all. He's so aggressive because he actually tells the truth. Unlike fucking any of them, y'all. They're so psychopathic. They sit around and they fucking literally commit violent goddamn crimes trying to project upon innocent people like me. So let me emphasize, those people on Fox News, they know the truth, y'all. They're defending fucking violent criminals who victimize innocent Americans trying to frame me, and all at the end of the day, y'all, for their politics, for the fucking Russians. The fucking Russians. They are traitors to their own country.
That's right. I mean, technically, this misdemeanor that's been widely discussed is as dead as Dylan. I mean, it is year statute of limitations.
LOL. They think it's dead as Dillinger. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dead as Dillinger. You people are fucking dead inside, y'all, on Fox News. You know it too. You know it's true. You people are fucking dead inside. You shills, y'all. You know I'm a good person and an innocent man, and you're just mad. You're just mad. You're just mad. That's how fucking terrible these people are. They know for a fact that I'm a good person and an innocent man, and they're just mad on Fox News, yo. Look at that shit. I have to live with their goddamn psychopathic fucking wire. I'm sitting here, look at the technology I've just built out of nothing. Literally, I have no money. You know, everybody's like, oh yeah, you bought a Steam Deck, I needed a fucking workstation. I'm an engineer. I'm a fucking, you know, that's the thing, yo. I'm not trying to sound arrogant. It's just like, oh my God, you have no idea how fucking backwards all of this has been this entire time, how patient I've been, yo. And then my own grandmother, she's like, yeah, so fucking bitter, so fucking jaded. Like, oh yeah, I know you've been working hard. And like, she has no fucking clue what's actually happened, except they do know. They know it's so fucking wrong, y'all. Just like everybody on Fox News knows that it's so fucking wrong. And they're all participating in the same shared psychotic disorder. It's actually fucking despicably sick, yo. It is so sick. This shit has been like this straight up, you know, I joked about it, y'all. Remember, I use movies as a communication mechanism. This shit has been like this straight up fucking Hunger Games. Talk about hunger and my own family being their politicking selves, quite frankly. They've always been more political than they've been willing to admit. This shit is despicable, y'all. This makes our country look like fucking trash. And that's why I refuse to tolerate this fucking narrative. I literally do, y'all. I refuse to tolerate this bullshit fucking narrative. 24 hours a day, live. 24 hours a day, live. Thank you to any consensual viewers on Twitch, anybody that watches this later. I am telling the truth. I've always been telling the truth, and that's why I'm so upset, because my own family knows. They know. People on Fox News, they know that I'm telling the truth, and they sit around acting like it's even fair to compare me to the fucking ex-president Donald Trump, when they know that the ex-president Donald Trump knows exactly who I am because of the fucking family, because of other things that I was investigating, y'all, and I'm not even talking about it. That's what makes me so frustrated, y'all. I'm not even talking about it, and that's why they're so fucking mad, is they're just afraid that I would. So here I am, y'all, outside. You know, I'll do live. Let's double check everything, make sure it's all still good. The amount of fucking manipulation. These goddamn psychopaths, yo. The amount of fucking manipulation. This goddamn psychopaths, yo. The amount of fucking manipulation. Alright, yo, that's the best I can probably do for now. Oh, that's perfect, yo. Alright, yo, that's the best. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. There we go. That's perfect. Yeah. There we go. God, these people are fucking psychopaths, yo. These people are straight up fucking so evil. I like, literally, y'all, can somebody teleport me out of this fucking country? I love this country so much, but it's the fact that we have to share this land with a bunch of nativist trash who don't even have any fucking loyalty to the United States in any way. They're sitting there serving the Russians openly, acting like they're fucking like, oh yeah, you know, other France, like fucking full of shit, yo. They're so fucking full of shit. They have no idea how despicable. Well, that's the problem, actually. They do know how despicably evil this has been the entire fucking time. That's why they're so psychopathic, because they know exactly how despicably evil this has been. Now, y'all, when I was really younger, I'm gonna try if I can get one on video here. These little bumblebees, they're big, y'all. One of them scared the heck out of me, y'all. I didn't, you know, I was really, really young. I was like 4 years old, and I was like, oh my god, that bee is so large. I thought it was gonna sting me. I really, you know, that's the thing. When speaking of fear, it's like, you know, it's kind of all contextual, right? Like, I don't fear anybody on Fox News. I would literally be on, you know, if they fucking had me on the TV, y'all, it's actually gonna go so badly. Like, it's gonna go so fucking badly at this point. I'm not kidding at all. I'm not trying to sound arrogant. I'm just trying to check battery. It's very difficult, honestly. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Awesome. All right. So, look, yo, this is the thing. You know, when it comes down to it, like, look what I've, you know, again, look the lengths I've had to go to just to defend myself with my own family. They're just fucking full of their own political bullshit. Straight up, y'all. And that's what's so upsetting. Why did I get so upset? Because, you know, I didn't even want this food, to tell you the truth, y'all. It makes me sick to my stomach. It's like I'm a fucking dog. Like, oh yeah, you're working hard? Oh yeah, you're working hard? Well, yeah, grandmother, actually I'm making a tech portfolio, even though this fucking federal law enforcement agency that is completely out of goddamn control is stealing all of my goddamn work as I do it. That's what's so fucking ridiculous. We had some serious people realize, y'all, that they broke the law with reckless abandon, and what does the DEA do in response? They commit more fucking crime. That's what makes it so serious, y'all. That's what makes it national news, because they were actually that fucking evil to do that shit. actually that fucking evil, y'all.
Thank goodness we avoided that.
Never for a moment was I claiming. That's what makes me so upset. Before, I was just tactfully and quietly like, yeah, there's some corruption. And then they got all fucking, like, really, y'all, they stole my words in the first place. Every moment they were ever involved in my life, they're throwing in my face. It's a fucking culture war to them. A culture war alone.
Is imposed during this arraignment, which our legal analysts tell us is unlikely, but if it is imposed, probably wouldn't hear from him on the other end because he would be under the judge's orders.
And in fact, on that point, let's bring in Martha McCallum, because Martha, the one thing that this president is known for doing is lashing out at anybody who affronts him on social media and whatever other platform he can get his hands on as well. As a presidential candidate, could this judge limit his ability to talk about this case and take away the tools that the president would use to fight back against the myriad stories that will be written about this in every publication across America and on every television screen across America, for that matter, around the world?
The cops get mad because they're sitting around listening and they're fucking wire, the same goddamn wire. They're like, oh no, you're not allowed to tell the truth, that you're innocent, that the DEA committed reckless fucking violent crimes victimizing innocent Americans, that they abused every fucking surveillance tool that they have, that they tried to delete evidence in their own fucking systems. Why do you think I'm multi-streaming, y'all? Why do you think I'm pointing a camera that has NSO group? Again, y'all, the camera on this phone that I'm holding, that I'm speaking through, isn't that ironic? Trying to muzzle me, and I'm using technology to, well, make sure that I can protect myself. That's it. All I've ever done is communicate. And yet, what? People on Fox News, no, he's got a pattern of aggressive behavior because I've gotten upset, because I was already fucking abused. I've raised my voice a couple times, y'all. There's no one in my family that's more calm, more patient, more empathetic than I am. Let me emphasize this, y'all. You don't have this context. The very first time, I told this story once, but I didn't finish. The very first time we were even allowed to come back to Delaware, right? It really wasn't my choice. It was because my grandfather passed away. Can you imagine that, yo? I didn't even get to see him again. I didn't even get to see my grandfather that lived in this house. You've now committed a hate crime, literally a violent hate crime. Nobody can claim that was not an attempt on my life, y'all. The state police, you are actually racking up charges for yourselves. Every single moment you do not arrest Chuck Thompson, y'all, especially when I'm publishing what happened yesterday. Oh my God, y'all, nobody can say that's not straight up just me being peaceful. Neighborhood watch, y'all, because he's got a gun. He's coming up here with a fucking chainsaw after he's been asked to not set foot on our property. All right, you're like, no, it's your grandmother. Well, no, it's what? Look how fucking abusive, y'all. My own family just sitting around waiting for my grandmother to die, and my own grandmother, because of their fucking Republicanism, it's their family, quote, the family. Look how, powerful this seriously, y'all. If anybody's ever questioning how evil this organization is, look how fucking despicable. Just rip a family apart, and literally my own family is just clinging to their stupid fucking dumb fuck politics. Dumb fuck politics, unfiltered now, y'all, for the rest of my life, because of what you people, including members of my own actual family, have done to me. My genetic relatives. It's so evil, y'all. So fucking evil. So when Mufasa jumps in, that's what I'm saying, y'all. Look, my one consensual viewer in each stream, I really appreciate your company. Just to let anybody know that goes back and listens to this, you're probably not going to be able to even participate in chat right now because our government is just fucking tolerating this shit. Just letting it run. Let it run. And I'm serious, y'all. No one's going to extradite me to the state of Texas. We've let this go too fucking far. They are fucking so corrupted. Not just legally, morally, ethically. I'm serious, y'all. Let me put it very clearly. You don't have any legal right, and that's not just about your rights, y'all. You have no legal option to extradite. I'll never set foot back in that state unless it's with armed security. I'm not kidding, y'all. Do I have the money for armed security right now? No, I do not. I don't own a gun. All that I've ever had, pepper spray, literally, y'all. The knives that I had, they were always just for self-defense, if anything. And no, I didn't buy them to arm myself, y'all. It's just like, to be honest with you, you people arm yourselves to the teeth in a state like Texas, and you're fucking radicals, y'all. You're fucking radicals. You're not even in control of yourselves. How dare you sit around and bitch about one knife that is literally shorter than the length of my palm, which is why I bought it. It's not a switchblade, yo. It's not spring loaded. That's the legal definition of a fucking switchblade. The other knife is literally a hunting knife, yo. And no, it's not for, quote, hunting. It's a utility knife for me. It's, if anything, sure. I mean, worst case, somebody breaks into my own fucking house. Just like, you know, nowadays, y'all, if somebody came up smashing through this window, all I will ever do is defend myself, y'all. I'm a non-violent person through and through. That is all that I will ever do. I picked one of these. Chuck didn't even look at that, y'all. For his violent hate crime, he charged my own grandmother $500. Lied, y'all. That my grandmother's like, Chuck said that some of the wood was stolen. Like, look how fucking psychopathic, y'all. Look how fucking psychopathic. I do not steal. And these people sat around telling lie, psychopathic lie after psychopathic lie after psychopathic lie. And then you've got straight up psychopaths like Kisaya, who is technically in a position of power over me, and she doesn't even know that she has no fucking justification to hate my guts. She doesn't even know who I am. Sitting around committing federal felonies, and I'm very appreciative, y'all, that somebody clearly noticed that shit and put a goddamn camera, yet another camera. Look at that, y'all. I was actually even saying to the folks at Panda, you know, the cameras are here for us. Really. What if somebody with, you know, a gun or a club comes back swinging, right? Look at that, y'all. There was a situation where there was a man. He was on some substance, y'all. He was like really upset. And I'm just ready to be protective, if anything, y'all. I'm not territorial. All right, and that's the thing. You people are territorial as fuck. You don't sit around and mind your own mental health. You don't meditate. You don't read about psychology or neurology. You don't go for a meditative run with some music in. You don't fucking take care of yourselves, y'all. And then you want to just lash out of your, you know, place of complete vitriol and bitter hatred. You have no control over yourselves. That's the problem here, y'all. You have no fucking control over yourselves. I wish it wasn't, y'all, but it is straight up like the fucking Hunger Games. God damn. What the fuck has happened to our country, y'all? Except that's what sucks, is I can actually tell you, and you people are just clinging to your bitter, hate-filled fucking denial. Why? Because of your terrible politics. See, I want neighbors to hear me if they can, y'all. I don't think any of them are out here. But that's the thing, y'all. I've never been hiding. You fucking despicable people. I never wanted influence. I'm somebody that cared about my privacy. And you don't even want to let me have any fucking safety. Look at that dichotomy. I cared about my privacy, and you're committing hate crimes, and our own police are not doing a damn thing about it. Fucking hate crime after hate crime after hate crime. Look how unable you people are to even control your fucking selves. And then I raise my voice and you record it, and you think that that is some justification to argue that I'm fundamentally someone who I am not. Some talking head piece of shit psychopath on Fox News like, oh yeah, pattern of aggressive behavior. Donald Trump fucked a porn star and then tried to use his fixer to make sure that she never talked, y'all. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. That's what's so terrible. That's why it's hilarious in a way. They're just like, well, you know, there's not really a lot. Like, oh my God, y'all, the man has been laundering money for the Russians since the 90s. Laundering money for the Russians since the 90s in places like Azerbaijan, y'all. Oh my God. You people are in such bitter, hate-filled fucking denial. I cannot even believe that we let this go to this point where I have to do this just to defend the truth, the objective truth. And I'm not mad at folks who have done the right thing here, y'all. I mean, my life was saved. Look at that fucking dichotomy. Look at that fucking dichotomy. My life was saved, but I'm sitting here like, look, y'all, this is a very, not well built apartment complex. These people are clearly, literally that fucking psychopathic. They'll kick down a goddamn door in the middle of the night. And yes, I appreciate security, but like, that's how fucking evil these people are, y'all. You understand? Part of the reason is not mental illness. Like, I will scream as I'm sleeping because that's what I need people to understand. That's where this has been pushed to right now, because so many of you just refuse to fucking obey the law and really, regard objective reality. It's irrefutable. It's not up for debate. There is no controversy here, y'all. There was never any debate to be had. It's like, okay, no, it's a debate, but we're going to actually break the law with reckless abandon and deny this one man his absolutely, it's not my entitled rights, so it's my guaranteed rights. Who the fuck do you think you are? Not Christians, that's for damn sure, yo. That's what I'm saying. Like, do I have to register as a fucking Republican? Really? Do I have to become a fucking Republican? Literally, y'all. Figuratively, of course. Literally become a Republican, but then figuratively snap you fucking psychopaths into shape? Is that what I need to do? Y'all? You can call me arrogant all you want now. You're paper-thin goddamn lies. Lie after lie after lie. Ken Paxton doesn't even want fucking clean water for his own people in the state of Texas. And you people want to defend that psychopath? Jesus Christ, yo. There's no controversy here. There's no debate. That's what I'm saying. There's no debate when you're sitting like, oh, we're having a debate, but the one person who's not allowed to participate in the debate is the subject of the debate, even though that's literally what our law guarantees. Yeah. Yeah. The data is irrefutable, y'all. I've never been saying the data like, oh, my personal opinion. No, yo. It's like, look how fucking stupid. You understand the reason this has been so secret? We do have satellite imagery. We do have surveillance cameras. We do have fucking traffic light data. We do have fucking literally all of the data in the world, y'all. You're sitting around like, oh, did he know it? And literally the state of Texas has actually fucking committed so much felony crime, so many federal felonies, trying to cover this shit up, y'all, because they're all implicated now and they know it.
McCarthy's one of our panelists. I think he was just a boy when Aaron Burr was tried, but with John Marshall, I believe, being the chief judge of that trial, and I don't think a change of venue was granted there. So what the judge has to do is get the jury panel in there and say, can you be fair? Even if you have an opinion on Donald Trump, can you be fair? And look, I'm not the lawyer that Turley and McCarthy are, but my advice to the president, if you were complaining about pretrial publicity, having a rally could possibly undercut that. If your argument is there's just too much pretrial publicity, then having a press conference and a rally may actually be contributing to the pretrial publicity.
Troy, let's talk about the charges that are hopefully going to be unsealed imminently. We don't know what is in them, as you rightfully pointed out. A lot of sort of finger pointing has been based on speculation to date. But we know, thanks to court leaks, direct to Fox News Channel, that there are at least 30 distinct charges. One of them is reportedly a felony. What types of charges could be included here? We know that all eyes are on the...
I do want to explain. I asked my grandmother about these propane tanks, y'all. There's no fucking way my grandfather left this shit here. That's what I'm saying, y'all. No offense, and it's gonna sound offensive. He's been dead for years. You're telling me? And one of them is really rusty. But let me put it this way, yo. He bought that grill, and he never used it. And she said maybe like 1 or 2 times. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, what the fuck? Yo, that's what I'm saying is like Chuck has been all over this property. He hasn't actually done any fucking bit of landscaping. Look at this shit, y'all. What do they kind of come around and scrape up the grass like they're mowing shit? Like, for real, that's what's so despicable. He's charging my grandmother good money, pretending like he's a goddamn landscaper, and he does this shit, yo. Look how guilty he is, irrefutably, in that fucking video yesterday. He doesn't even deny. Why wouldn't he deny, y'all, if he was innocent, right? Why wouldn't he deny? And that's the thing, y'all. We got to watch that video together, talking about the psychology of being falsely accused. What would you do? You have no fucking idea. None of you have even sat and thought about it for a moment. What would you do? What would you do? None of you have even sat and thought about it. Actually asked yourselves for a single fucking moment that are on the wrong side of this. You're just like, no. You just cling to fucking psychotic lies about me, yo. So for anybody that watches this later, or from my one consensual viewer right now, first of all, y'all, you probably can't chat at me, just to let you know. You probably can't even participate in chat. And I'm not kidding, because DEA is that completely fucking out of control. They've taken the audio off of videos, VODs. Literally, yo, I've gone and refreshing the page. It's like, wow, that's weird. They have muted my microphone repeatedly as I'm giving legal testimony on my local machine. I check my audio. I sit there. They want to say it's, quote, layer 8. That's a joke we have in the software industry, which is that it's a user-caused problem. And that's the thing, y'all. They've psychologically tortured the fuck out of me with this, and they know it, and they've been doing it on purpose the entire time. How can anyone sit in defense of that fucking criminal behavior, yo? That fucking conscious abuse of their keys. None of you, not one of you can defend that shit. And you just cling to bitter, hate-filled denial. Yo, it doesn't fucking matter. Having my family on your side at this point, it doesn't just not help you. It actually fucking hurts everything. It hurts your entire goddamn argument. Your entire fucking argument, yo. They know that I'm telling the truth. That's what's the worst part, yo. They actually know that I'm telling the truth, and they just don't want to believe it. Because you said bad things about Trump, and Ken Paxton is with Trump, and yeah, Ken Paxton sit around literally not doing a goddamn thing about things like Uvalde while he's waging culture wars in other states, trying to invalidate the valid results of a, well, very secure election. And here I am in the state that I was born, which is really not a left or right state now, is it, yo? It's not supposed to be. But law enforcement, why? Why are you such fucking conscious shills? Really? Why are you such conscious fucking shills? Straight up. You know, I want people to see me. I want people to know I'm streaming at the end of the day, yo. I want people to know what this actually is. I want Chuck to know, for example, yesterday, it's like, no, I'm not just kind of recording and I might like upload to one Facebook video, yo. It's like multiple platforms, multiple backups, multi-stream. Look at that, y'all. It's already engineering so much technology that you stole from me. And then it's like some of it, you just didn't even understand what the fuck you're looking at. You try to use it against me. Try to act like I'm some sketchy dude. Probably anything I build, you're like, oh, he's just trying to be sneaky. Like Jitsi, for example, y'all. That's the thing. I wanted to host Jitsi to be able to tell people. It's like, look, you can host this. I'll show you everything about how this is constructed so you can build it on your own. If you're worried about your data residency, okay, and then let's talk about it. Different cloud service providers. What kind of keys do people like the DEA have when they're fucking abusing them? That's the problem, y'all. This is a straight up homeland security. Every fucking federal agency in this country has to, well, actually be aware, y'all. Every fucking federal judge in this country has to actually be aware that something like this can happen in real life. You understand? I need my words to actually be heard by every federal judge in the United States of America, yo, and they will be. Whether or not you people want to believe it right now, oh Lord, they will be. Look at the fucking dichotomy, y'all. Yeah, you had cameras in my fucking bathroom in this, again, yo, I'm not even trying to be critical, but that apartment was just really disgusting and just deeply fucking mismanaged from the moment that I set foot in there. The leasing agent knew that there was surveillance equipment in that apartment, and she committed it multiple federal felonies, trying to shove me in there and abuse that shit from the very beginning. It's not even just backwards, y'all. It's exponentially backwards for you to dare try to compare me to someone like Donald Trump. Like, oh, how dare you? Yeah, just because Trump actually is going to go to prison no matter what happens, even with this right now. How dare, how dare you say bad things about Emperor Trump? Yeah, no, he's our fucking emperor. we in the family. Yeah, our fucking Russian mafia, openly serving the fucking Chinese and the Russians, murdering innocent Americans, trying to frame and and murder people like me, literally murdering innocent Americans, trying to frame innocent people like me, and yet you cling to your fucking politics, y'all. You cling and you cling and you cling like a bunch of bitter, hate-filled little children, except that's not even fair to children, because children have more common sense than you pieces of shit. And you know it's true, y'all. That's the thing. You know it's true, and that's why woo woo. Woo woo. Y'all, that's one of the things in Austin, for example. No, I'm not mentally ill, but like I can tell when people are, for example, vrooming by me, state troopers. No, yeah, how dare you just be an innocent guy and then, tell the truth about that. No, you're not allowed to do that in our fucking country. In our fucking country. That's not your fucking country. It's not my fucking country. It's our fucking country, motherfuckers. 18 plus only, trigger warning. This is genuinely, y'all, all of my content. It might change someday. It is all mature. Mature. Do not let your fucking kids sit around listening to my content, just like you never should have let fucking any young people sit around and abuse a goddamn wire in the privacy of my home. We cuss like sailors in the software industry, y'all. You need to get the fuck over yourselves. That's the worst part, yo. You have people like Keith Larson, straight up alt-right radicals, straight up conscious misogynists, and you're like, oh, but we like Keith because he's a fucking psychopath. And then he sits, in front of a camera and pretends like he's polite, as soon as he's in a call with like an actual professional from the parent company. And then he turns around, he's like, yeah, they're so fucking dumb. Yeah, and like Keith sits around, vaping and smoking all the weed in the world because he loves that legalization, He loves that legalization. And you people are so fucking full of yourselves. You just don't even live in goddamn reality, yo. That's what's so fucking terrible. Unlike me, you don't even live in fucking reality. I've been denied healthcare so fucking despicably, so evilly. Is that even a word? No, it's not, yo. It's so fucking terrible. It's actually that fucking terrible, yo. The fact that I'm like, again, I take half a dose of an acetaminophen, half a dose of an aspirin, and does that really, do much of fucking anything about the migraines and the headaches and the neuropathy that I have? No, it does not, yo. No, it fucking does not. And not one of you gives a fuck because you're sitting around listening to psychopathic lies about me. Trying to deny me even the opportunity to have a doctor's appointment that is not being illegally surveilled.
Are truly thrilled by this prospect, but it is not a thrilling prospect.
You haven't just had this backwards from the beginning, yo. You've actually sat and proven how fucking evil some of you are. So consciously fucking evil. Unlike me, I'm a good person, yo. I'm a dog. I'm a little puppy. That gentle little puppy and that, basically now album cover that I've made, yo. All of this, so public. So fucking public now. That's the only protection that I have. You people are so despicable for sitting around filming me naked, acting like, yeah, now we got him now, yo. Talk shit about him, literally. Like, that's the thing. What are you gonna talk shit about? I don't even want to be this thin, okay? And you're like, literally, you don't give a fuck. You wanted to starve me to death. That's what's so sick. You wanted to fucking starve me to death. You wanted to sit around and bitch because, well, a computers guy, an engineer, bought a fucking workstation, which he literally required. And then I've got my own grandmother who I love very much, y'all, but she's like, oh yeah, you're working hard. She hears me talking to the bathroom. She has no idea what the fuck is going on, yo. And I'm the one saying that. Anyone in social services, I'm not kidding, y'all, you will lose your fucking entire future. If you're sitting around trying to call me suffering from psychosis or schizophrenia, yo. In fact, that's what's so terrible. When I see a social worker at the restaurant, you need to talk to me. What the fuck are you thinking? What, you're gonna watch me and just like I don't care. You watch as much as you want. That's my point, yo. Like, you watch as much as you want, but see, you still have to obey the law, and you still have to regard science, yo. And there's a science to social work. There's a science to mental health care. There's a science to psychiatry. And some of you are just so fucking radicalized. You are disregarding science, and you know it. And I refuse to tolerate that, y'all, because every moment you disregard science, in my case, you're choosing to push real violent criminals back out into the community of Texas and beyond.
About what is going on behind closed doors right now. We got a shot inside the courtroom. We obviously don't have eyes on the former president, but what is happening now as we speak is that
So here you go, y'all. I said I would literally sooner I'd plug you into my brain. Well, this is the closest I can do with the minuscule amount of technology that I actually have at my disposal, despite having immensely more education than all of you combined. This is the best that I can do, y'all. Plug you into my brain, okay? On Voyager 1, you can see what I'm seeing. On Voyager 2, I'm looking straight at you. There you go. Is that better, y'all? There you go. 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 Don't you know? Now you're born the Voyager, ripping through time and space to figuratively destroy ya. Ain't got no time to waste. This shit goes scientifically and figuratively supernova. Ain't got no time to waste. Ain't got no time to waste. There you go. 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 Don't you know? Now you're born the Voyager, ripping through time and space to figuratively destroy you and the family and your fucking Russian goddamn mafia, y'all. You're fucking serving the enemy, and you cannot ever ask me to not tell the truth about it now. You're choosing to openly serve the fucking enemy, and you know it, y'all. You know it. You have no plausible deniability whatsoever. You know that what I'm saying is true.
With this all along is that the Secret Service is an excellent organization. The NYPD is probably the best police force in the world. The district attorney's office.
It's like, oh no, how dare you? Your family's mad at you because they committed a bunch of felony espionage, and then they were super abusive towards you in the past, and they thought that they could just skip over that part for a bunch of political radicals when they all fucking lied. They allowed perjury. Really, y'all, that's the point, y'all. Like, no one in my family, like, seriously, like, even if perjury wasn't allowed, which it was, they still was, like, completely fucking despicable the way they responded. Like, yeah, no, you fucking deserve it. Yeah, like, how dare you say that George Floyd shouldn't have been executed in cold blood? How dare you say that?
Involved in that. And when the appointed time comes, they will bring him before a judge. I think we know who the judge is supposed to be, is Judge Merchant. At least that's what the Trump people have put out. And it should be a quick proceeding because it's a formal indictment. This will be an arraignment. When people are arrested on a police complaint, they call that a presentment, and you don't have to enter a plea. But here he's indicted, so that will be a formal arraignment, which means he'll enter a plea of not guilty.
Jesus Christ, y'all, for anybody that watches this later, I wish it was not true, but, I use film as a communication method. And never did I really want to be a director. Never was I, trying to be some big influencer or a celebrity. And I'm not a celebrity, y'all, but that's what's so fucking terrible. These people projected all of the paranoia and neuroses in the world so fucking psychotic from the beginning that now they're like, oh yeah, you're like some big tech guy. Like, no, I was always just a really educated tech guy who was going to make some humble YouTube videos, y'all. Some humble YouTube videos. I didn't want to talk about NSO Group. I didn't want to talk about surveillance apparatus. I didn't want to talk about anything. And these people fucking forced that because they have broken every fucking federal law that exists, violating my most basic fucking guaranteed rights by our Constitution itself. Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Welcome to my second consensual viewer. You're always welcome here. I ask that you take a look at the rules, and that's it. Beside that, I'm an open book. I really am. The thing is, I can't really explain everything in brief right now, but what I'm saying is true. I'm actually having to use technology to defend my life. Right, my titles on Twitch, they have varied, right? But I'm being very blatant. Like, to be honest with you, that's kind of the thing. Sometimes when I include the letters DEA, actually, I'm surprised if the title even goes up because I've had issues with that before. Like, I'm not kidding. They have that degree of access. It's never Twitch. It's never Amazon. I've been restricted on Facebook time and time again. It's not Facebook. I'm not violating anyone's, terms of agreement, quite frankly. And that's the thing. I'm sitting around reading them now as I stream, like on live stream, because, for example, like Spotify is a service I really appreciate from the bottom of my heart. If you want more context, you can go check out my Spotify, my YouTube, my Facebook at this point. I don't want to have to say, but I've already said, my name on Facebook is Caleb Steiner. My real name is Caleb Schreckengast. The only reason I changed, my name on Facebook is because, a man named Dan Steiner, who is ex-Air Force intelligence and ex-Texas law enforcement, he sat around abusing every single bit of pull and power that he had to orchestrate this shit from the beginning. And look at this. I have no money, y'all. That's the whole point. I'm actually openly explaining that I would have been earning solid income for the last several months, and this one federal law enforcement agency, just one, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, they refuse to obey the fucking law. You know what I'm saying? Like, I worked in software for years. I had a good job. These people reached into my life after so much felony crime had already been committed in the state of Texas, and they knew that better than anyone. And they just tried to fucking delete the truth. Tried to fucking delete objective reality about who I literally am, to the point where they're muting me in work meetings. They're fucking with my audio in the middle of the workday. They're DDoSing my network, right? That's part of what happened, is that I had no choice. There was a lot of white collar crime committed at this tiny company in Austin. I was a underlying aspect of this pilot, basically, this experiment that they had in remote development. They couldn't have even done it without me. Now, what I'm saying is that anybody can fill in that role eventually. I was never saying I'm not replaceable. Anyone in tech is replaceable. Let me just say that very plainly. I'm the first to say. But they acted like they were the owners of this company, and never for a moment were they. In fact, there was a lot of bad blood, quite frankly. No pun intended. There's a lot of bad blood from their past. They had an entire team of developers in Austin walk out from the building with no notice because of how abusive, how terrible this one manager was. And he had already hired this private investigative firm in Austin to hack this guy's phone. Really, y'all, it's like the most violating, despicable bullshit. They're making up fucking lies, acting like people are stealing IP when they weren't. And that's the thing, in Texas, it's just kind of like, apparently it's such a buddy-buddy system. Nobody gives a fuck about the objective truth at all. That's how something like this gets pushed as far as it has. Because then I come up to Delaware for a literal safe house. This is a state I was born in. We moved down to Texas the summer that I was turning 13. And so I was sad. If I'm being honest, I loved Texas. We had visited, right? We had family down there. But, like, I'm on the autism spectrum. And I'll be honest with you, my family has just never, accepted that. That's the truth. I became, very conscious of that, really, before I even actually turned 13. I kind of knew, but it was like, it's one of those things where you educate yourself more. And quite frankly, look at that. The one view's gone. That's okay. Anybody can click in, and that's the thing, y'all. I expect it's like a one-way mirror. That's how fucking despicable this has been the entire time. I do appreciate, my other consensual viewer hanging out. When it comes down to it, y'all, this is some straight up evil fucking shit we've allowed in the United States of America. This is not something anybody can ever go back and apologize for. There's no amount of money that can fucking fix this shit. And I'm already owed millions upon millions upon millions of dollars for the way that the law has been so fucking recklessly broken. And I don't even want anyone's money. That's what's so upsetting. I don't even want anyone's money. And these people keep piling on to the damages that I am already owed, sending more agents like Chuck Thompson, more agents like Musa. Who else at Panda was potentially DEA? I don't even give a fuck, yo. That's the thing. I don't even give a fuck. Just like I really, I want to take this food sometimes that I'm given and throw it in the trash because of how bitter and psychotic my own grandmother, who I love very much, is being towards me right now. And why? Because she sits in there watching Fox. And look at the doublespeak, yo. She blasts that TV at volume 70 because no one in our family will help her get fucking hearing aids that she needs. She can't even have a single fucking conversation with me. Literally. Can't even have a single fucking conversation with me. Not that she's willing to anyway, right? When I'm literally yelling in her ear and like maybe 50% of what I say, maybe 50% she can hear. That's what's so evil, though. Our own family acts like she's fucking stupid. She's got more severe dementia than she's willing to admit. She's just like the rest of my family, who's so much more stubborn than I am, yo. That's the problem. Like, oh my God, I'll be right back. So Voyager 1's coming with me. Here we go.
Let's get your thoughts on it. Do you believe, whether constitutionally or otherwise, this judge would be able to impose a gag order on not just a former president, but a current presidential candidate?
I think it's really tough to defend, just big picture and constitutionally.
People never think about the big picture. Fucking psychopaths.
Politically to defend, especially since this is a district attorney.
Look how stupid, y'all. It's just like, these people treat everything like it's just like one side of a coin. Everything's so binary to them. They're like, oh wait, are you Republican or Democrat? So which side should I be on? That's how fucking simple it is for these dumb fucks. God damn. Also, y'all, like, who left this shit? Look at this. Probably Chuck. He's like, oh yeah, trying to make him out to seem violent. I'm gonna put this shit right down here for now, y'all. It gets so fucking old. I'm not kidding. Like, that's how fucking psychopathic these people are. I don't want, none of this is about weapons, but let me point this out, y'all. How the fuck did Chuck get paid $500 and not a single bit of this? He doesn't even come get his goddamn ladder until I'm posting publicly and tagging everyone in Delaware, yo. Literally, like, anyone and everyone. And that's what I'm saying, y'all. You are criminally implicated every moment that you do not arrest that man.
Any of these district attorneys or special counsel or interacting.
Not bipolar, y'all, but I love hearing the seagulls. I really do. You know why? It reminds me of a time when I was not just fucking relentlessly castigated, when I'm an innocent man and none of you give a fuck because you're sitting around playing your stupid radicalized culture war bullshit games. Bullshit, yo, and you know it. You're just so mad I'm innocent and you won't even let me fucking speak for myself. So what? I have to broadcast to the internet, and how many people in the world, yo? Do you think the view count? DEA is preventing people from even participating in chat. Look how fucking bitter you people are, yo. I'm telling the truth. You allowed perjury freely, which only occurred because you didn't allow me to speak for myself in a court of law. Who in law enforcement can defend that, y'all? Not one of you.
These other cases is a little bit more substantive and potentially more problematic.
Those seagulls remind me of a time when we would just go to the beach as a family, yo. My family that I'll never have again because of your fucking radical politics. Sat around literally, yo. You have no excuse for this shit. No excuse. Not my politics. Your fucking politics. Look how backwards that is. Look how despicably evil that shit is. You just remain in bitter fucking denial, yo. So fucking bitter. Such a bunch of bigoted fucking children. Defending a man who fucked a porn star when he was married, yo. And then what? Okay, well, you're like, oh, what happens, right? He's a wolf king. Oh, yeah, the goddamn wolf king. That's what these people say, yo, in the family. When Donald Trump can fuck porn stars and we'll help him pay them off. And, yo, why did his fixer turn on him? Why did Bill Barr turn on him? Why is everybody turning on Trump? Maybe it's because they fucking know that he is a terrible human being, unlike me. And how dare you fucking compare the two of us, y'all. I'm not the one that was ever comparing the two of us. That was always you. So I will say very openly, y'all, I would like to use my Google Pixel 3a XL. Go look it up. Go look up how old that phone is, and go look up the price of that phone right now, y'all. Paid less than $200, which is the reason I bought it, right? And unfortunately, you know, it was a vendor, right? It's like, I'm trying to have faith. Like, this shit is so fucking unrelentingly abusive. It has been from the very first moment. Y'all, I trust companies like Apple, Google, Microsoft. I don't fucking trust companies like NSO Group, because I'm sitting here showing you exactly why. None of us have any reason to trust companies like NSO Group. You know, in all fairness, y'all, one of the things that's such a dichotomy here, you people bitch about big tech, but the family has abused big tech, you know, and really that's the thing, y'all. I'm not blaming Facebook. I'm not blaming Google. I'm not blaming Apple, but that's the point, y'all. This propaganda, all these fucking troll farms from the Russians, none of that shit could even work were it not for the internet. And look at that, y'all. They build a firewall around their own internet in Russia. We're going to be talking about that a lot today. And China, y'all. And then they're over in our shell. You understand? In the United States, they're over here with a bunch of fucking puppets. They have really buildings full of IT departments, essentially, y'all, that give them every tool that they could ever need to fake these accounts. And so many fucking fake accounts, y'all. So many fucking, well, decent fakes. I'm not even going to say good fakes. Decent enough fakes that systems that we're building on our side, it is, y'all. It's a challenge to address. How do we actually make sure that we're identifying what is real propaganda from a hostile foreign adversary? See, that is the problem at the end of the day, y'all. For anybody that blames me for coming up here and, you know, I needed a safe house, where else am I supposed to go? Look at our entire fucking country right now. I mean, a lot of people in Denver were more than decent to me, and I appreciate that so much. Right? And that's part of the dichotomy, though, right? As a DoorDash driver, you know, I'm not, even if somebody acts a little bit flirtatious, I'm not going to be like, oh, can I get your phone number? I'm fucking homeless because of our own government, y'all. At the end of the day, the dichotomy, I mean, our government saved my life, don't get me wrong, and I appreciate that. But I'm homeless because of our own government? Right? And I'm going to get a phone number and like, hey, yeah, you want to go on a date? And I'm homeless right now. I'm camping in a fucking car, you know, like they're probably pissed about that too. I guarantee you they're still recording me. Look how fucking ridiculous that sounds. They're still recording me. They're stealing DoorDash orders before I get there, intentionally abusing their fucking spyware in a way which is so consciously fucking illegal. So fucking illegal. That's part of, I needed more information, y'all. And that's part of, you know, if anybody's frustrated with me, like, for example, state of Colorado authorities, I did not commit a crime. I did not commit a crime. I mean, look at that. I did accidentally hit somebody's car. I fucking leave a note. He calls me. I go to talk to him, y'all. It's like, I'm not hiding anything. I'm serious. You people are like, and I'm not saying state of Colorado. I'm saying the narrative around this shit, y'all. In our country, look how many folks in law enforcement are just like clinging. Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Donald Trump, yeah, no, he shouldn't go to prison for laundering money for Russians since the 90s. He shouldn't go to prison for, you know, paying off a fucking porn star. This is just the beginning, y'all. That's what you don't understand. You know what he should go to prison for? Inciting violence that caused multiple law enforcement officers to lose their lives as a result of January 6th. How can any of you defend that? I'm serious, y'all. Right? This is peaceful diplomacy. You need to understand. I'm telling you the truth. This is peaceful diplomacy. How can any of you defend that for a moment? It doesn't matter what your politics are, y'all. Did you forget about that? No, people like John McCain. He was a good Republican, y'all. What the fuck is wrong with you for trying to act like, oh no, well, you know, fuck John McCain. Yeah, I like my veterans who weren't captured, who weren't tortured. Y'all? How can you claim that you give a fuck about veterans? How can you claim that you give a fuck about military? You can't. When you sit in defense of somebody who so easily and callously throws out those words? Are you kidding me? You all know that it's true. You all know that there's more than an element of truth to what I'm saying. And that's the thing, y'all. I don't need you to believe me about, well, a lot of what I'm saying, but I'm going to say the truth anyway. Right? It's kind of like, it's one of those things, y'all. People on the internet in particular, they go back and look at this shit. All of the, you know, psychotic lies in the world, they won't be able to refute, like, oh, Jesus, that is true. Oh, God, that is true. What he's saying, that is so true. The family is not just kind of a fucking problem. The family is not just kind of a fucking problem. And I'll be honest, y'all, doing a technical portfolio, which is really fucked up, because how would I even defend myself in this case? Look at, like, it's like being fucking pathologically and just psychopathically just fucking waged goddamn war upon every moment of your life by your own family. My own grandmother, like, yeah, you eat that food, you little shit. You can't even feed yourself. She doesn't even know what time I woke up. She doesn't even know a single fucking thing about what's going on. And why is she so bitter and clinging to her hatred? Hatred. Because of those people on Fox News, yo. Because of you fucking psychopaths. TBN, trying to twist this shit when you know that you're wrong. You know it's evil. But what, your politics are more important to you than even salvation? That's what's weird, yo. Do I need to say it that plainly? Your fucking politics are more important to you than even salvation. You know you can't go to heaven when you cling to such a bitter, hate-filled denial. Every single moment you focus on me means pushing real violent criminals back out into the community of Texas, y'all. And beyond. Why do I say beyond? Well, because those violent criminals can easily leave the state of Texas. You're clearly not pursuing them. At least those of you on the wrong side of this. I would say the professionals certainly are, y'all. At the very least, they're making damn sure, y'all. They're making damn sure. Systematically sure. You tried to make this like a one-man show, selling this consciously false fucking narrative in, quote, the family, like, no, you're the director, except it's super fucking defamatory, and we're letting a bunch of straight up psychopathic violent criminals participate in this shit, and that's super fucking dangerous, not just for you, but for the whole community. It's like your show that you're directing. Okay, y'all, I'll use technology to protect myself from your shitty, dumb fuck lies then. So y'all ever want to, anybody that ever watches this later, so that's Voyager 2 over there, right? It's been a work in progress, y'all. It is a technical demo. Okay, please don't get too caught up. You know, that is literally okay, let's go look closer. Hi, Punchy Too Bad. How's it going? I'm just talking about this is kind of a technical portfolio combined with a bunch of other things at the same time. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit stressed out, and for good reason. It's not mental illness, you know. I kind of like want to throw this food in the trash because my own family basically treats me like I'm less than a slave dog right now. They're clinging to politics about me. And I'm not sure if you're still there, but just to let you know, Punchy Two Bag, I'm surprised if anybody's chats that actually go through. That's the thing. There is just one federal law enforcement agency. They will sit and they'll even try to prevent chats from going through on my Twitch streams. They don't want anybody to know the truth about me, which is why I'm literally multi-streaming. You know, some of it I'm having to, go through. You know, I'm not breaking the law, but streaming to other countries. You know, it's like, I'm not kidding. Like, it's so fucking despicably terrible. So fucking terrible. Our own country sitting around defending violent criminals because quite frankly, because a lot of them have implicated themselves in what they've done to me, which is part of what's so fucking despicably evil. I mean it's just the DEA. Just the DEA, no one else. That's what makes this shit so terrible. It's to know that so consciously, and to know that, well, it's like, quite frankly, the truth will always be known, and I'm gonna sit here and publicly document the truth every single moment until these people fucking let me do my goddamn job. I need money. I need money. I need to pay for, well, food. I should be buying my grandmother groceries. And, well, that's the thing. I don't even want to buy fancy food. You know, people talk shit because during this, I mean, that's the thing. Like, in Texas, how fucking despicable of you people to let a bunch of violent psychopaths broadcast my location on a map after you've openly allowed perjury. You know that there's been a super deeply fucking corrupt district attorney chasing after me with fucking breaking every goddamn law that exists, every federal law that exists, every constitutional protection we have. You got people like Ken Paxton out there like, oh, my constitutional rights. Oh my God. Oh my God. Some of the people in my grapevine that sat in denial of this shit, they're about to see videos of me showering with clothes on camera on Facebook and on Twitter, and they're gonna be like, oh no, it's so crazy. Wait a minute though. It's like, no, it's completely fucking true. It's completely fucking true. The only reason that I'm filming myself with clothes on showering, really, I have pants on taking a shower, because at this point, really, I don't give a fuck, you know, if, you know, people film me. That's the thing that's so dumb. It's like, it's actually 100% despicable that they thought that was like an accomplishment. You know, and Punchy, too bad. I think you're probably gone. That's cool. This is like a one-way fucking mirror. Right now, my whole entire existence. You know, they're like, defame, defame, defame. And I'm like, okay, then publish, publish, publish. They've broken every fucking federal law that exists. Every constitutional law that exists. And so I publish now. Publish, publish, publish every waking moment of my life until you people actually obey the fucking law. God damn, you people are so fucking evil for trying to keep this shit going. Defending fucking Trump, acting like you can even compare the two of us, y'all. He claims to be a billionaire, and you sat around terrorizing an innocent man who was illegally underpaid for solid work that he was producing, and it was good work. Makes you look like a bunch of fucking trash, y'all. That's the worst part. It makes our country, any of you on the wrong side of this, it makes all of you look like a bunch of fucking trash.
Bootstrap argument of the New York misdemeanor. They have to bring that misdemeanor back to life, and the only way to do it is to say it was committed to hide a felon. So that would be part of that theory. But we all know the most obvious fact that history is being made. The question we're going to learn in the next few minutes is what type of history. Is it good or bad history? Many of us have no objection to a former president being indicted. That can be a vindication of the rule of law. It can also be a degradation of the rule of law. If you proceed against a former president for good reason,
You know, when I'm streaming and walking around, I want people to know that my intent is not to record anybody else. That's what's so horrible. I'm the furthest thing from a narcissist, and you people, you sat like, no, let's fucking make a show out of him psychopathically. You fucking committed crime to set me up. You freely allowed perjury. You denied me my legal rights in speaking for myself. And then you want to call me ungrateful when you set that shit up to try to frame me and defame me, and you all know that's true. You fucking absolute psychopathic deniers, y'all. Oh my God, the denial. You people, not one of you on the wrong side of this. That's the thing. How the hell do you think you could go to heaven after this shit? Destroying a family in such a despicable and evil way? How in the hell do you think that you could ever go to heaven, y'all? You cling to your hatred and your denial and your bigotry, defending a man who fucked a porn star and tried to shut her up. Tried to shut her up in a way which is so fucking illegal anyway, y'all. Oh my God. And then later he admits it on his Truth Social openly. Y'all, I was like, well, really, y'all, to compare the two of us, like, there is no comparison. That's the thing. I'm a good person. Donald Trump is a fucking living piece of trash. You never should have been comparing anyone like Donald Trump or Ken Paxton to myself. I'm a man with no power, no money, no influence, and you have waged war. guerrilla fucking warfare upon my waking existence. Lying about it all along the way, y'all. Committing hate crimes like that. And then the state police don't even fucking do their own jobs and criminally implicate themselves in doing so, y'all. You're fucking already criminally implicated. Every moment you do not put that man under arrest. Every single moment. I don't even want to eat this food. I'm starving. I don't even want to eat it because there's so much fucking bitter, psychopathic abuse towards me when I am being productive. Whether or not you people want to quote, I don't want any of your validation on the wrong side of this. So that's what you need to understand. I would be a fucking idiot to want validation, quote, from any of you, y'all. And that's what bothers you, is that you know that's actually mentally healthy. You've been fucking terrible towards me, y'all. Fucking terrible. It's just a radio show. It's just a radio show. No, it's not. You fucking criminals. So fucking abusive. Such straight up fucking torture, y'all. Straight up fucking torture. So I just waved at this guy. It's like, so he's looking at me through his, of course he's looking at me, but he's trying so hard to be like, no, I'm not looking at you. No, I'm not looking at you. No, 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 I'm not looking at you. No, no. That's everybody on the wrong side of this shit. Everybody on the wrong side of this shit. All right, I'll turn the camera back around, yo. I was just trying to prove my point. Public. He's on somebody else's property, right? I'm on our property. I just waved. He's like ignoring. Nah, he's looking at me. He's like, no, don't chum. I'm looking like, really? That's how dumb some of this shit is. "24 hours a day, 24-hour live stream, 24, all day, every day, until you people obey the fucking law. Let me do my job. Stop trying to defame me. Stop. Oh no, I spilled a little bit of food. I'm outside, yo. Oh no." This makes our country look so fucking terrible right now, yo. This makes our country look so fucking terrible. No matter how you want to, like, really, look at this shit, for example. My fucking cousins lived up here rent-free for 7 years, and they would just leave all this trash shit sitting around. Like, really, y'all. I mean, it's a fucking mess. And somebody could, I'm going to sweep up this porch. I'm going to clean this shit up. But that's the thing, now I'm going to live stream every fucking moment of it, because apparently, if I'm an amazing person and a good person and a great person, but nobody's there to fucking film it, then all of you will sit around in psychopathic denial when you already literally defamed the living fuck out of me and helped psychopathic criminals coordinate to commit violent fucking crime. So, I'm to go out, excuse me, I'm going to have to go inside in a minute because, batteries can low here, but yo, this weather is amazing. I love this country. I'm a good person through and through, and I just need to say for the nth time, for us, anybody that thinks that it's okay to try to keep going with this shit when I'm having to do this, whether or not you believe it's necessary is actually not fucking relevant. Let me put it that way, yo. Whether or not you believe it's necessary, let me let you know very openly. Remember, unfiltered now. Whether or not you believe that this is necessary is actually completely fucking irrelevant. Your opinion, especially when you have allowed perjury openly. So many of you sat around like, oh, I just don't know. I'm not even mad at you for not knowing what you don't know. But I am letting you know, y'all, that yes, what they're saying on Fox, that's what's so fucking despicable, y'all. They're stealing my words and they're trying to use them on, like, oh, we have the presumption of innocence in this country when Donald Trump fucking paid off a porn star and he was married to Ivanka Trump. And, how many fucking, wives has Donald Trump had? How many, like, literally, y'all, you people, so the double standard quote, y'all, he bitches about, like, oh, white men are being persecuted. Never for a moment was I saying that shit, y'all. And then he sat around fucking persecuting the fuck out of me in real life, trying to lie about it in a way which you literally can't. You don't even have the fucking ability. And why was that? Because you knew I was apolitical. Not because I was some, quote, leftist, y'all. Never have I been and never will I be, just to let all of you know I'm not a liberal. Like, it's no offense to any liberals, y'all. We probably agree on more right now, especially. That's what's so fucking terrible, y'all. You've castigated me. Really, that's the nuance. I came up here expecting that my family could maybe give a single fuck. Give a single fuck about our country, give a single fuck about their own blood, and they can't. Why? Because they're clinging to denial about their fucking Trumpism and about their radical fucking politics with the family, yo. Jesus Christ, you people are evil as fuck. And that's the worst part, is being consciously evil, you know? It's one thing when, like, maybe you even have any plausible deniability, but you don't. Let me put that very, blatantly, explicitly. You have no plausible deniability whatsoever. Like, what the fuck, yo? What the actual fuck is wrong with you people? You need help? This shit's not okay. I'm gonna have to clean this shit up myself. This fucking hate crime that the state police are not even going to fucking address, yo. You're gonna make the feds deal with that shit? You realize that's why it's criminally implicating for you, because you're going to make the feds, the real feds, deal with that shit, yo. You're not even gonna do your own jobs. Your fucking politics.
And, this is a surreal moment, a surreal image that we'll see from inseparable still photographs, as John mentioned.
I'm not scared of these bumblebees, yo. Not anymore. When I was really young and I was misunderstanding, right? I was just like, is it gonna sting me? Bumblebees are so, they do not want to sting you, okay? Don't be scared of bumblebees. We don't have these particular type of bees down in Texas. They're big old bumblebees. They're like, like the Winnie the Pooh, like the gentlest. I'm not making a joke about Xi Jinping, yo. I promise. No, really, the Winnie the Pooh bumblebees, yo. They're actually like the gentlest animals, but they're kind of cool, yo. They fly around. They're like, they're like drones almost. It's like so fascinating, right? The way that, it's a different form of life than us, right? It kind of does. It makes me think of Ender's Game a little bit, yo. And I'm not some dude. That's the thing. Like I'm so educated, in literature, and I'm not even saying I'm the most educated, yo. It's just like, wow, the value of public education. Charter school is not even a private school, and you people probably sat around like, oh yeah, you fucking quote rich guy who has been starved to death by our own fucking government. Even though our own government had to save my life from our own government, I have literally, y'all, you have no idea how much more food I've needed, how much more protein in particular I've needed. You probably bitch about me buying a protein supplement, yo. You have no idea. That's the problem, yo. You have no idea. And what protein supplement do I buy, yo? It's Muscle Feast. It is literally, and it's like, no, I don't think the name is so cool, okay? Nothing against them. It's like, Muscle Feast. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying, yo. I mean, any workout company, that's kind of what gets me about some of the workout stuff, y'all. A lot of times it's a particular type of person. I'm not saying all the time, y'all. That's the thing. I'll be the first to say, right? There's plenty of nerdy people that got into fitness, and that's good. That's good, y'all. We sort of have a dichotomy there. I am serious about that. I've been gate-kept from nerds at times because, well, why? Because I'm fit, yo. Because I'm somebody that works out, and that's what's so, humble about it, y'all. I don't work out to look jacked. I don't even want to be as lean as I am right now. It's actually, I'm sitting here saying it's so fucking unhealthy to experience food insecurity with a fucking stranglehold around your throat by your own government, sitting around committing psychotic, violent hate crimes, and your own police are sitting there trying to like, no, we're not gonna do anything because, well, you're fucking criminals yourselves, yo. Look at this shit. I didn't leave any of this here. All of this was here when I got here. What is this? Risers Fun Times. It's like a fucking potato salad. There's trash all over the place, yo. My grandmother, my 90, she was 91 when I got up here, y'all. My grandmother should not have to be walking around out here picking up trash. You know, and that's the thing. I'll help as much as I can, but that's the problem, y'all. This has taken priority. I came up here for a safe house. And you people are like, no, you're not allowed to have any safety because what? Because what, y'all? You don't even have an excuse. That's the problem. You don't even have an excuse, and you know it. I'm not making excuses, y'all. I'm simply telling you the plain, objective truth. And I've been telling you over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And you're just like in such bitter denial. You've got a DEA agent committing violent fucking hate crimes with other agents. Let's be honest, y'all. Am I accusing these people? No, but like, Jesus, y'all. And this guy breaks out a phone. I'm sitting here, I'm not recording him at all. I'm sitting here speaking on a multi-stream about that fucking crime. And he's like, oh, I better record it. Yeah, it's doing something, quote, weird. None of you have any idea what the fuck is going on because you've just lied to one another over and over and over again, y'all. Over and over and over again. Talk about Dunning-Kruger. It's like you don't just create a vacuum of the information that you need. You're like, oh, all of the information we need is right here. But remember, y'all, we're supposed to eavesdrop, not listen. Eavesdrop, not listen. Remember, anything it says, we're trying to say is the total opposite of what it really says because that's what we do. Yeah, because that's what we do. So everything it says, and I'm not even a fucking human being to you people. Yo, I'm sitting here just like, wow, I'm more educated than, you know, any of you apparently about psychology. For anybody, you know, even with a psych degree to try to say, oh, psych, yeah, I know, a psychology degree, to say that this shit was okay. Like, you're actually throwing away any fucking perceived reputation you ever could have maintained. My aunt, Angela Williamson included, from my own mother who abused me as a child on more than one occasion, to sit around like, we got your Aunt She on our side. Like, that's what I'm saying, y'all. That's not okay. You already allowed perjury. You already denied me my guaranteed rights, not my entitled rights, my guaranteed rights. That perjury could not have even occurred if you obeyed the law.
First debate in August of this year. You're looking at the polls now with the president's up.
And then still you sit around like, no, you don't say that when you're saying all of the most despicable fucking absolute, you're committing violent fucking hate crimes, y'all. And you're like, no, you don't say that because it's true. And we all know it. How dare you say that it was not rape when it fucking factually was not rape? I've never raped anyone in my life, y'all. It doesn't matter how many people are willing to lie like straight up psychopaths trying to collect social credit, which is exactly what it is. And you all know that's true. You all fucking know that that's true.
That it will be an issue if it's still a big part.
Look at that narrative, y'all. A dude that was in my fraternity. Yeah, I haven't even reached out to any of them, y'all, because that's the thing. It's just like Vice is covering. It's like, I mean, look how fucking terrible it is. Fucking torture, right? In this chat, anybody that watches my VODs later or my YouTube content or my Spotify, y'all, I'm not kidding. You need to understand, I'm telling the truth first of all, but second of all, you probably can't even chat to me right now, y'all. I'm not kidding. You probably can't even chat to me on these streams. I've got 3 streams going right at this moment. Right as I'm saying this. All 3, I'm backing up those recordings. All 3, that's the thing. I'm like, every single fucking resource in my life, these goddamn, the feds, yo. Oh my God, the Fed. No, but only one type of Fed, yo. The DEA. One type of Fed, yo. There's a lot of types of Feds. I'm not mad at Homeland Security. I'm not mad at, fucking, who else, yo? Like, there's a lot of different Feds in this country. Just an FYI, everybody. There's a lot of different Feds. And we had, ex-Feds like Dan Steiner sitting around like, yeah, no, I told him about all this secret shit he's not even supposed to talk about. And then he turns around because of a personal grievance. He knows it's not rape. And he encourages someone to commit fucking perjury. And not just one someone. That's the thing. Not just one someone. That's what makes me so sick to my stomach, y'all. See, I didn't want to bring up names like Ben Librand, but the way that radical motherfucker thinks, y'all, he would be more than willing to help coordinate violent crime towards someone that he dated. Yo, he was all over my ex, and I was never, quote, jealous. And really, yo, I don't give a fuck. She told me it was rape. She from her mouth, and I would never wanted to, that was her accusation. If she wanted to share that with anybody, that was her accusation to share. But that's the thing, y'all. I'll just be honest with you. Ben Librand is a fucking rapist, and goddamn A&M, people of A&M, you need to figure out, you need to get a goddamn clue which side you should have been on here from the beginning, y'all. All the shit talk from Gage Chamberlain in the world. All the shit talk from Mitch Robinson, like, oh yeah, he and Austin got in a fight that night. No, we didn't, yo. They're fucking despicable. Gage probably put some shit in my drink, yo. Do not party with Gage Chamberlain. That's the thing, y'all. We weren't really partying. Like, come on now. Jesus Christ. I'm not some party dude. Never was I. But this fucking narrative, yo. Like, really, yo, you diminish me to what my, very ignorant parents, that's the shitty part. My oldest brother talks all the shit in the world. Yeah, they never lived in real life. They just, they just sit around and bigoting themselves. They didn't ever, experience life. And, like, literally, yo, I mean, he's actually kind of right. That's what's terrible. He's just, he's more fucking abrasive, and he is a bully, yo. That's the worst part. My brother is a leftist, unlike me, and he's a fucking bully. Look at the dichotomy, y'all. I'm sitting there like I have to listen to my family. They have no idea my brother's falsely fucking arrested. And then really, you get mad because I tell the truth about my ex. I'm not even saying her name, y'all. That's the point. Ben Librand would be more than willing. Look how fucking psychopathic he was. He's making fun of people with brain injuries, sitting around going through text messages with his, his quote girlfriend at the time, who's basically 10 years younger than him, and really that's the thing. I never cared about that. He sees me standing on my hands, which was not a show-off thing. I was just exercising. And he's like, babe, come look at this. Oh, my God. Like, yeah, you're a fucking bigot, bro. You don't even know who I am. Why would you assume that, like, you even do? Because you're sitting around with, your quote, girlfriend who you don't give a fuck about. That's what bothers me in a way, yo. It's like, he clearly didn't give a fuck about either of them. I'm not even trying to, really, y'all, that's the thing. I don't know Dan Blazerian. Like, I can't speak for Dan Blazerian. A lot of people are not super fans, y'all, but, like, Dan Blazerian was Ben Librand's, life influence. Why do you think he raped his, his partner's sister, his partner's twin sister, when she was beyond too drunk to consent? You understand? That's where if there's any argument, y'all, she was already too drunk to consent when she got to the office that night. Look how fucking terrible that is. I'm getting paid like a straight up slave, and my girlfriend shows up, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to go out with you, but I've got more work to do. I've actually got more work to do. And here's this insecure fuck up at that office. He's like, yeah, I'm going to write gist. And he's like, what if I just wrote a Python script that, drew a dot on a map, and then it drew another dot, and then it drew another dot. It's like, hey, man, you're starting to understand the basic fundamentals of shit that's existed for 20 fucking years. Good job, buddy. Good job. But that's what I'm saying, y'all. It's like, it's not a laughing matter at all. What's not fucking funny is how dumb you people are to believe people like that because of their fucking politics, because they went to A&M, which is full of, people who have committed sexual assault and rape, and the school just defends him openly. Never for a moment have I violated anyone's consent, y'all. Never for a fucking moment. And it doesn't matter. All the shit talk in the world can never change that objective fact for what it is. Like, how dare you people push this shit this far? That I'm having to sit here literally like, yo, this is fucking ridiculous. I will stream my life 24 hours a day. I will stream myself taking every shower, every bath, y'all. I will stream myself cleaning up around the house. I will stream myself doing laundry. I will stream myself cleaning up the bedroom a little bit, which is not that messy. I will stream myself doing all of the work that my family should have done. I will stream myself cleaning up after the violent fucking hate crime that our own police will not address, and in doing so, they're criminally implicating themselves. Criminally implicating themselves because of your radical fucking politics, y'all. You understand? Not one of you is going to do a goddamn thing. Not one of you is going to make a fucking move, y'all. That's the thing that bothers you. I'm not just not intimidated of you, y'all. You're fucking full of shit for like, oh no, how dare you not be scared of us? You're supposed to be like some scaredy run away when you didn't run away, and none of you can say that I did, y'all. Look at you. You fucking trying to prevent me from even telling the truth on Facebook because of your terrible fucking politics. Get a look in the mirror, y'all. Get a look in the fucking mirror. How about it? Am I, the best looking person ever, y'all? I don't think so personally. Am I the ugliest person ever? No. But see, that's the point, y'all. Is like, wait, why do we even have to talk about things that way? You people sitting around calling me a retard, talking all the shit in the world. Literally, y'all, whenever you're being that hateful and fucking full of your bitter vitriol, then you know who is, well, in the wrong. You are in the wrong, you fucking trash. See, I'm not being hateful towards you. You're sitting here fucking psychopathically continuing with this goddamn abuse. I'm surprised, y'all. Somebody didn't hit that button and cut this shit off again. Hit that fucking button. Please, hit that fucking button, y'all. Hit that fucking button like I did with Jess Ortega very consensually over and over and over and over again. Yeah, hit that fucking button like I did with Jess, and she came 3 times sitting there screaming my name in that apartment right there under the surveillance equipment that the state of Texas and went and listened to that shit and lied like a bunch of fucking psychopaths trying to pretend like that shit was rape, apparently. Are you fucking kidding me? And I'm not, that's my thing, y'all, is like, I'm not claiming for a moment anybody else that accused me of anything. It's the fucking groupthink, y'all, and you know it. You know it's true. I'll be honest, y'all, it's like I'm very grateful that our government saved my life from our government. But I am quite frustrated that we would even let this continue. Let this continue. Not even let me do my fucking job, but let this continue. Let the local authorities just play their fucking radical culture wars yet again. It's not like I bought some fancy phone up here, y'all. Not one of you can claim I ran away from anything. How about you get over your goddamn mafia, y'all? Your mafia is done. Fucking done. How dare you sit here and defend violent fucking criminals, actual threats to your community, and why? Because apparently you are happy to go along with the actual fucking, that's the thing, y'all, you implicate yourselves as threats to your own community just because you've got a badge and a uniform and a gun. That actually doesn't help y'all. That makes you more of a fucking threat when you misbehave so illegally the way that you have with me. Like you're a bunch of fucking super spies. Yeah, no, we'll fucking loyally serve the wrong side and criminally implicate ourselves and destroy our careers in law enforcement. Yeah, great fucking idea, everyone. Great fucking idea. You're doing such a good job right now, y'all. Please hit that button, cut off this stream, y'all. Voyager 1, come on now, cut off this stream. Look at that. I'm sitting there streaming my phone number, y'all. It's like, wow, so many hackers are already fucking trying, y'all. Maybe I should be a little bit more careful, but to be honest with you, y'all, that's the thing. Nobody can even be more careful, quite frankly. It's like I have nothing to hide from you people, and yet you sit here just fucking terrorizing me, openly fucking terrorizing me so illegally, y'all. It's fucking trash behavior. Take a look in the goddamn mirror. You get more mad when I tell the truth, y'all. And that's the thing. The more that I speak, the more that it's irrefutable that I've always been the one telling the truth. And you people have sat around like a bunch of fucking psychopathic liars defending violent fucking psychopathic criminals. And you know it. And you have no plausible deniability whatsoever, y'all. Absolutely zero. I thought maybe to my actual genetic relatives, I thought that the truth would be more important than, defending violent psychotic criminals. But I was wrong. They would rather defend violent psychotic criminals than just tell the basic irrefutable truth about their own family, their own actual genetic relatives, which makes all of them look like straight up fucking trash. And I'll sit here publishing that on the internet, and then they have to reconcile the fact that, there's not a goddamn thing they can do to stop me from telling the truth. Not a single fucking thing. Sorry, there's a fly in my arm, y'all. Just like you people, you're like a fucking fly on my arm. I sit here streaming the truth to the internet. You're trying to fucking torture me in every way that you can. You're so mad because you know that I'm telling the truth. And what's your fucking response? More lies, more fucking shared psychotic disorder, yo. That's exactly what you're suffering from. Anyone still on the wrong side of this shit.
So the question is, does the judge want to try to make some type of gesture that this is not a canned hunt, that, you know, we're not just allowing the prosecutor to bring in someone that he promised that he would charge for some unknown crime?
Information about the charges and the indictment, which was just a single round. Well, just carrying out those 34 counts, and it says falsifying business
Alright, y'all. So, quite frankly, part of the reason that I'm so frustrated right now, I should not have to have multiple cameras pointed at me, multiple cameras sitting here documenting every moment of my life, streaming straight to the internet, and it's not mental illness. That's exactly what I do need to have right now because of the behavior of these people. Now, is this a perfect implementation? No. Let me emphasize, y'all, this is so far from perfect, of course. I'll be honest, I mean, even this, right? The top right here, it's like, oh, you're part of me. I might fix that in a minute next time I stand up. But I just sat down, okay? And really, I'm not kidding when I say that the way this has gone the whole time is completely fucking unacceptable, y'all. I've tried to maintain calm, but that's the thing, the dichotomy here. Our government has saved my life from our government, and some of you sit around just in bitter, hate-filled denial of the truth. You don't care at all. It's full on politics, it's full on bullshit, and I have to receive this pathological, just psychotic abuse from everyone in my family. Why? Because they're Trumpists, because they want to compare me to fucking Donald Trump or Ken Paxton. I'm some dude that was doing super technical work whose legal rights were denied to him from the very moment, yo. Not my entitled legal rights, yo. My constitutionally guaranteed legal rights denied to me from the very beginning of this shit. I don't have an issue with being on camera, but I'm not a narcissist, yo. Would some people find this concept of multi-streaming interesting? Well, yes, I think some people would, because while it is kind of a technical portfolio of something that I was already designing and engineering, but you know what's so fucking terrible? I've been tortured, and I'm not claiming that. I've been tortured by our own government for over 3 years, y'all. For over 3 years. And we've all just sat around acting like I should be grateful that I was framed to begin with, and like I need to tolerate that behavior. When no, I do not.
Even if they regarded this as a campaign violation, even if the campaign did, even if everybody agreed that it was, which it wasn't,
I'm not asking for you people to believe me. I'm not an angry guy. I'll raise my voice when it is necessary, y'all. And it is so beyond necessary. It has been so beyond necessary because you fucking psychopaths, some of you on the wrong side of this, y'all. I'm not kidding. Straight up, conscious, fucking psychopaths. You know how wrong you are, and you just don't give a fuck. You know it's so illegal, and you just don't give a fuck. You've projected all of the evil, malevolent bullshit in the world, and why? Because you're fucking dumb enough to sit there and try to compare me to people like Ken Paxton or Donald Trump. There's no fucking comparison, y'all. They're wealthy. They're men of power and influence. I have neither, and yet you sat just torturing me with reckless abandon for years and years on end. Our own government. And they love to sit and be like, oh my god, look, he's so angry. These fucking psychopathic talking heads, especially, y'all. Especially, I'm so anti-misogyny, let me put it this way, y'all. But I'll be honest, I mean, the men and the women, they're fucking terrible, y'all. But you know what's extra terrible about the women that are on that side? They are openly embracing everyone on their side are fucking misogynists, y'all. There's not one of them that give a fuck about them as human beings, like no respect for, you know, their intellect, or if they, you know, really anything that you write or that you say, nobody gives a fuck about you. And you're supposed to be a slave to your husband, ma'am. Anybody on Fox News, it's a member of the family. You're supposed to be a fucking house slave. You have no rights. Remember, that's what I don't want to talk about Ben Librand, y'all, but one of the big conversations was that Ben Librand is giving Caitlin Taylor, who was a feminist, y'all, is a feminist. That's what I'm saying. I shouldn't say was. I'm saying was when I knew her, y'all. No one has told me anything, and that's how fucking psychopathic and abusive this has been the entire goddamn time. One fucking hint that wasn't even really a hint from one coworker coworker in another state. You people have clung to your conscious fucking denial. The motive never made sense. Like in the middle of all of this shit when she has nothing to do with any of it in any way. Like I'm gonna go out of my way and just fucking attack her when I'm not a violent person in any way. Y'all, any lawyer worth anything is immediately looking at that like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Unless you're just a straight up goddamn psychopath, which clearly so many of you are. I appreciate that my life was saved when no one should have had to save my life. And that's the reason that I left at the end of the day, y'all. I do appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. At the same time, we've let this go. Let this go. That is a fucking hate crime, y'all. I appreciate any of the protection in secret, but look at what I'm, you know, everyone that is in the loop about this shit knows that this is necessary right now. Because what the fuck am I supposed to do? Chuck Thompson's got a gun on him, y'all. He's coming up here time after time after time, committing federal felony after federal felony after he's already committed a fucking violent hate crime. And we're just letting the local authorities just truck on forward. Oh no, but Donald Trump and Ken Paxton, like, is fucking so psychotic, y'all. So fucking psychotic. Do you know how many people that I worked with that did that shit, y'all? Falsified business records? That's what I'm saying. They didn't just kind of commit some white collar crimes. They were bloating the entire value of their company for years. Over 2 years before I even started there. Did you not think that was relevant, y'all? Over 2 years before I even began working with them and for them, they had already committed a massive spree of the most serious white-collar crime, y'all. And then suddenly you're like, oh no, how dare you tell the truth? I wasn't sent there, y'all. That's the thing. You all know that Michael Brumbag, like you were saying, oh, he got you that job. No, he fucking did not, y'all. He wanted to move out of his aunt and uncle's house so he could smoke weed and drink more, and that's what was so weird. I guess hang out with his girlfriend, who's then saying that, well, even he was saying that he just didn't want to have sex with her and that she was a nympho. Do you understand that? Michael Brumbach sat around calling Jess Ortega a nympho, a nymphomaniac, because she just wanted to have sex and he didn't want to, and I couldn't make that up if I wanted to, y'all. Look how fucking evil you people are for grouping up like some despicable fucking tribe, helping the goddamn Russians, and then being mad at me when I actually tell the truth, y'all. That's the objective truth. How dare I tell the fucking truth? Right. The quote mother of my children that all of you have lied straight to my face about, thinking it's fucking funny. Oh yeah, do you have any kids? Oh yeah, do you have any kids? Oh yeah, do you have any kids? Those are words you're gonna fucking eat for the rest of your lives, some of you. And see, some of you asked me that question in a way that was not so evil. And I'm serious, y'all. I don't hate any of you. That's what's terrible. I'm a better person than fucking all of you, apparently. God damn, you people are fucking despicable. These people, y'all, this is what I'm saying, to let our government sit around and let fucking violent psychopaths like these fucking people on the TV right now continue to maintain a wire on me. What the fuck are any of you thinking, y'all? What the fuck are any of you thinking? It's not just defamatory, y'all. This is some fucking despicable shit, and you all know that. I can't even hear half of what they're saying, and every time I do, it's just like more fucking manipulation, more fucking lies, y'all. And that's the thing. Look how terrible it is. Like, if I turn on MSNBC or Fox, quite frankly, like, my own family and be like, oh my God, now they're just telling the truth, actually. And they're like, no, that's propaganda. Yeah, excuse me. MSNBC or CNN is what I meant to say, y'all. It's only Fox or TBN for them, right? They got to go to the fucking poison, the fucking straight up toxin that's created this fucking psychopathic denial, this shared psychotic disorder that these fucking people in the family maintain for them. Yeah, remember, you're like the good ones, even though you're sitting around accusing your very innocent family member of being a bad guy when you know he's a fucking gentle little puppy. He's a fucking gentle little puppy, and you're sitting around trying to help torture the living fuck out of him, thinking it's funny or like he deserves it, or like, oh no, there's some things you can't forgive. Not one of you can claim to be a fucking Christian. Not one of you. Your group, you're the number one sex traffickers in the United States and on the planet Earth, y'all. That's what you signed up for when they were like, don't ask any questions. Remember, no, we don't got any conspiracies, any secrets to hide. Yeah, no conspiracies. We just kind of value our privacy. And what was your privacy all about, y'all? That's the thing. My privacy is just about, well, being a private person and being able to edit my content and not have my fucking intellectual property stolen from me every waking goddamn moment of my life. That you people want to sit around and break the law, trying to act like slavery, literal slavery, can be legal again.
but they, in some cases, are inextricably intertwined. And that is the case here with Donald Trump. So what we would hope for in a situation like this is kind of the utmost in prosecutorial discretion. In other words, I could bring a case, but maybe it'd be wiser not to. One wonders about the wisdom of this case, and certainly one wonders even also about the wisdom of some of these other cases that may be brought up.
It's a great point, and my mind goes back to James.
The great point. Yeah, everybody's turning on Trump because he's definitely totally such a good guy, and he's so moral, and he incited violence that caused the literal loss of life on January 6th, yo. And then he tried to hold Ashley Babbitt up like a martyr when all of you fucking spew the most evil shit in the world about George Floyd, an innocent man who was just fucking executed Judge Dredd style in the middle of the goddamn street. You fucking people are so sick inside.
No, I agree with that, and I think, we can be moments where statesmanship would be called for. It seems, alas, to be somewhat in short supply.
Indeed it does. That's the thing that's kind of fucked up, y'all. It's like, even the women on your side are misogynists. They're just like fucking open misogynists. They're like actually hateful towards women as a whole in themselves. And like, and then they want to call me a misogynist because I just fucking actually speak the truth. Like, not one of you can even claim that the men on your side have any real fucking respect for you. Is that a nice position to be in, y'all? Does that make you feel good and nice? Like, nobody fucking respects your opinion on that side. I have more respect for you than anyone on your quote side. And that's so fucking terrible. What a fucking terrible thing. Really, yo, what a fucking terrible thing.
I think what Brent said is absolutely right. Prosecution should always involve a measure of discretionary judgment where you weigh.
Oh no, I got a paper towel, y'all, from my lunch. Okay, move that.
Even before I became Attorney General the second time, I said in relation to Mueller's investigation, that before we go off on a president, a sitting president, or a former president, there should be clear evidence of a real crime.
Look at this guy, yo.
Crime.
Look at this fucking guy.
And also, this is
And I mean, listen to this guy.
of his prior office.
Prior off, you've been sitting around listening to me like a bunch of fucking criminal psychopaths that they are, yo. Literally. And he knows he's just spewing fucking bullshit straight out of his mouth trying to defend that man right now. He knows he's just spewing fucking bullshit straight out of his goddamn mouth, and you all know it too.
This appears to be just a pathetically weak case that is, I think,
You are a pathetically weak man. Good way to put it, sir. Look, everything they say is the opposite of what they say, y'all. He is a pathetically weak man, intellectually, in terms of integrity, no fucking strength whatsoever. Probably physically as well, y'all. But come on now, I'm anti-body shaming, okay? I'm anti-body shaming. I really mean that. You know, I'm sitting here fucking being starved to death by these fucking psychotic, violent criminals in their fucking mafia. That guy, he's a member of the family, y'all. I'm not kidding. It's like Fox News is just like the family. Yeah, this fucking person talking right now, she's a member of the family. Obviously, y'all, that's why they cling to this shit. Because they all know that what I'm saying is true. They know that this shit is true. They know that this shit is true. They know that this shit is true. And look at that, Delaware State Police. I haven't even painted the word Nazis on your logo quite yet. Do you maybe want to obey the law and do the right thing here? Are you going to arrest Chuck Thompson, or would you rather face federal charges?
So if that's the case, and you're Judge Marchand, who has successfully prosecuted another financial case in the Trump with the Trump organization, and you look at this, you know.
my grandmother's like, can you turn that down? Can you turn that down? The TV is on volume 70, and I can barely even hear that you're making any sound over there. Can you shut your mouth? Like, hey, I'm trying to keep up this shared psychotic disorder over here with the TV at volume 70 and all this poison and fucking venom spit into my face by these terrible goddamn people. Can you please turn that shit down? Pretty please. And this chick's like, oh yeah, good, he's making fun of his grandmother. It's like, I love her very much. I'm not really, it's all in good fun. It's all in good, like, seriously, you have no room to anybody, seriously. They've been so fucking psychotic towards me, so fucking abusive. My own uncle, that's what's worse, y'all. My own uncle being so fucking psychotic towards our grandmother. Why the fuck is this house not even in her own name? It's her house, y'all. Like, what the fuck is wrong with my family? For real. Jesus Christ. Look at that shit, y'all. I mean, if my uncle actually sat down with me with a microphone, I wasn't ever, it's never going to be a gotcha, but see, now it's so simple, like, hey, did you commit any felonies? Did Bryce commit any felonies? Lying to the police about me, trying to, set this shit up again, and be like, no, I don't. Oh my lord. And look at that, y'all. I'm not gonna be some, I could live stream, walk up to the front door, no, that's what they expect from me. You understand? I'm better than all of you. Look how you fucking sat around filming me naked, trying to set this shit up again, trying to blame me for literally all of the shit I did not cause. Okay, I just got the camera set up, so y'all, in a minute I will show you, this cabinet is fucking, someone did their artwork on the front of this fucking cabinet, y'all. It's like, it's a star. Literally, y'all, and there's so much of that around this house. I'm gonna clean more and more, y'all. Seriously, I'm probably gonna have to leave any day now, but by the time that I do, y'all, this place is gonna be, more clean, of course, than it ever fucking was. Like how fucking evil that is. Just like, now, not on our turf, which is technically literally your turf. Like talk about nativism, y'all. I grew up in this community. Like, you can be like, no, you were just a kid. How dare you say that? Like, no, that's how terrible. How many of you cops are even like from Dover? How many of you are actually even from Dover, y'all? Like, like, I don't know how this shit works. I'm serious. Like, it's very common that you end up going like, from, how do I put it best? Like one city to another a lot of times, and there's nothing necessarily inherently wrong with that, y'all, but some people have raised concern, and I simply just mean that, at the end of the day, like, you kind of, it makes sense for you to serve the community that you are from in a way, right? But there's also consolations with that, because, are you just going to be buddy, like, are you going to obey the law, quite frankly? And that's the thing. Some of you approved, like, the answer is, well, nuance, y'all. Look how many cops have gotten in some deep shit for some abuse of power, and what do? They turn around, they go to another state, they turn around, they go to another city, they flee. Unlike I did, y'all. I'm posting months and months ahead of time. That's the thing, y'all. If I posted like one note, that would be one thing, but it's like note after note after note after note, and I'm gonna go back on my Facebook archive, y'all, show you everything. That's what I'm saying. Like, your job is to actually regard objective reality. It's not my job to make sure that you're regarding objective reality, y'all. If you want to work in law enforcement, that's on you. Just to let you know. All of you on Foxdale, you could just change. That's what I'm saying. Same with everyone in the family. It's not even like you sat around here like, now we're going to find hateful, bigoted bullshit after hateful, bigoted bullshit to try to point at you about. And you're all wrong. And you've known it the entire time. Like, your behavior in and of itself was some hateful, bigoted bullshit, y'all, the entire time. Like, oh no, it's a gift. We're just going to torture the living fuck out of you relentlessly. Defame the living fuck out of you relentlessly. That's not a gift, y'all. That is not a gift. That's called a setup. And that's how this shitty fucking organization works, y'all. They set you up and they act like they're all nice and friendly. And they want me to fucking marry someone that I didn't even choose. No consent. No say in the matter. And they don't give a single fuck about how I feel. They don't give a single fuck about my humanity. They don't give a single fuck about me as a human being in any way. It's all about their fucking communism. All about their straight up fucking communism. Which is exactly what they are. Straight up fucking communists, and they know it. They know it very consciously. They know exactly what they are. So I'm advocating to you, this is peaceful diplomacy. You know better than anyone how fucking terrible you've been. So how about you at least try to live up to what you pretend to be, y'all. Like fucking Palpatine. That's actually the problem, though, I just thought of, y'all, with. So I wanted to stream myself playing the Steam Deck on the deck, but I can't do that because I need the Steam Deck. I guess I could just from one stream, y'all, but it's no, you know, in this situation, come on, it got to be a multi-stream, y'all. It's like, that's the whole point. It's a tech demo, it's a portfolio, but I am the kind of person, y'all, that I'm serious. I'm so, like, if I had more money, I would 100% buy a second Steam Deck. Like, screw yourselves, y'all. I'm not kidding. What was I explaining, right? It's like you have a friend over, and it's like, okay, here's yours, and here's mine. Like, one's docked on the TV, you play on the couch, and the controller is still great. That's what I'm saying, y'all. I'm not sponsored, but, like, for real, that's actually, like, such a good point. What I'm saying is, y'all, this is a new product category. Eventually, you know, the Xbox, the PlayStation, they're going to be more like this. This is going to be the more popular one. I'm no prophet, y'all. I'm just letting you know that that's what those are the educated guesses that I can give you, and they're accurate. That's what I mean, y'all. And you'll actually hear me speak a little bit more plainly about that kind of stuff now that so many of you have just repeatedly. You know, I said that about the AirPods, y'all. Everybody, and I know, you're like, oh, yeah, you called it that an Apple product was going to be successful. What I called specifically, y'all, was that I was saying from the beginning, it's like, those are really affordable for what they actually are compared to the other products in that product category. The other products, you know, some of them were Kickstarters, right? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm all in favor, y'all. In fact, you know, I was rooting for them. Let me put it that way, y'all. It's not that I was rooting for them over anybody else, but I'm always rooting for, you know, the underdog, you know, like, you know, it's like I think it was the Eargo or something around I was like, you know, they had a display in Best Buy. I was like, that's cool, you know, I'd love to see it work out. And I'm not saying it didn't, you know, but what I'm saying is that it's one of those things that's just complicated when in a company like Apple approaches that, and you can tell that's the thing. You may think that I'm just like, oh, it's Apple, they made it so it's gonna be good. That's how you diminish my perspective. But I'll immediately, you know, point out to you that the honest to God truth is it has nothing to do with any of that, y'all. If I see Apple make a product, then I'm like, I'm kind of like, right? Okay, it's like one thing I will say is like, I'd love to see iPhones have USB-C. Can I just say it blatantly, y'all? It'd be really nice, everything USB-C. Now the downside is that anybody that has Lightning right now, right, then they got to change their cables. But like, I am serious in the long run. I see that the EU, I think, think is even. Let me pull up the article. Are they forcing that? I don't really know. And somebody at Apple might be mad at me. I don't know. That's the point. Like unfiltered, like that's kind of what I'm explaining is, to be honest with you, it's like we can argue about this this kind of grab. Like let's just type in Apple USB-C. Was it Brazil even, or it was somebody else I saw, another country? It was kind of like, you should switch to USB-C is trolling the EU over the USB. So maybe they don't, maybe they don't want to do it, y'all. But like, okay, I will. Is there? What's the nuance to this? I mean, it is part of it is, I'll just say right from the beginning, y'all. To be honest, capitalistic incentive, in my opinion. You sell a proprietary cable that has to be, kind of copyrighted, and so I'll give. That's what I'm saying, y'all. What I'm saying, like capitalism, that's the factor here. There's no single person at Apple that can change the fact that, they're trying to make money at the end of the day. They're trying to make money. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. Like, I'll be honest, y'all. The USB-C and Lightning, to me, there's almost virtually no difference between the effectiveness of either cable. They're both reversible and they both work quite well. But the main thing is that, it's actually just. Well, for them making money, I mean, how can you not see the company technically if they can hold out, longer like that? That's what I'm saying, y'all. As a business executive, even it's kind of difficult to, like that's a lot of accessories and products that have to say in their kind of proprietary ecosystem, right? So when I say unfiltered, that's what I mean by unfiltered, y'all. It's like really kind of is actually unfiltered, Now, in all fairness, though, this is what was always kind of interesting to me, y'all. They're clearly going in the direction of USB-C, and look what happened with the MacBooks, right? Everybody's like, oh, I don't even have normal USB, and I'll be honest, y'all, I was immediately just like, well, the throughput on those ports, like, I understand what they're doing. The MacBook is really thin. For them to keep standard USB-A ports on those computers when they're as, thin profile as they're making them, right? The keyboard was another thing to kind of acknowledge, right? There's some frustrations around that. And I'll be honest, y'all, then the new keyboard, this is my personal opinion, they got it completely right. I'm not an Apple fanboy, but then the old one with those, there was like the butterfly mechanisms. I'm not saying it was some horrible misstep. It just, it didn't have the key travel. I think a lot of people on a MacBook, that's when I say, like, keep it simple. I'm not saying anybody did something so wrong by implementing that. I think there were real engineering reasons when it comes down to it. It was about a product they're trying to make, very thin, right? But what I was saying way back then, and that's kind of like, I'm not saying anybody took my input, what I was saying way back then, and I really mean it. Nobody is sitting there taking my input about this stuff. It's like the Chromecast I mentioned last night, y'all. The very first thing when I see the Chromecast come out, I was like, there's one thing about it. I wish it had a button that just had a play pause even, like literally, like even if it was just that, because every time you pull something up on the Chromecast, you're like, crap, I need to pause. Where's my phone? It's like if there's just a remote on the coffee table, that's one of when I say keep it simple, that's what I mean even about the multi-stream concept, right? This is much more like unnecessarily complicated, and it's not expensive equipment, y'all. It's a bunch of old hobbled together crap, to be honest with you, other than like this one microphone is probably the nicest thing of all of this, and other than the Steam Deck, of course, as well, right? It's like, but the Steam Deck, y'all, it's like I'm a computers guy who's never even, for years, I haven't even had my own desktop computer with a GPU. You went in, you found a bunch of shells, you understand? Like, one of those desktops was the desktop I'm referring to that at the time, I paid, $430 for with saved up Christmas money, and, over years, right? This is my first computer, and I shopped around for over 6 months, over a year, actually, in the scheme of things. I was looking for so long, I was like, man, I have no money to buy this, but I love computers. I really want my own computer so I can learn, and y'all, if I didn't have my own computer back then, in some ways it's so weird because every dollar that I've spent on computers has counted so much. I'm not kidding. It's like I wouldn't even be, the technologist to some extent. I still would have loved computers and worked on them. There's no question. But I wouldn't even, without making those educated purchases, really, I research every purchase. It's something Michael and I used to talk about all the time. And I know, it's really frustrating. Like, we'll never be friends again in any way, y'all. The man is actually violent, and for him to get a gun during this, that's what I was so concerned about, because I know him better than anyone. But he and I used to talk about like how like his dad, a senior fellow at Lockheed, and I were, because his dad would spend a year to 6-8 months researching every single purchase he made, and that sounds like like an engineer, y'all. Like, that's the whole point. Everybody's like, oh, you're the music guy. I was like, no, I'm not the music guy. I'm the computers guy. Like, I'm the tech guy. I'll be honest with you. You don't believe that. because you've never seen me with some super well edited, like perfect content up on YouTube. Like, oh, I just can't even believe it. Yeah, it's like if you don't have a camera on yourself 24 hours a day, being a super programmer, then you can't even be considered, successful with technology. I'm the psychology guy. It's kind of the same thing. Like, none of my coworkers, they even very, very much noted. It's like they're kind of sitting around like, yeah, no, you're like, wow, you're learning so fast. I've never even like that's actually really impressive. I got people joking. They're like, yeah, how many dev boxes are you running down there now? It's like a dev box farm. Like, it's just adding, they know how this, let me put it this way, y'all. They know that, like, wow, this guy that's doing like DevOps work, he's like taking these machines and like in a day, this is what's like, so you don't realize like 10 machines go up because I'm just like, oh my gosh, I have so much work on my plate. I will hustle, like get these machines imaged as quickly as I can. Like the office administrator at the time, I appreciated y'all. She's doing, Jason's job for him. It's like a few monitor stands, y'all. Be honest, that's the thing. It was just a few, but still, any bit of help helps when you have no one on your team that gives a single F and no one is willing to help in any way, shape, or form. So I'm extremely grateful. It's like she was helping y'all because she saw me running around just like, wow, that guy never does his job and you are so overloaded. You're not even allowed to take time off. I see you up here every single day, day in and day out. Everybody else just like, quote, work from home, quote, work from home, quote, work from home. And you're like up here really working, like actually working, like sweating, like under these desks, like putting up dev boxes. Like, no, not under anybody's desk in a weird way, y'all. Like, that's the thing. I'm the kind of person, I don't even want to, if I walk up your desk, I'm like, hey, just an FYI, like, I need to go under there. If you want to, like, if you're, I'll wait till you go on a break. I don't want to be up in your space. Like, that's how fucking mindful I am about that kind of stuff. If I need to say it on that note, y'all. But really, truly, all of those, dev guys knew. They're like, man, you're kind of just like the hardware stuff for you. It's just like, like you just like do it like it's nothing, because it is like nothing, y'all. I mean, it's well, that's the thing that's complicated though. It's not like nothing. Like, you don't have to have a lot of technical knowledge. You're dealing with, all of the tools that an entire remote development team uses, and that's one of the big picture things. Speaking of psychology, y'all, it took all of the psychology in the world for me to be like, okay, y'all, you're trying to build this one single, quote image, and that's the thing. I'm not gonna say anything proprietary, y'all, but basically it was just like you're trying to build one image. Like, and all of you have differing ideas about what goes in that image. Everybody's got a different preference. Like, wait a second, y'all, I'm one man. You all know that no one else on this team is doing their job. It's like, I got one brain, I got one CPU, and I'm just like me, like all of this different stuff. I'm just like, literally, like, okay, your request conflicts with this request. Can your manager do his job and actually settle any of this instead of me having to be like, hey, this person said that and this person said that, and the manager's just like, oh my god, the parent company. It's like, I don't want to hear about the parent company right now, man. Like, I got so much to do for real. Like, from the very beginning, like, I'm not trying to throw around. This is like a brain. I love the little like CPU. Look how long. I haven't even opened this box, y'all. Speaking of people that collect, their plushies or that kind of shit. I don't collect plushies, y'all. In fact, that's one of the things that sucks. I think I lost like all of them. I had Beanie Babies, just a few that had some sentimental value. I lost everything I own because of your fucking despicable bullshit, y'all. Not one of you will ever have any ask from me ever again for the rest of my life. I'm not a man of physical possessions in any way, shape, or form, y'all. But then you fucking plant shit on me repeatedly and psychopathically and psychotically, and you expect me not to acknowledge you, like what you probably just said in response to that. Oh, you're not a man of physical possessions. Like, fuck some of you people on the wrong side of this, y'all, for real. It's so terrible. Your fucking culture wars. The fact that I was just always a good, respectful man and my own family is spitting in my face like, George Floyd fucking deserved it. That little fucking piece of shit. Like, you have no idea how despicably evil your fucking venom has turned. Yo, you have no idea. I wish I had the ability to even tell you, but let me let you know something that has always given me faith, y'all. I'm not ever asking, I don't hate any of you, and I'm not ever, asking God to like take you off this earth at any time, y'all. But when you die, in 30, 40 years. You understand that whole concept of like you watch a video feed of your whole life looking back, right? You've been trying to say this shit to me, y'all, like I'm going to eat my words or regret it, and you have no idea that I've always been telling the truth. And it's the total fucking opposite of a lot of what you've heard. In fact, the vast majority, y'all, anybody on the wrong side of this, the vast majority of what you've heard is straight up psychotic lies, straight up perjury. And you're like, no, you're not allowed to just, well, be exactly who you are because we're all participating in what is literally a shared psychotic disorder. Like, I'll be honest, y'all, that's the problem. You know, it's like I don't have to regard your fucking shared psychotic disorder when you're sitting around lying about me, acting like I'm suffering from, quote, psychosis when you all know that I'm not. And that's a load of complete fucking bullshit. It's always been a load of complete fucking bullshit.
Want an opportunity forthwith to make a motion to dismiss these charges on their face on the very points that we're describing here, which is whether the district attorney had jurisdiction to bring these felony counts.
I'm saying when you watch that video upon your life, y'all, that's the thing. You will know. You understand? That actually gives me so much faith. You have no idea, because you have no idea how wrong this has been, y'all. You have no idea. You have no idea how I feel inside even right now. You're like, oh, you're being cold, and you don't even understand me. That's the problem, y'all. You've sat around lying about me so much with people who were so cruel towards me for so long, and I didn't even want to talk about it. That's the thing. I forgave, and I forgave, and I forgave, and I forgave. That's what I've said to my grandmother, y'all. And you're not even supposed to hear it. But I said, I just wish. I just wish I could give you everything. Really. And that's the thing at this point, y'all. I'll give the whole world every moment of my life right now until you regard the truth. That's what I need you to understand. And I have every legal right to do so. Just like I always did. Just like I always did. And you're like, why didn't you do it sooner? Well, you know what, y'all? I didn't think that I had to. I had faith, actually. That's the problem. I had faith, and not one of you has had faith. That's the problem. I had faith. I had faith in people that I thought were actually people of God, and maybe they would behave like people of God. But y'all, if you go through this list, that's the thing, y'all. Dunning-Kruger, and quite frankly, narrative. It's so easy to look at this list and say, oh, delusions. I don't believe you about, quote, the family. My precious little church group. No, I don't believe you. Oh, quote, hallucinations. Yeah, Austin Police Department. That's the shit they want to say. And that's what makes me so upset with my brother. Because he knew better. And he sat around. And in some ways, that's the thing, y'all. He puts me in a spot where it's like, what fucking side are you on? What fucking, I'd share a Facebook status that, well, he had some reasoning I agreed with, y'all, and then he fucking edits it after I shared it very intentionally. That's what made me upset, y'all. If you want to talk about things that were said on Facebook, then that's something we need to emphasize, y'all. What did he say at first? He was pointing out, let me also point this out to you, y'all. He was actually explaining my logic. He and I had these conversations. He was actually expressing exactly, like, and I'm telling you, y'all, he did. I don't care in a way, but he stole from me. He stole from my mind what I said to him on this particular topic of legalization in Texas of cannabis, y'all. Which, again, I'm not, on any drugs, y'all, and I'm not fucking, that's what's so terrible. You people just don't give a fuck about the truth. You just don't give a fuck about the truth at all. My testimony. See, that's the thing. Like, I'll ignore the timing of sirens, y'all. In Austin, for example, it was so goddamn clear. I turn on the police scanner, and why would I be listening to the police scanner, y'all? I mean, I'm not fucking Batman. Come on now. Like, I'm this poor dude who has no money. He sat around like, wait a minute, is it doing a fucking handstand? Like, you're like, yes, it is. It is. The man that you're just like trying to create this straight up fucking conscious fraudulent lie about so actively. Like, oh my lord, y'all. It's been like a gut punch. It's not mental illness. It's been like a gut punch every day in my life to even have to recognize, look at this, I can work with people in another country who see me exactly how I am, and they know the truth. And everyone around me, just fucking politics, just your fucking venom. Shared psychotic disorder, straight up. And so here I am, I'm like right here in our own country, the place I was born and raised, at least partially, y'all. This is the thing, I was raised in Texas too. It's a part of who I am, and it always will be. You know, am I a Southerner? Well, look how much nativism and chest beating there is around that concept alone, y'all. I'm a native U.S. citizen through and through with very deep roots in this country, and then you people sat acting like I was some alien outsider when I had always been among you just quietly doing so much work, so much good work for a company, being so underpaid and never complaining about it, being waged war upon. I move into an apartment with, not with, but somebody's planning to abuse this equipment upon my life from the beginning, which is such a relentless human rights violation, such a relentless federal felony. That's so illegal, y'all. So illegal. Like that's cute or funny. Like you fucking have a slave, like you got a little house pet and a human being because you're abusing equipment that's intended for law enforcement, and then law enforcement is going to turn around and try to retroactively generate justification, completely ignoring every single bit of our most fundamental, foundational constitutional law. What the hell is wrong with some of you people, y'all? And I say some of you because, y'all, the tide has been turning for so long. Some of you do not realize how many informants there have already been. Some of you do not realize, like, Texas is a good state. And honestly, that's the thing, y'all. At the end of the day, this goes out to, you know, the entire public of the state of Texas. When I keep saying that every single moment you remain focused on me means pushing real violent criminals back out into the state of Texas, who do you think I'm really talking to? Everyone? Who do you think I'm really speaking to? Greg Abbott or Ken Paxton? No, they're clearly psychopaths, y'all. They're not going to stop. You think I'm talking to any other country just because, well, every other country on this planet with any morals or decency sees me exactly as how I am if they go look at my content, y'all? Do you think I am? No. You know, I appreciate anyone out there in the entire world that has recognized this for what it is. Don't get me wrong. That's not a no, like I don't appreciate. You know, people looking out and, quite frankly, you know, understanding I've lacked for physical health care. These people don't even want to let me do a job, let alone get health care, because they're participating in a straight up shared psychotic disorder. Yo, there's some people that recognize, like, wow, I don't just have some value, I have a lot of value to offer, even if I'm not perfect, and no one is perfect. I'm definitely not perfect, yo. No one is perfect. But some of you, you're not just not perfect, you're being straight up evil towards me, and you know it, and instead of just changing your ways a little bit, you just cling to hate-filled bitter denial, despite the fact that I've been forgiving you, and forgiving you, and forgiving you. And what do you do with that forgiveness? You take it, and you just try to throw it all away, brutalize me even harder, try to convince yourself that you were ever correct when you never were for a moment. There's a lot of delay in this multi-stream, yo, and that's what I'm saying. That's one of the easiest things to fix with engineering. Really, that's one of the easiest things to fix. In fact, you know, thinking about it, there might already be, I haven't really seen, there might already be some applications that tie together a couple devices. You know, something kind of similar to Camo. I don't think Camo can let you do multiple devices at a time, but I'll have to check, right? Part of the reason, though, that this is different, even than that, and I want to emphasize it is kind of different, right, is that I can actually turn on cellular and I can walk down the street. And my feed through cellular then is still, it's a separate stream altogether. Separate audio stream, separate video stream. And so it's kind of like, we're really kind of, you know, brand new in that way, y'all. And that's the thing, is like, I've hobbled this together, you know what I mean? Like, and again, again, I'm not trying to, to my knowledge, that is not a politically incorrect term so much, but I'm not trying to be. Maybe duct tape and bubble gum, is that less, there's more of a, safe, like really, it's duct tape and, because gaffer's tape, really, gaffer's tape, and technically I've not yet used bubble gum, but I'll be honest, y'all, it's difficult to get the angle in the clothed shower that I took today. And like, now I'm not exactly happy to be taking a clothed shower on camera, but this is what needs to happen at this point, y'all. You people got to get over this shared psychotic disorder. Look how hard you have to work to lie to yourselves and one another to even try to not feel terrible and shameful for what you've sat around and done, y'all. That's how you always know that you're wrong. You're like, no, you need to feel shameful because we allowed perjury and we denied your legal rights from the beginning, and then we brutalized you, and you were supposed to be grateful for the fact that we set you up so that we could actually try to frame you, and we victimized innocent people trying to frame you. Like, whoa, okay, slow down for a moment, wait a second, you're actually willing to go down that track even for a moment, and that's the problem. Apparently you are. That's how you know that you're so deeply, morally, and just, well, in your very soul of souls, you've been corrupted, y'all. You have eaten and drank in that poison for so long. Talk about addiction. You can't get off of it now. It's all about being right for you people. See, that's what always bothered me. It was always about being right for my oldest brother. It was always about being right for my parents. And they would get in these political arguments that just hurt my feelings because, hey, we're all a family. And then all of a sudden, they're both hating me, not knowing that they're both wrong, and I'm defending both of them to one another. And yet, what is their decision in response to that, to my forgiveness, to my patience, to my grace, quite frankly? They're just hating me even more. Just hating me even more, even further. That's how a family gets systematically destroyed, y'all. By a bunch of absolute fucking straight up pathological liars, psychopathic violent criminals who have no goddamn loyalty to their own country. And it's not just the DEA, but Jesus Christ, they are such a core and fundamental aspect of that. Now, speaking of resources, y'all, look how terrible that is. If I had the money, I would have bought a motherboard, and I would have used one of the cases that I had, right? This is one of the only reasons some of them are around, y'all. The motherboard and one of them was completely, like, occasionally it would boot, and then it would just, and I was doing, forensics on it, y'all. It's like stuff that none of you apparently could ever do. I'm sitting there, going through, not when you were watching me, really, y'all, but prior, and, really, that's the thing. I didn't have any time to work on my own, what is that, a project? People just throw me trash. You're like, use your super techno scales, here's some trash we're throwing away anyway, yeah, can you try to fix it? And they're not asking for it back. They're saying it's so broken that they're just throwing it away. Hey, this is just like all the clothes basically that I've worn for the vast majority of my life. This is going straight in the trash. You just want to kind of put it on your body, and then we don't have to pay for anything for you. It's like, okay, I don't really care. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I'm not somebody that really cares that much about it, in middle school, people used to make fun of me, y'all, because I literally wore, speaking of autism, y'all, I literally wore the same outfits in the same days of the week, like 5 days in a row, y'all. Like every Friday, I would wear the same cargo shorts and the same shirt. Every Monday, I would wear the same, it's not that I would wear the same pants every day, let me emphasize, y'all. It's just that I was kind of particular about, like, this is the outfit I wear on Tuesday, this is the outfit I wear on Wednesday, this is my Friday shirt. Usually my Friday shirt was my favorite shirt, y'all, because everybody loves Friday. Everybody loves Friday. It's like, I got this new shirt, I think it's cool. I had this one that was gray and purple with stripes, y'all, and it was from Hollister, y'all. That's the thing. I'm a human being, It's like, oh, you wore Hollister. It's like, okay, we went to the outlets in Grapevine, Texas, and that's where anytime that I had Hollister, y'all, it was from there, because it was like a sale, and it was actually, I would even, when we go to Hollister and buying the stuff that's on sale on the sale rack in the back, y'all, it's like, even then, it's like, if any clothes I have, I'm like the cheap sale of the fancy quote stuff, just like Ralph Lauren, you know? It's just like, my goodness, the narrative around this crap, y'all. I've never cared that much about how I look, but everybody wants to fit in to some extent. Like, come on, y'all. You people run around in your fucking trucks, you know, you pay $40,000, $50,000 for a vehicle, and what is it for you? So you can rev it up and be super loud and harass people like me on the street participating in one of these, a shared psychotic disorder? How dare you sit around and act like I'm some rich dude for buying a $400 computer, which is probably half the price of the laptop that you threw at your kid who ended up, you know, typing a single Word document on it one time before it ended up in the trash. I was never upset about that, y'all. You know, people come in, they're like, I need to get my kid. And this is actually one of the main things to point out, y'all. It's like, you got to understand, you know, when I talk about sales being really useful for me, y'all, I learned so much. I learned so much. And I find a way to get value out of every job. You know, one of the main things, y'all, is I like to make anybody's day better. And I did that at Panda 2 to the best of my ability, y'all, and that's what hurt my feelings about it. I'm just like, how much sauce, you know, and I'm like a handful. I'm not trying to make a fucking, that's what's so despicable to me, y'all. Talk about shared psychotic disorder. And then I've got people spitting in my face like, oh yeah, people shouldn't be making jokes about, you know, things that they did. It's like, I'm not making a joke about anything. It's just a fucking figure of speech, y'all. Come on now. Come on. It's like I can't even be a human being. You people have no idea how much I've been literally, openly tortured. And everywhere I go in life, everybody's just saying, no, just live with it. Why don't you just need a girlfriend? It's like, you don't have any idea, y'all. Talk about that dog with a fucking treat on his nose. So many people acting like, oh, you're not picking up the hint, but I can't even, like, you're not giving me a hint in this situation. That's the thing, y'all. Look how many people have lied straight to my face. Do I have kids? Do I not have kids? Look how fucking terrible that is, y'all. I actually don't even know the answer, yo. That is fucking evil. Just to let you know. That is fucking evil. So I'm being honest, yo. I don't know. You know, I'm saying to the one person that was even a possibility because she had already, so many of my coworkers and she had already basically thrown it in my face to the point where I could maybe assume. But look how many of you, like straight up fucking psychopaths, have lied to my face and then acted like it's one way or another, right? Debbie's like, well, she terminated the pregnancy. I don't know. That's the thing, yo. I have no fucking idea. It's so fucking sick, quite frankly, yo. Debbie clearly wanted to help perpetuate this narrative that I was having some kind of psychosis or delusion. And that's what bothers me, yo. If Debbie was ever for a moment claiming to be a mental health professional, Debbie has no fucking future. No fucking future at all. There is no mental health professional that could try to make what you've done okay. You know, what I can prove myself. And I'm not claiming that, just to let you know. I'm not claiming that for a moment. So fucking despicable. You're like, no, you have to be despicable because we allowed perjury and we denied you your guaranteed most basic fucking human rights for years and years on end. And you get up here for a safe house and what do you want? You want more fucking slavery! I'll be the first to say, y'all, that, you know, if you ever choose or chose to actually turn from your ways, you might have a chance at salvation. But so many of you, never, ever, right now. Because you've clung and you've clung and you've clung and you've clung and you just refuse, y'all. You just refuse. You refuse to even for a moment, right? So you don't even have to apologize to me. That's the worst part. You just have to stop fucking psychopathically committing the same goddamn crimes, same fucking hate crimes, same fucking violent crimes, trying to lie to the fucking police. And Chuck tells me about a covenant and immediately, y'all, I'm like, okay, I cannot work for this goddamn man. He's part of this fucking mafia, part of this fucking mafia. Before that, y'all, it's like, well, he made some political comments, but I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. And you know what? He's saying he needs help right now, y'all. That's how manipulative. It's like, I really need guys, you know. But then he's also like, oh, these guys in recovery. Oh, God, y'all. There's no fucking recovery. That's what's so terrible. And you're like, oh, no, you're not recovering. No, I'm saying that there was nothing to recover from, you fucking bigots. And you all know that's true. That's the problem. You all know that that's true. It's so fucking terrible that you sat around for so goddamn long trying to act like I'm a fucking addict when you know for a fact that is a load of straight up bullshit, y'all. So just for the permanent public record, this is the gaffer's tape from our shower stream today. Non-sexual shower stream I'm just throwing away, along with these paper towels. I do want to bring to everyone's attention in the entire fucking world that it is generally the mentality of abusers that if they don't see something with their own two eyes, that they just don't believe it at all. Yeah, no, I just don't, I can't even, like, and that's how my fucking family has always been, unfortunately, y'all. Just like, no, what were you really doing your homework? Were you really, wait, I've got straight fucking A's, are you kidding me? I know, were you really studying? Like, wait, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, it's like, we're not even in a point, like, no, at no time was I, deeply academically struggling. Even in college, y'all, that's what's fucking terrible. I'm like, hey, I mean, I actually got pretty, not bad grades, Honestly, y'all, that's the thing. Your kids go out there, they get fucking D's and F's, and they drop class after drop class. They don't attend half the time. They're off smoking weed and drinking a lot of times. Oh, you don't think they are? That's because you're fucking full of shit. You haven't just held me to a standard which is completely fucking ridiculous, y'all. You've sat here just living in a made-up fucking reality. Completely fucking fictionalized reality. And why is that? Because some of you just always live in that world, y'all. And it's brought to my attention for sure when I come back here and I see family that, oh my God, I thought that they would actually give a single fuck about, well, real God, about like salvation, about regarding their own family members' innocence. But nope, no, they don't give a single fuck. They'd rather go straight to hell for these fucking people in real life, straight to hell. And I am not the one sending them there. And look at the fucked up doublespeak, yo. Because what? They're gonna accuse me of like, oh, well, he won't even say that to our faces. And yes, I will. That's the thing, y'all. That's actually the difference between all of you and me. I will say all of this straight to every single fucking one of your faces. And you have always sat in bitter fucking denial of that objective truth, y'all. That is the truth. I'll say all of this straight to you. And why don't I most of the time, y'all? Because, well, you're entitled to your, entitled. You have your political opinions, and, well, I'm certainly, I'm not gonna, tell you that, you're not allowed to have your opinions, y'all. That's the honest to God truth. You're allowed to have your opinions. Really. 1 second. It's one of the dichotomies with technology, especially in this context, yo, is that I do. I mean, even it's always been the thing that in life, I'm most naturally kind of just, it's not even acclimated to, yo. That's the thing. It's hard to put into words. It's like my right hand, if you need to put it that way, y'all. It's like, and maybe psychology as well. My left hand, which one's my right hand? I don't know. As you think about it the right way, I mean, there was no PhD in computer science right there raising me when I was younger. There was a PhD in psychology, and that's what's so hurtful about me having to fucking educate someone who is part of the reason that I'm so fucking educated about psychology, that no, you can never sit around wielding your fucking degrees trying to justify straight up psychological torture for a relentless period of time. You're helping violent, psychotic criminals, and no, that is not okay. So, right here, okay, let's check the feed, right? Go back. There's some delay in the cameras, y'all. We're gonna move, the DEA's beautiful little logo they fucked into the dirt here. Keep this guy's shady little fucking eyes right there. All right, you can see my book, but you can't really see what I'm reading, right? I could use a better camera angle for that. Okay, that's the problem, y'all, is that any of these quote disorders, I mean, you're already starting, most of you, if you're even looking at a DSM, which you needed to be, if you're going to sit around and torture someone as relentlessly as you have been, that's the problem, y'all. That's part of the problem. Like, you're so fucking we're not even in, I'm not trying to sound arrogant, y'all, but like, we're not even in the same fucking category. And you're like, no, you're like the fucking angry goddamn villagers in that show, Castlevania on Netflix, y'all. Like, oh my god, side, and like, I'm no fucking Dracula. That's the thing, y'all. I'm no fucking Dracula, but you just project all the bullshit in the world. Like, oh, he knows about computer science. Oh, he knows about, psychiatry. Oh, how fucking dare he be more educated than literally all of us, apparently, who just like are okay with straight up illegal modern slavery, openly embracing what is obvious fucking perjury, yo. Obvious fucking perjury. And that's the problem. He treated this like it was a socially driven popularity contest from the beginning. Like, this is about likes on Facebook or some bullshit. You know who takes advantage of all of your puny little brains in that way all the time, y'all? Because Facebook likes are so easy to fucking manufacture. And I'm not even saying that's exactly what happened, y'all. I'm saying that this guy, he fucking so consciously knows so many of you QAnon dumb fucks down in Texas who don't even know that QAnon is from this guy, y'all. He's the one, that's what he does, y'all. He throws the rock and then he hides his hand. He's the one behind QAnon. He's also the one sex trafficking all of the kids in the United States through this organization known as the family. So if you're going to sit around and talk shit, y'all, about, quote, pedophiles, and that's my point, y'all, you should at least fucking educate yourselves. But you got somebody here that's going to fucking educate all of you, especially if you're going to sit around and behave this way. I don't give a fuck how you feel. You understand? This is the unfiltered edition now, and it's always going to be the unfiltered edition for the rest of my life. Too many fucking trucks just fucking swerved at me on the road, putting not just my safety at risk, but other innocent lives. You people are out of your fucking minds, and you eat up that goddamn propagandist bullshit. Television sort of does rule the nation, doesn't it, yo? And that's the problem. It's not just television now. It's Facebook and it's other social media platforms. And again, y'all, I'm not even blaming Facebook. What I'm saying is that, that we have to look at the nuance of things like what happened with Cambridge Analytica, right? And there's more than a little bit of real nuance there, yo. More than a little bit of real nuance there. So why is it so relevant, y'all? Part of what's so relevant to me is that none of you believed any. It's one thing, okay? Let me put it this way, y'all. It's one thing if you're just kind of like, oh, I kind of don't believe. I kind of don't believe, I find that hard to believe. But see, that's not how any of you actually operate. You're like, no, you're so fucking stupid. Oh, yeah, you think the Russians, like, and then who do you, like, oh my God, there's so many topics in that, specific category that I can honestly bring up to you that it's just like, Jesus, you people. Oh my God. You don't understand how fucking bad, y'all. You don't understand, and that's what I'm saying. This is not a claim, about these people being these sex traffickers, not just of the United States. The family, to be clear, anybody listening on Spotify later. Oh, that's how it works now, y'all. Just to let you know, I broadcast live, multi-stream, redundancy. Look at that, a one-man show in real life, and you just watched a one-man make all of the technology behind the one-man show. You just watched him, log into accounts while you've got fucking spy spyware on his phone. You got fucking spyware on his computer. You know, for anybody that watches this later, please understand, I'm not mentally ill. That's the point. You know, how dare anybody? It's like I'm sitting here with an i7 4790K that I bought as a sale deal because I did a bunch of e-learnings, you know, outside of work, quite frankly, because I was like, man, I really need a computer. I've never had an actual good computer, and maybe I can get one someday. I'll just work my fucking ass off, and these goddamn bigots sat around talking all the shit in the world, breaking all of my technology, using all of my own technology to enact what is straight up the world's most cruel and defamatory and illegal modern slavery for over 3 fucking years. And oh, some of them love when I raise my voice because they're like, oh my God, he's so angry, y'all. Look at that. Look, he's aggressive. But none of these people can fucking control themselves. That's what I'm saying. Swerve their trucks at me on the road. Yo, you got that despicable fucking evil, straight up Palpatine look in your eyes every time you people pull that shit, yo. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you know exactly what you are and you're proud of that shit. You know, honestly, even my Uncle Jeff, yo, he's just like, yeah, I'm definitely fucking Palpatine. Like, it's like, you know what you are. Calling, you know, we're at lunch. I'm not even wanting to talk about politics. That's the thing. All of you want to talk to me about politics. And your politics are so fucking paper thin. Like, yeah, Nancy Pelosi is like, my grandma has dialed it down because I'll be honest, y'all, it's kind of gotten her a couple times, y'all. Is the thing is like, she'll say things to me, and I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, no, and she's like, how dare you point out the flaws in my shared psychotic disorder and my complete lack of any logic or reason whatsoever. No, that's not how it's supposed to go, sir. No. It's like, no. Unfortunately, I'm not even arrogant, but see, you people are arrogant as fuck, and that's actually your greatest weakness, y'all. You're so fucking arrogant. You're so fucking narcissistic, y'all. I put this on the television, and why? How many times my grandma, she's like, oh, I sounded so, it's a little bit loud. Like, even today, I'm not even really yelling. I'm just, like, commenting on it. She's like, I'm hearing sound. You shut your mouth. like, really, I love her so much, y'all, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, my own family is more and more I pointed out to them. They're just like, oh, yeah, you think we're Palpatine? Oh, yeah? Okay, now we're definitely Palpatine. We're so fucking evil, like, we know it, and we're embracing it more and more and more. Yeah, did you watch Dinesh D'Souza's 1,000 Mules? You know, I definitely thought that totally proved to me that the election was robbed from Donald Trump, which is totally why nobody thinks that the election was actually robbed from Donald Trump in any way, shape, or form. Like, really, y'all, I kind of was laughing inside a little bit at that one. It's just like, I haven't even seen, I was like, I'll watch the documentary. I'll sit and watch it with you. That's what some of you don't understand. I'll sit and I won't even comment. I won't even say a word unless you want me to. Then if you want to talk about it, we can. And that's the thing, though, is that you're not going to want to talk about it. Really, y'all, that's the problem. You're like, oh, I wish I didn't hear that. All of you, like, as soon as we get into politics, I have some, like, nuance. Like, I'm more of a logician, y'all, than, you know, when it comes to, like, these discussions. I don't like politics, y'all, but it's like, your politics are fucking terrible. None of you even think about your own opinions for a moment, and then you just want to group up and, like, yeah, no, we just enjoy our privacy. We're not, like, you know, evil or anything like that, you know. We're not doing anything. There's no, like, conspiracies or nothing like that, you know, no conspiracies at all. Definitely not any conspiracies going on around here in these parts, you know, in the family, which sounds like the mafia, because it is the mafia, yo. It's a straight up mafia. Chuck was so mad, yo, so mad. Let's go back outside for a few minutes, yo. You know, to be honest with you, shout out Steam Deck, yo. We're going out under the the Steam Deck. We're just gonna hang out on the deck for a moment. You know, he's sitting there probably filming me from that fucking trailer over there. I'm gonna film myself, y'all. You film, goddamn psychopaths, straight up fucking psychopaths. Good job, everybody. You filmed the man naked. Even more. now he's not filming himself naked, but he's filming himself with the compression shorts on, and that's what they are. Just to let you know, y'all, those are compression shorts. They're not even really necessarily like underwear, but filming himself, in the shower naked. Let me bookmark this with my. Oh my God! Remember I mentioned I was like, what does this look like? Because you fucking one-dimensional. The lens wipes, y'all. Lens wipes. All right. I'll be honest, y'all, it's even things like that when you're going through somebody's home and you're like, wait, this person owns lens wipes. Like, what fucking criminal, y'all? Like really, for real. It's just like, what fucking criminal, on that topic. This shit it's not funny is really what I'm trying to say, but y'all, like, it's fucking despicably evil that any of you tried to act like there was anything fucking for you here. You're that fucking evil, y'all. You're actually that fucking evil, and that's what bothers me deeply. At the end of the day, is you are so dead set on your fucking terrible politics and serving the goddamn Russians that you actually don't give a fuck about the truth. You're more worried about being, quote, right than you're loyal to your own nation. And that's how we have shit like January 6th go down. And quite frankly, all of you are just like, yeah, they just wanted to. And again, I'm not even trying to, and my grandmother, but that's what she's hearing on Fox News. I think they just wanted to go into the Capitol, they just wanted to go take a look inside. And no, they fucking did not. That's the problem. No, that is not what they just fucking take a look inside. And no, they fucking did not. That's the problem. No, that is not what they just fucking wanted. Hey, Punchy, too bad. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to tell if anybody, because I usually have one or so. Hey, Punchy, too bad. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to tell if anybody, because I usually have one or so viewers. So, let me make sure I've got my audio fixed here, though. I'm going outside real quick. You asked if someone. You asked me if someone broke in. Oh, it's okay. How are you? I'm going outside real quick. You asked if someone. You asking if someone broke in? Oh, it's all good. How are you? Overall, actually, I'm quite good. To be honest, this has been probably the most freeing thing that's happened in a while. And I'm not saying I feel great, but what I'm saying is, it's basically like being and it's not mental illness. It's like being psychologically assaulted by your own, family members relentlessly because of their terrible fucking politics. And then, they're all kind of pretending you're some horrible person when you're not. That's the part that's so difficult for me right now, honestly. Because, I've been trying to give context, but that's what I've been saying. It's like, there's no way to summarize this in any brief manner. And so, quite frankly, I'm at the point where I'll just be, hanging out outside on and off, doing my multi-stream thing. It's kind of like it is like a technology portfolio. I do write code, and a fair amount of code, honestly. The only reason I haven't written a lot more code in the last 3 years. Sorry to hear you dealing with that. Oh, I appreciate that. To be honest, I think that's one of the things to explain is that this is not me just I'm upset and I'm talking about my family. That's kind of how easily they would want to diminish all of this. They're actually really, really abusive in that way right now, because the truth is they are trying to pretend like it is even a possibility that I could or would have committed violent crime. And to be frank with you, it's a long story how that happened, but that graphic I've got up on Voyager 0. So just again to explain, I'm streaming in 3 different places right now. The camera I put on the deck there is Voyager 2, and I'll speak to that sometimes. And this is kind of like my my brain, what I'm seeing right now, right, has got really, I've said throughout this, in this kind of situation, I would actually 100%, I wish I could plug, a hard drive into my brain, just download all of the information and show people that I'm telling the truth, but nobody wants to believe me. I followed streams last night. That's the thing. I'm I gotta be honest. It's gonna be really, really bizarre, and that's why I've got the is 18 plus only trigger warning, because honestly, I did not ever plan for all of my content. I had a lot of content I planned. It is not always going to be, like a lot of it is just educational material, right? So if I'm talking about like computer science concepts, to be honest with you, it's not that I really am trying to make videos for kids or young people, which is part of this whole situation is like I need to explain to people, and it's a dichotomy, like in past relationships, my partner and I knew, like we were both, kind of planning on having a family, and like she knew that I'm good with kids, right? But I've just been like castigated as well. A lot of things that I'm not, including, being someone that anybody should be fearful of around their kids, which they shouldn't. I literally protect anyone in any way. But the thing is, I'm conscious of people's, judgments, and so I don't want to be around their kids, if that makes sense. Like, I want people to understand, like, who I am, and they're going to regard that objective truth no matter what happens, What's occurring is there's a medical term, it's called shared psychotic disorder. There's so many people clinging to their hate-filled bigotry in politics about me that, I'll go straight through it all at the end of the day. And quite frankly, it's one of those things where I worked with a lot of people internationally. They kind of didn't, they weren't subjected to the same groupthink as a lot of the folks in the United States, with particularly the long arm of not the law, but the right. Let me put it that way, not the law, because like, I am pro-law enforcement objectively, and these people have tried to treat me like I'm some criminal, and I never have been for a moment. To be honest with you, they don't even understand what's happening or why, because there's been federal investigation into the DEA and local law enforcement in Texas since, March of 2020, and I don't think they know what a multi-stream is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm streaming in 3 different locations right now. They're kind of like, oh, you're just talking it with a phone, like they don't know what Twitch is. They don't know what Facebook Live is, So, again, for me, it's like, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Now, if you're on Voyager 0, that's the thing. That's the main feed, right? So you'll be able to see at least, like, I'm talking into the camera. It's almost like a TV show. I appreciate that. I really do. Were you? I'm sorry that it's just. I've been streaming so much. Were you? I've chatted with a couple people briefly. Were you the one that we were talking yesterday? Because my stream like lost connection, and that's kind of what I need to keep saying, is that not all comments are going through. Like, and honestly, it's part of this situation. Probably a lot of people. And I'm not saying because obviously there's only 2 viewers here, right? Oh, no, we didn't talk. Okay, that's cool. That's totally cool. There was somebody that I was talking to, and I walked around the house here, and it was a she. She kept typing, but see, none of the notes went through. So I was just talking about what she was saying, kind of waiting for her to respond. And then I felt bad because once I got back inside, they all showed up. But I'm actually not kidding. Right now, it's just DEA, quite frankly. They will even try to prevent other people from talking to me in any way that they can. Like, that's how, quite frankly, despicable they are. Like, they don't care at all about the truth. They don't care about, regarding objective reality. Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing, I've dealt with so much, psychopathic denial of the objective truth. People trying to act like, I'm someone that I'm not. That it actually doesn't matter if people don't follow my rules, for example, that will, play against them in this case. Like, my rules in each of these streams are the same, right? No FSB, no the family, and, DEI, I've got notes in there. It's like, technically, I can't tell them they can't watch my streams. In fact, I want all of them to watch my streams right now because they clearly need to be fucking educated. That's actually the point. Like, DEA clearly needs to literally be fucking educated right now. None of them in their agency, really, not one of them deserves any bit of trust from anyone in this country right now. Not one of them. And honestly, that's the thing. They need to regard the fact that they're an international, entity, quite frankly. There might be a U.S. law enforcement agency by definition, but that's part of what's so, despicable, is that, like, there's no one on the planet Earth that has any reason to trust DEA right now based upon the way that they behaved throughout all of this, and I'm not claiming that. I appreciate that. To be honest with you, I know that a lot of people would disagree. I'm going to say that with the forethought that a lot of people will sit and be like, that's the thing. That's how all of this has gone. Anything I do, everyone's going to find a way to talk shit about me, twist and turn the narrative, act like I'm fucking crazy. But I'll be honest with you, even just this proof of concept with what I'm doing in multi-streaming, like that alone is actually kind of a brand new thing. Like no one can deny. You don't really, like I'm hobbling this together. Okay, I keep using that term, but I don't want to be, if that is politically incorrect, I'm not even saying that it is. That's part of what I want to emphasize though. Look how much I care about being politically correct in the first place. You know what I mean? And for example, this is a used vape I buy legally at a gas station. I don't do it on camera. I don't like to personally, just because I don't want to be a bad influence. But I'm openly explaining that when I set the camera down, pointing over here, I'm not vaping a bunch. I'm not, hyped up. That's the thing. I'm on the autism spectrum. These people have treated me like I'm completely, a fucking schizophrenic. They don't even know what that term means, a lot of them. And that's what's so terrible. Yeah, I smoke a lot someday. Yeah, see, I have no judgment. This is my thing. I believe in live and let live. And apparently, like, no one in this country on the wrong side of this. Let me emphasize that. For example, I've said before, I needed a shed. Like, that's what's so terrible. A shed, and not to do anything sketchy, right? I needed a shed with an internet connection. I would have lived in the middle of, there's so many great states in this country. In fact, that's the kind of person I am. Every single state, in my family, they used to talk shit about Arkansas a lot, for example. And like, as a joke, because we would drive through Arkansas, and in Arkansas, you go through the rest stops in Texas and they're like palaces. Some of them are amazing, I'll be honest. I love the state of Texas, right? They spend a lot of money on their infrastructure, that kind of thing. And then we go through Arkansas and it's like spider webs in the corner of the bathroom, right? And my mom's like, oh my God, it's so disgusting. Like, really, that's kind of how this like inner, it's like an inside joke in my, my immediate family. But I do want to say that I think that, Arkansas has a lot of beautiful land. I've got a friend, for example, I know that he always used to go up to Arkansas and he would talk about it all the time. It's like a great place. Like, that's what, I think to me is so important for us to remember. It's all about perspective. If you grew up in Arkansas, then that's a cherished place to you, just like this is to me. I grew up here. You know what I mean? Oh, are you in Texas? I was born. Oh, nice. That's awesome to hear. So I was born and raised here. I'm in Dover, Delaware. And I don't like to broadcast my location, don't get me wrong. But I actually really did. It's a long story. I posted on Facebook a long time ago. And before 2020, I basically was silent on any social media. I'm just a really private person. I've always been, I didn't have anything to hide. A lot of it did have to do with lack of money. And really, I was just, heads down with getting my degree in computer science and heads down then with, it's a long story. It was a really bad car accident. So it was like, right after I go to a school that's actually, it could have sort of been a good environment for me. That's part of this whole story. Like, I get there and I basically am really excited. The classes are smaller and the professors are good, in my opinion, especially for my major, right? I'm taking, some of the other classes, I'm not saying that I disliked the professors. There was just, yeah, it is beautiful. Look at this tree. I really mean that. That's one of the things, right? I'm not pandering when I focus on this kind of stuff. That's just who I am. And part of the reason I'm doing these streams this way is that I need people to understand I'm the kind of person, like yesterday on my stream, I set this camera up pointing at the yard. I used to do this when I was here all the time. I'm a very contemplative and sort of meditative person, right? I'm a very mindful human being through and through. And so when it comes down to it, it's actually a huge part of this to me that, I show people, they saw me, for example, and I know it sounds weird to say they saw me. It's a long story. There was this equipment that was already in the apartment that I moved into in Austin. And, to be honest, the leasing agent that shoved me in there, she knew about that equipment. She knew there was a receiving unit for that in the leasing office of that apartment complex. And it took me, I found out way after the fact, of course, right? But I'm not hiding anything, and nor was I back then. And that's what was so kind of like despicable and illegal about the entire situation is like, they lorded that equipment over me for so long. And then, to be honest, it's just psychotic as fuck to what they did. They let a group of people sit around with streaming that shit. And the thing was, I didn't know if the state authorities knew what they were doing, because the way that my coworkers worked for a long time, I don't like to talk about past business, right? But we really, I'm not kidding. I cannot emphasize enough how educated I am about tech and computer science. Like, when I was at this company, their entire operation in remote development really relied upon me in some ways. They needed somebody that was like a really hard worker that, the hardware stuff is basically like nothing for me. And then the software stuff is, well, it's kind of like nothing as well. It just, I just have to learn things that I didn't know yet. And that's the thing, I learned so quickly, and they were all complimenting, and like really every single person is like, wow, you learned that so fast. The other guy that started here, it took him 8 months before he was even doing that. You're doing that on your second week here. like I'm not kidding. Like time and time and time again, I'm getting the most positive resounding feedback. But just to, I could talk about that for straight up, days actually, because in an environment like that, a software as a service company, and that's the thing, I don't like to talk about past companies, but like it cannot be, emphasized enough, the amount of technical detail and nuance in the most seemingly simple things. It takes hours and hours and hours to get through some of that. And so for me, it was always kind of difficult. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm probably causing a bunch of feedback right now. Wait, 1 second, let me fix something. I'm going to do two things really quick. Probably too much echo here. So I'm just gonna mute the television for now. I've actually, look how weird this is in a way. I know, it's like I'm streaming my stream to my own television in, the residence that I'm in currently, which is not technically my, quote, house, but I came up here for a safe house. It's my temporary desk set up, right? Well, it's not my house, in all fairness. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? But I will say, I'm gonna switch to cellular really. Yeah, it'll take me just a minute. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Welcome back as well. So I switched because I would like to be able to walk around, and I might walk down the street for a minute. I used to walk barefoot in this neighborhood all the time, right? I'm just that kind of person. I'm not a hippie, but I think that's like the dichotomy with me. I'm just my own person, and I've always known that, and we how do I put it best? Like in our house that I grew up in here, I grew up in this house partially. It's kind of what bothers me. I'm actually not kidding. This tree back here did not fall down naturally. Like, this is the evidence of a hate crime in real life. And it's so hurtful that no one seems to want to address the situation because, well, everyone is playing, culture wars right now, like straight up culture wars. And it's like, what do you even do about that? What do you even say to that? Like, people don't want to regard the objective truth. This is, I'm falsely accused of doing a lot here that I did not do, to the point where it's so systematic. There's been a lot of other, feds involved, and I'm not a fed. Let me emphasize, I say other feds because, some feds, as in the DEA only, have been like straight up psychotic criminals, like over and over and over again, to the point where for anyone to be in defense of them right now is like shocking as ever living fuck, trigger warning, 18 plus only. That's part of the reason why I like it's almost impossible to hold back on the language because it's actually that bad. And it's one of those things where people are projecting all of this. You may have seen my DSM in there. Gotcha. So you're in Colorado. So that's the thing. I love Colorado. Can I actually say the first thing that pisses me off right now about Colorado is that the only thing anybody gives a single fuck about when you talk about Colorado is weed. It's like you bring up Colorado and you're like, oh yeah, you're going to Colorado for the fucking weed. It's like, oh my God. Like, and I don't even mean to me. I mean in general. Like the fact that Colorado is known for it's like this super outdoorsy state, beautiful, beautiful mountains, so much like amazing land, like so much in terms of the state parks, the national parks, and that's one of the most amazing parts of this country. My family, one of our we never had a lot of money, honestly, and so vacations we would mostly do road trips. Well, Colorado is one of the places. My context and background about Colorado is mostly like Red Rocks, right? And for example, up in the Northeast when we lived here, there's a place called Devil's Den. When my family always knew I loved to climb, right? A lot of I've always been into like acrobatics my whole life, and so I always loved to climb, and I always loved to do flips and stuff like that. And so we would go to Devil's Den, and my favorite thing was to climb around. Of course, my mom was always just like, don't get bit by a snake, and you'd see rattlesnakes and stuff like that around there. But I was always really, I guess in Colorado, I want to spend so much more time there. I love that state. I really do, from the bottom of my heart. But, right now, that's part of what's difficult for me. I love the state of Delaware. I love Texas. And it's just like anywhere I go, there's a lot of people in Colorado that are really, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I'll be honest, right now, I'm way skinnier than I want to be. And I mean, honestly, it's kind of part of the problem here is I have experienced real food insecurity. I'm not trying to complain either. That's what's part of what is so frustrating. I was talking about on stream today. It's like, I don't even know who bought it, right? Right now I'm in such a position with my family where, even if I accept food from them as kind of used against me, they're kind of like, no, how dare you, how dare you need to eat food? Because let me put it this way. People have not wanted to acknowledge to me that in Austin there was a quote, show sort of, as it wasn't mental illness as the thing. They were making a show out of, surveillance equipment in that apartment, which I was always just kind of like, wait a fucking second, without consent, I was already denied my legal rights to begin with. And that's what I'm saying, right? Is unfortunately, real perjury was allowed. I had a student loan that was in good standing, less than $50,000 in debt, only with the state of Texas, right? I worked my ass off for years in Austin. I'm just going to say that. Part of the thing, I appreciate the compliment about, my quote guns. I have a body that I have because I've worked my fucking ass off in my lifetime. I've educated myself about exercise science. In all fairness, I do, it's really frustrating the way that my whole family has behaved, but I've always looked up to my brothers my whole life, and to be honest, though, I've always acknowledged that, but while we are similar, we have some really, really core differences, and, one of them, for example, is, in my opinion, that's actually the problem. Now, my two brothers have always been a little bit more arrogant than myself, and despite the fact that one of them, he was always, way more shy than me, and once he got out of this one relationship, I think he dated around a lot for a while, which kind of made him kind of falsely confident to some extent. I didn't have an issue with that at all. It's I was never judging him for his dating life or whatever. More supportive of you. I want to emphasize that it's not that I want to talk about them at all. The problem is, and what's frustrating, I've actually just needed this to do this, what I'm doing right now. And I don't mean multi-stream. What I do mean is I actually have a lot of this I'm doing is straight up testimony for a really massive public corruption case, a real federal public corruption case. And I'm not claiming that. As in the state of Texas during this is where all of this really went down. And to be honest with you, there was so much dynamic and proactive projection upon me from the beginning. Part of what's so difficult is that, to be honest with you, so many people know, and yet it's we can't tell you because I don't. They think I'm gonna be mad. I'm not. I'm not even mad. That's what's so frustrating. Like it gets so systematically psychotic because of that. And I'm not accusing you, for example, but so many people that like they knew about this that was going on, and they're like, no, it's got to be okay. It's for, entertainment. It's for fun. Like or it's justice, right? And that's my problem, is that everyone in Texas was acting like this was some fair, balanced, like compromise that was reached. What they started doing, right? They didn't just have this equipment in my home. It really, I'm not kidding. So I'll even tell you, like on my YouTube channel, that's the thing. For anybody that's like, wow, that sounds ridiculous. They played that game so much. I'm like, okay, no. What I've needed forever, and I was prevented. Let me emphasize this. I was prevented from doing this in the state of Texas, as in they're straight up, literally muzzling me illegally. And so, if that does sound ridiculous, when I'm saying all this now, it's like I'm listening like I would, hear somebody else say this, I'd be like, wow, that's unbelievable. But let me just emphasize, I am actually telling the truth. What I needed was just a computer to sit down and, like, with maps and with all of the data that I've collected in legal investigation, most of which I've had to, store by memory now, because this is part of the story. There is a piece of militarized spyware. It's even on this device right now. It's called NSO Group's Pegasus, and I wish I could say this was not the case. Oh, look at that bird up there. But I'm really, really educated about that specific piece of spyware. A lot of state police departments have access to this piece of technology. They can deploy it quite easily. I'll be honest. It's not even something in a lot of cases. Really, constitutional law says that they would need a warrant, but for whatever reason, I'll be honest, they kind of don't behave that way. They actually just, it is that easy. Anything like in Texas, Child Protective Services, CPS, is TFPS, right? Texas Family Protective Services. And I'll be honest with you, the governor in Texas, Greg Abbott, he wields those people just like he does the DEA many times, right? They see the DEA and TFPS both as kind of like, their spy force. And I reference things like, the whole trans debate that occurred. I didn't really have any, skin in the game, if I'm being honest. Quite frankly, I don't have anything against what choices people make. My problem is that Greg Abbott was using TFPS to deploy a militarized piece of spyware to, the parents of these kids that, quite frankly, it's like they're playing culture wars with these resources. And so for me to, try to, address some of the nuance, I appreciate that. That's the thing. I was in Colorado, this part of the story is actually, do you mind me asking the general, I'm not going to ask for your city or whatever, like the general part of Colorado that you're in. And I'm also curious that, if you're going to be around for a minute, I'll totally love to chat about what part of Mexico in general, but you don't have to tell me any specifics. I mean, don't ever feel, I'm that kind of person that's like, if you want to, feel free, but don't, I'm not a weird dude. It's part of this whole story. Like, I'm the kind of guy, I'm like, wow, look at these flowers, they're so pretty. Stop pandering. Like, I'm very comfortable with my sexuality. They've treated me like I'm some insecure, piece of shit. Like, I'm not at all. A lot of them don't even understand. 35 miles southeast of Colorado Springs. Nice. Okay. So, I'm not trying to be weird or creepy about this. The one thing I will say about Mexico City, there are a lot of cartels and organized crime down there. So I'm just, please be mindful. I think you said you're female, right? I'm so sorry, because I'm pretty sure you did. I'm just really this whole experience. I'm not sure if you did say or not. But if you're male, female, honestly, just in general, there are a lot of organized crime in Mexico City and around there. It's actually one of the most dangerous areas in the world to some extent, in terms of getting kidnapped, I guess. No, I'm not female. That's okay, actually. I really mean it. Male, female, it actually does not matter. So I will be honest with you. I am heterosexual, and so I'm not trying to, I don't know how to put it. Let me put it this way. I had a friend that I told him very openly and honestly, I was like, I'm very comfortable with my sexuality. It's part of the thing. I was like, I'm not, how do I put this best? I was actually joking with him during this, that I was like, wow, these people are treating me like a straight up slave. They're underpaying me, and then they're being so terrible towards me. And what I was saying is that I'm comfortable with my sexuality. On this, I believe the sexuality is kind of a spectrum, right? And so if anything is like, I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm bisexual, in all fairness. I just have to be honest about that. I'm not really interested in like being, sexual with males, like in that way. I'm not trying to be mean to anyone that is, because I'm very anti-homophobia, but that's what bothers me. Even being anti-homophobia in the context that I was in Texas, they are like so hateful about that. Like you're not even allowed, and especially in this context, you're not even allowed to have your own opinions in any way, shape, or form. I can only look anyway. Yeah, that's the thing, man. I mean it when I say I don't mind at all. It just personally does not bother me in any way. In fact, what does bother me, let me put it this way. I don't like to be filmed naked, right? But really, this is, I guess this is the thing. I specifically, you're filming, and this is really what happened. They have a lot of equipment in, really DEA, and technically Texas state law enforcement does have a lot of this equipment, and really, like, it's sort of TXDPS, right? Texas Department of Public Safety. That's where this equipment's streamed to. But see, part of this whole situation is that they're streaming this shit. It's kind of like shells within shells, right? My coworkers know about this equipment before I do, which they shouldn't know. That's part of the corruption, right? And so, what really happened was I knew that they were hacking my shit, and they're streaming it to a Discord server. And what they're trying to do is put up this facade like I'm mentally ill. They know that I'm a really smart guy, like I'm a programmer and my engineer, right? And like, wait a minute, I'm finding, multiple Discord threads on my workstation. Like and then that's the thing, they were throwing it in my face. They were being straight up pathological liars, straight up just psychopathic abusers. They're actually trying to attack my psyche, and they're even throwing that in my face, that specific phrase, this manager that's been so abusive for so long. And so what they were trying to do then is, essentially create this facade with, mental health care in Austin, Texas, that I'm, quote, schizophrenic, because they're telling them, like, yeah, he thinks people are just listening to him through all his computers, like all this shit. And I'm like, wait a minute, y'all, that is like the most paper thin fucking lie. Like, none of my coworkers, it was some of them, like one of my closer friends in this, he knew better. He knew I'm like so educated about psychology, but a lot of them were just like, no, they have no idea that, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to get a psychology degree now, but I'm also going to finish my CS degree, and I'm also going to get a law degree, because of the way that this shit has gone. It's like, it's completely fucking unacceptable. To be honest, I'll finish the CS degree first, because I'll use that then as my, undergrad to look at, okay, where am I going to go to law school? Like, and I'm not saying it's going to be quick or easy at all. I'm saying that I'm straight up 100% is likely going to be a criminal justice degree, because like, I fucking refuse to watch this shit happen ever again, for all of time. It's so completely unacceptable, the way that it has gone. And so all of that being said, let me say I'm supportive of, I'm not trying to say that, how do I put it best? I'm not trying to say that you should want to leave the United States at all, because I really feel strongly, like, I love this country so much. But I'll be honest with you, part of the thing that for me is really frustrating, I worked in Austin. It's kind of a facade in and of itself, right? I started working for Austin in 2017. And I was not running away from anything, right? It's like I was told that there's a position, they really need somebody like me. And what is that? What was like me? Well, this friend that I had, he's like, hey, we need like basically somebody that does everything with computers, like servers, virtualization, writes code, knows how to do a Linux terminal, Linux operating systems, imaging, like all this different stuff. And there's no job description. He's like, yeah, it's kind of a cluster actually, and to be clear, I'm humorously, like, I use a lot of voice acting when I'm talking about this kind of stuff, but I do have a bit of a Texas drawl, so for me it's not really even like changing my voice, it's just kind of turning the dial up on that part of it. But anyway, it's like a long conversation, right? And the context is basically there's been this really bad car accident I did not cause, and I was 3 semesters at the school doing the best that I can, also a part-time job. And it's just like, it's a living hell, because the doctor that, saw me following that accident, he didn't send me to a neurologist, and that really needed to happen. Nobody in my family understood how bad this car accident was. Have some Texas in that voice. I mean, to be honest, I do. And I don't think that's a bad or, inherently bad or a good thing. I think I say the word y'all too much right now. Like, I'm definitely self-aware enough. I'm constantly like, y'all. Like, that used to bother me when I'm not saying it should have bothered me, but when I first, would visit Texas, and, because we had some family that lived down in Texas. Part of the reason that, we ended up there. we were visiting, before that, like for vacations, and I always had such an amazing time. It's like part of what's so, kind of bitter about the way I've been treated. Like I've always loved Texas, and they just like turned on me and treated me like I'm this fucking schizo alien evil piece of shit. And a lot of it has to do with like culture war bullshit because they found this name. Yeah, you mentioned outside. Do you mind me asking, like North Austin or South Austin? I think you said outside of Austin. I'm sorry. I do also have a bit of a stutter. That stutter only developed after that car accident. I'm not really embarrassed about it. I let people know when it happens sometimes because it's a good thing to know that I do have to stutter a little bit. Hour away. Oh yeah, I know about Killeen. Yeah, and that is also kind of a part of the story. I really like. It's a long story, but are you military or your family military? Gotcha. Yeah, so I'm fully in support. To be honest with you, I've always wanted to go into the Army, and even throughout this, I've been, I went to a recruiter in Austin. One of them was super chill towards me. The other one was kind of the total opposite, and that's part of the whole aspect of this is really difficult. Like, basically, I told the first recruiter, I was like, look, here's the situation, I didn't tell him all this, right? Nobody had this context. My great-grandfather on my mom's side was Army, and he was a turret gunner in World War II. My grandfather was Army, and following that, he sold insurance. And then I've got other family that's Army, right? And really, one of he's technically not a blood relative, but, it's only because of this situation I haven't been talking to him more. I always considered him a brother. As soon as we met in Texas, he was like part of the reason that I'm like, I really love this state and I love this culture. And to be honest with you, it's one of the most difficult things because it's not really, how do I put this best? It's like, it's a combination of social and political aspects that have created this chasm between myself and anyone in my family. And that's what I've been trying to bring everyone's attention to is like, I love my family so much, but they've chosen their politics for like over and over and over again. A lot of them, I'm not saying that cousin necessarily. I'm not even naming names. That's what's difficult is that the whole time I'm kind of like, yo, you need to understand like perjury has actually been committed, right? Part of what happened is that there were real crimes committed to frame me in real life. And I'll be honest, it was the most cliche hacker shit, if I need to say it that way. Real criminal hackers of a caliber that a lot of people are just not familiar with in this day and age. Like in software, for example, if I was in Silicon Valley and this shit went down, the state of California would have been like, oh no, okay, that's like, yeah, that's some hacker shit, like, tech company, grievances, like he communicated confidentially. But in Texas, unfortunately, right, they're like, oh no, like, and that's the thing, they committed real crimes on my internet and very intentionally. And a lot of the folks in the government in Texas were just like QAnon, like they don't realize QAnon comes from the Russians, like straight up, like that's who's really behind all the QAnon bullshit. And then so you've got members of what they call members of the family. It's this mafia it's actually a Russian intelligence operation, and that's what a lot of them didn't realize. It's really kind of bizarre about me. I'm that kind of person, like I've the internet in some ways is part of the reason I'm so educated my whole life. A lot of positive influences, Martin Luther King, JFK, even the sentiment of Walt Disney is like never stop, using your creativity and your imagination. And that's part of what sucks is there's so much, polarization in our politics. From the beginning of me forming any political perspective, it's always been an aspect. Is I'm looking out in 2012 at like, wow, there's a lot of Russian propaganda on our internet. And it's like dividing all of us, the intent of this propaganda is not really just to quote, what people would accuse is like, you think they're just being brainwashed by the Russians. That's how easily they write it off. But they don't realize that most of the propaganda is not really intended just to brainwash. It's to polarize, right? They focus on what we call these wedge political issues. And so in some ways, I've encouraged people to watch the documentary Get Me Roger Stone. Because, there's a lot of documentaries involved in this in some ways that I can use as like a piece of reference. Roger Stone, I've said, how do I put this best? I don't really like politics. And like a Canadian coworker to me one time is like, hey, my name is Caleb. He was like, hey, Caleb, like you could be the president. I was like, to be honest with you, sir, I don't want to be the president. Like the target that puts on your back is like relentless. The way that our politics are is like you don't even have, a breath to take without somebody, just throwing shit at you. Like you can't. Our politics really, they're so vitriolic many times. And, straight up, I guess part of what I'm explaining is that, there's an arrogance, even in my opinion, projected arrogance, quite frankly. I'm one of the people that's like, well, everybody tells their kid, like, if you want to and you put your mind to it, you could be the president someday, right? And like, that's like almost even a cliche. Well, I mean it. I'm just the kind of person that I don't really seek money, I don't seek power, and I don't seek influence. And that's a huge part of my worldview and my philosophy is that, to be honest with you, I have career aspirations, don't get me wrong, but they're not driven by money. And that's kind of the whole point of everything that I've worked on in my life is like, I've never been frustrated. I really was illegally underpaid for the work that I was producing in Austin. And I wasn't even mad about that. They're giving me Employee of the Month award after award after award. There's all of these emails and resounding feedback. It's like, wow, you saved the day again. You saved the day. It's like, okay, like I appreciate that. But, we're understaffed. And, to be honest with you, like, nobody should be having to save the day. Like, I need you to realize in the bigger picture, like, the fact that someone like me has 1,000,001 responsibilities that I just continue absorbing, like I'm, some, magician with technology around here. I really was for this one dude. I was just like this super techno autistic genie. He's just like, hey, I need you to go and do this. And it's like, sure, that's going to take 2 days of research and then I'll present to you some solutions. Like, okay, sounds good. It's like, okay, I got 1,000,001 other things to do. Like, all right, but that's what I really need to emphasize. While I am really passionate, technology is, it's kind of like my main passion in life, and it really has been in terms of, I've just always wanted to understand how computers work from the ground up, right? And that's kind of where the things like this actually come from. It's not that it's so, world changing, but what I'm saying is it's all kind of about implementation in a lot of cases. It's one of the reasons that one of my career aspirations was, I'm not sponsored in any way, and I'm not even like disappointed if it never happens or if it never would have, but like I always sort of was like, man, my philosophy, my worldview, like Steve Jobs is always a huge influence for me in my technological, sort of pursuits and career. And part of the reason for that as well, I was also a fan of Steve Wozniak. I'm one of the people that, like, I point out, I'd rather learn how to be both and look up to both than I would, just be a Steve Jobs or just be a Steve Wozniak. So part of what I saw is that, people give Steve Jobs crap because he wasn't really an engineer himself. You know what I mean? And Apple couldn't have started without Steve Wozniak. Is the honest to God truth. Steve, both Steves. It's so weird that they have the same name. Both Steves, they're fundamental. And it's actually one of those things where, as much as we hear even just a brand name Apple, and they're such a big company now, they're obviously, this behemoth of a company. I think it's easy for us to forget that, wow, single individuals and single companies can actually change the entire world and the entire landscape of tech. And I've done many a recording on the topic, but I haven't published all of them. And that's one of the things about me is that I'm not a perfectionist, but I'm very chosen with my words. And I don't normally like to work this way where I'm just streaming everything that I'm doing, if that makes sense. And so in this context, I guess part of what's weird, right? I'm using 2 iPhones. Well, I'm not some Apple fanboy. Part of the context about iPhones is just that I'm really genuinely a computer scientist, like definitely going to have a PhD in computer science someday. It's not some grandiose thing, right? How weird of me to say when I'm, not even done with my undergrad, but that's kind of what I mean is like I love education. I love learning. And, Steve Jobs, for example, he would audit classes. Like, he would actually, and I'm not even sure if he signed up for all of them. Like, to my knowledge, he might have just like gone to some classes because he was able to go up there and like, blend in for a moment. But part of what I'm saying is that, I think that he was such an intelligent man in a way that people still to this day argue about what was really valuable about Steve Jobs, and to be honest with you, I think it's something that we could argue argue about all day long and not necessarily come to a single answer. And that's where it's like, okay, another influence for me, as soon as I learned about him, is a man, Alan Turing. There's a really good movie, in my opinion, about, his story to some extent, called The Imitation Game. He was a computer scientist through and through, but he was also kind of a logician, like first and foremost. And that, for me, I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I really love philosophy, particularly, and people give philosophy so much shit these days. It kind of bothers me, right? Because people act like philosophy and Christianity are like, some kind of battle between one another. But it's like, wait a minute, anybody that really studies in seminary, cameras on your phones are great too. I appreciate it, man. Okay, I will be honest with you. The shower stream is not intended to be I called it what it is, right? Is a non-sexual, but I'm actually not joking. This is okay. One of the things in Voyager, I think I've got the notes up on a Voyager 0 there still. In the top left, right? If you see on there, it says, make your greatest weakness your greatest strength. Well, this name Voyager, Voyiigur, it had nothing to do with Apple. Let me emphasize that. Not trying to be mean, but I am emphasizing it. Nothing to do with Apple. The two I's really did represent my two main passions in life, technology and psychology. Well, if you think about it, and this is how my brain kind of works, it's like, if those are my two passions in life, then that should go a long way to informing people why things like propaganda, misinformation, and, well, even politics. It's like, I don't really particularly like politics, if I'm being honest, but it's mostly because of the vitriol and the bitterness that is, just continually like slung into our political spheres. And to be honest with you, that's part of what I'm saying. I think, I could see more interest in politics if it were not what I was just explaining, that these days, if you're in politics, it just, again, not that it didn't in the past, right? I'm referencing people like John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King, both of whom, unfortunately, bless their souls, were assassinated. But when it comes down to it, it's like, I honestly, I think that, the truth is, those two main interests in life actually sort of should help people understand that, propaganda in this day and age with social media, where there's so much argument about how, what it even is. Actually, there's so much disagreement about, well, could Russia, what is collusion, right? Even that question. And so to emphasize about that, the shower thing, make you non-sexual, have you? I don't have a huge penis. Let me emphasize that. I don't really want to talk about it in a way, I'm not trying to be misleading. I didn't put a sock in there or anything like that. I don't have a huge dick. I don't have a tiny dick. I'm a grower, not a shower. That's what I will say. I have a very average sized penis. That's what's weird to me. These people film me naked with reckless abandon, and then they've talked shit about my dick. They've straight up like body shamed the fuck out of me, acting like I'm insecure about my penis, and like, nope, I'm not. Like, I'll be honest, like, that's the thing. I'll be the first man to say, it's like, if I had and again, let me emphasize, this is what's so shitty. It's like everything else in this paper thin narrative, okay? There's a medical thing called a micro penis, all right? And I want to emphasize, like, I'm not even halfway close to what qualifies as, quote, a micro penis, but I think the problem is, being a grower, not a shower, right? And even, like, for example, like, there's, vasoconstricted, I guess it's not huge, though, is what I'm saying. I don't know how it, appears there. Like, I guess, in this day and age, that's part of what I'll emphasize, right? I wish that pornography, for example, I don't really watch a lot of porn, but that's been, part of the contention here as well. I really do mean it. Like, they've accused me of every fucking thing under the sun, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that perjury was freely allowed from the beginning, right? So they're trying to treat me like I'm a sex addict. Well, like, I'll be honest, my partner knew better than anyone. I've really, and it's a complicated situation, like, it was kind of a bad, it was a little bit of an unhealthy relationship at times, if I'm being honest, because she actually really was obsessive and insecure for the first, like, 4 years of our relationship. I'm not trying to be mean or talk down upon, a past relationship, but she was really deeply insecure to the point where, like, the first time we broke up, the conversation, I didn't want to talk about it, honestly. I did in another stream recently, and she just was like, are you going to marry me? And I was like, well, I'm just not sure if I can answer yet. That was all, right? It's like, I'm not saying no, I'm not saying yes, I just don't know, right? It's like, you're putting me on the spot. And really, she's like, okay, then I want to break up. No, we hadn't had sex, we hadn't, like, there was nothing, there was no, like, major commit. We had made out. That was all that had happened. We had made out, and, like, not even, like, super sexual making out. And I'm not even saying we should have. What I'm saying is I was just, like, bizarrely confused about that. And so let me emphasize with for example, I think that we get so tribal about, well, insecurity in some ways. For example, I'll speak to the psychology. I do wish there is a porn producer out there. It's called Make Love Not Porn, right? And I think we need more of that kind of stuff. What I mean is that, like, people that are openly, kind of, because there's so much. Well, she wanted to marry me, to be honest with you, because she had a lot of problems with insecurity. And one of the things that she, told me really early on in the relationship is that she had this deep, she told me, she was like, I need to confess something to you. And I was like, okay, and it's like, okay, we're like wants to go to, like, that's the thing, right? We're in, late high school, right? So it's not anything, risque. We drive somewhere and find a place, right? And like, and honestly, look how honest I'll be about that kind of stuff in this context, right? It's like, we're not being sneaky, we're just like, we're not going to sit in our parents' house and make out. Like, this was so weird. Some of the quote adults around this have just not acted like adults at all. But the reason that she really wanted to marry me, if I'm being honest, like, I am a good person, don't get me wrong. I'm a good person to be, a partner with, but even among all this bullshit, quite frankly. But she told me, she was like, I've suffered from this deep, dark depression since, well, middle school, and my family doesn't know, and I'm happy now because of you. And I was like, the difficult thing is, I'm like, the nuance of that, being so educated about psychology, I swear to God, the very first thing in my mind is just like, I cannot respond to this like, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm so glad that I cured your depression, because there's no person that can cure her depression, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like, I didn't cure her depression. I appreciated the sentiment, and I told her that, right? I wasn't cold in my response. I'm a human being, and I'm not some, cool, calculated, like, I'm a human being, right? So I'm kind of like, well, I really do appreciate that, but, I would appreciate if you did tell your family, because they should know, honestly. And on top of that, I would appreciate if you, we're willing to get kind of therapy and counseling. And I really mean it. I swear to God, that's what I said to her, because your depression is not going to go away. That we're kind of, talk about the honeymoon phase of a relationship. That's kind of what it was for us. It's like, you're kind of in the honeymoon, and I did, I'll be honest, like, I was still figuring out, I thought that I loved her at the time, is what was complicated, and I did, honestly, definitely, we really did love one another for a long time. This made a lot of this really painful. We really did love one another, and then things got so bitter because, well, quite frankly, they shouldn't have, but, I'll be honest, that was what was complicated. Long story short, I didn't cheat on her, but we broke up. We had been breaking up on and off so much that, some of the arguments, they weren't abusive, and really, even at the time, let me point out the one thing that was actually abusive is that she was so insecure. She was telling me she didn't want me to, for example, she didn't want me to work out. I'm not kidding. She didn't want me to go run at the soccer field. She didn't want me to lift weights. And this is what she was saying. She was like, well, you're going to get more and more fit, and then everybody's going to say, she's actually confessing this to me at the time. She's like, everybody's going to say that that we're not a good match because, like, you're so fit and, like, you have muscles and stuff. And I was like, I'm not trying, that I'm not trying to get muscles. I was training for college soccer. Let me emphasize. When I started training, that my brother who did, he got really into fitness after he stopped playing college soccer in some ways, which is kind of, understandable, actually, right? He stopped focusing on trying to play soccer. He was like, okay, I'll take that time and put it towards weightlifting, right? And so he was part of the reason. I'll be honest, it was really manipulative at the time. And that's the kind of thing I'm not the kind of person I don't need to go talk to people about that. You know what I mean? I don't, even if, to a friend here or there, I might be like, yeah, that was kind of crappy. And that's the thing. Everybody's a human being, like later in the relationship, this is kind of what happened, right? So we're really on and off. The first time that we break up, we had not even broken up before that. And it was, I was going to one school, and, to be honest with you, we had this conversation. Like I said, she put me on the spot about marriage. And that's actually how we broke up in that conversation, because I was like, well, I just can't say yes. I'm not saying no, but I can't say yes. She was like, okay, then we should break up. And I was like, well, okay. And that's how we broke up. And she was so mad. She was so bitter. Like I'll be honest, in retrospect, she was kind of like straight up almost psychotic in how angry she was. And I didn't really ever want to say it that way. But that's what was so complicated, is because I went to a school in Dallas, and I made friends, and some of them were really good friends. That's what sucks. I made some friends that were, platonic female friends. I made some friends that were platonic female friends that turned into a little bit more than platonic, but we weren't like, hooking up full, you know what I mean? Like we were being intimate occasionally, right? And it wasn't like, but in a healthy way. Like in retrospect, that's what sucks is, I'll be honest, any number of those relationships were like so much healthier than, the one that I had with her, this main long-term ex. But the problem was, I think we were both very attracted, both, emotionally and physically to one another. And so when, I was back, like we were in the same friend group, you know what I mean? So our friend group is like, let's hang out again, we're home. And so we're both around each other a lot. And, it's just really difficult to kind of tell myself like, no, like it's probably not the best, right? And I think deep down, I kind of was like, I'm not sure if this is the best. But the thing was, I really loved her, And so I knew, that's the thing, I guess, to give more context, she was calling me almost every single day for like 6 straight months when I was in Dallas. And I was just like, you have to get help. I'm not kidding. I was like, I do care about you. But she would call me and I'm like, every time she's like, hey, I'm gonna stop calling you. I'm like, okay, we're broken up. She's like, but I'm actually gonna stop this time. And it's like, okay, right? It's like, speaking of manipulative, it was actually really intense. I was like, I have one friend that, I'll be honest, in retrospect, I do not think the best of his character, and I'll explain briefly why. I don't like to talk about this so much. But he okay, for example, speaking of penis size, this man, I believe him when he says, I never saw his dick and I don't want to, if I'm being honest with you, right? He was like, yeah, I got an 8-inch dick. He was like, okay, man, like he was, all right, so to give context, where did we first meet, he and I? I'm not even completely sure where we did meet at school. It might have been even orientation, but at first I was like, okay, we have some common interests, right? He was, he had a single mom his whole life, and he always I'll be honest, he told me that was kind of a source of stress and insecurity for him, because his dad was never a part of his life in any way, shape, or form. But at the same time, his mom had made some comments that were a little bit hurtful to him, where she was like, basically like she could have had an abortion type stuff. And I know that context seems like it doesn't seem relevant, but the thing was, though, that this guy had some weird, psychological stuff in terms of he wanted to cuckold this chick. That's actually what he was telling me, right? He was like, yeah, I really want to, I guess he was into that. And I think that, if I'm being honest, right, like a lot of people have psychologically analyzed me, and now it's kind of like going, I'm not going back in time, but I'm saying, like, if people are going to play those games, I have no idea how much, more accurate and precise I will be than any of them combined. This guy, he wanted to cuckold this Asian, it's not I'm very anti-xenophobia, but this tiny Asian woman, right? And she that's the problem. She seemed like a really good person. He was being so manipulative. She was in a really long-term relationship with basically her high school sweetheart, and he was like, yeah, I'm gonna definitely break this shit up. And he's like telling me that, and I'm like, I'll be honest, all of these conversations, I wish someone was a fly on the wall now, because a lot of these people, because of the social and political aspects of this situation, like they've kind of wanted to go back in time. And I've always been such a private person. They know that I wasn't doing this, right? I wasn't out there like publishing myself, and so they kind of took advantage of the fact that like they've all had these like really deep, nuanced conversations with someone like me. I'm one of those people. It's like, you talk to me in person, it's kind of like irrefutable who I am. But when like in this day and age, especially on the internet, like if somebody's, it's almost like if a tree falls in the woods, like, does it even really exist? Is it capable of holding a conversation? And that's the thing, is like there's so many people in my lifetime that some of the conversations we had, I'll be honest, they're kind of like, wow, that was, I'm not saying it was straight up profound at all, but like I will ask people questions, and, time and time again, I'm definitely one of those people that they're like, wow, you actually just really enjoy like the intellectual aspect of speaking with me. You're not trying to get anything. You're not trying to, benefit in any way. Like, that's kind of rare these days, right? It's like, I'm just not someone, I'm not trying to exploit the situation in any way. Like, I don't want anything from you. I don't want your money. I don't want influence. I'm not really seeking to, to gain your favor, if I'm being honest. Like, and that makes it complicated. I think it almost intimidates people because I'm so conscious of that. And some people at least. And I don't think, and I'll be the first to say, as a quote logician, it shouldn't intimidate people, is what I'm saying. It really should not. because we need more of that in our world, in my opinion. We need more people that are less worried about. That's the thing. I'm the last person on the face of the planet that's about, quote, flexing. And that's kind of what I'm emphasizing about the shower stream thing. I wish that I was making it up, but they filmed me, and they're honestly, I say they, really is DEA. they during this pandemic, there was a lot of horror stories, quite frankly, under the Trump Department of Justice, and they fucking, they threw the book at themselves, if I'm being honest, is kind of one way to say it. Like, they straight up, like, were being so psychotic and terrible during this entire pandemic towards me. And to be honest with you, I'm the kind of person that's like, there's a point in this that's why I did the bathtub stream last night. It's on my VODs. And I'm sitting there, and of course now I'm just calmly sitting in a bathtub talking, right? It's like such a strange contrast to the image of before. I'm silent, right? These people are actually muzzling me, and it's hard to explain how and why. I'll go back to my friend in Dallas in a minute, but basically they're trying to create a fraudulent image. Like I said, and I said my coworkers at this company. Well, that's the thing. They all worked together. It's like the words. It's not mental illness. They're kind of like, basically this one man that was ex-Air Force intelligence that, used to be basically a family friend of mine. He had a lot of conversations with me about, the future of my career and, with stuff I was interested in doing. And, he told me some stuff that you would never tell anybody if you thought they were, quote, schizophrenic or, quote, suffering from psychosis. And that's what's so bizarre to me. He basically found out about, personal grievance with, his nephew and I in a way. And I'll be honest, his nephew didn't even have any, valid reason to be angry, but he wanted to go out of his way. Basically, speaking of, psychologically, analyzing people, that man, he always had some really, really deep-seated problems. And I was always helpful towards him about all of those things. I was basically like his, concierge therapist for, abusive behavior from people at our job, our manager in particular, but also just long before that, his mother passed away when we were in high school. And, in a way, we became really close friends because she used to pick him up from school. And that's part of what made it so bitter for me. Like, everybody's acted like, how dare you? He was, honestly, that's the problem. He was being really abusive towards me then later when we were living together in Austin. And so I was like, look, I didn't say a word about that other than occasionally to like one friend who was pretty involved in, some of this and making it happen. He's a Marine, right? And he's even saying to me himself, he's like, yeah, Marines were kind of like a fraternity, I was like, I don't have anything bad to say about Marines in any way. But he is, in my opinion, that's the thing, man. It's like, I'll just let you know that what's part of that, difficult about this to me, right? It's like a lot of people in Air Force that hate me right now. A lot of people in the Marines that hate me right now. A lot of people in Army that, I don't know how all of them feel. It's the honest to God truth. I think it's kind of like a mixture. Everybody is like, wow, really the military branches themselves, like I'm kind of not kidding, right? Because you got somebody that was an ex-Air Force intelligence officer and he's like going after me with every single bit of everything that he has, you know what I mean? Like he's trying to pull strings in Texas law enforcement. He's actually trying to, manipulate straight up like the most core fundamental perceptions of like who I am as a human being. And I know that because they're throwing into my face exactly what they're trying to do. But then I'm explaining, I won't even say to the best of my ability, to the best of anyone's ability in any, context like that. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute, y'all, these guys are abusing your trust about me. Like I'm not schizophrenic. I'm not, psychotic, like in any way, shape or form. And part of the problem with that was just that, well, there was spyware that I had found on my iPhone before. Well, just to give that context, I contributed, to the jailbreaking community in iOS years, prior. And so, my phones generally, I've always had root access to these devices. And to be honest with you, like I understand the operating system at a fundamental, level that, most people on this planet Earth, like, would not even believe. This was part of what's so complicated. My close friends, I appreciate that. My close friends, I really do appreciate that. I'm not kidding, because that's part of like this whole thing. I mean, there are so many aspects of international law that have been abused in this repeatedly. Like I'll be frank with you. If you look through my my Twitters, right? I've got Voyager 1 and 2. I'm dual wielding Twitter. I'm dual wielding Twitter. I'm dual wielding iPhones right now, and not as weapons, right? As communication methods. Some of the notes might seem bizarre, but they're also completely true. That's what will kind of haunt some people after this, because this will be cleared up no matter what happens. Like, I'm explaining, for example, there were hackers, because that's the thing too. A lot of people, it's like, it sounds like so ridiculous, but what I mentioned about this company in Austin, right? We worked with an international team. Well, there were two contractors, one from Guatemala and one from Argentina when I started there. And the one from Argentina, I'll be honest, he was always a little bit sketch. Like, I get there and they're like, hey, have you heard from Rabbit? And it's like, no, it's been a month. It's like, wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute, he's supposed to be working here? You haven't even heard from him in over a month? It's like, yeah, I don't even know where he's at. It's like, and then he just pops back in. It's like, one day they're all like, oh yeah, he was just having some trouble with some legal thing or some shit. And now suddenly, like, they're acting like, he's, back to go, ready to go or whatever, right? And so, there's a lot of people, let me emphasize, I'll pause there and emphasize, there's a lot of people in this country that just cling to straight up hate-filled, bitter denial about me even being able to explain this kind of stuff right now. And that's part of what's so difficult for me, is that members of my family, they have to, go listen to some of my publications right now, and they're going to kind of be like, wait a minute, that sounds really accurate and true, but I just don't want to hear it because I was wanting to believe horrible things about him, despite the fact that from the beginning of this, I had to decide, am I going to post very publicly, or am I going to let these people commit straight up fraud about who I am as a human being? And to be honest, like, I had to choose the former, of course. There's no choice in the matter at the end of the day. Like, for me, it's one of those things where they abuse their freedom of speech from the beginning. They really went after social and political aspects in basically how can we, lie about this man. They projected upon me being a leftist when I'm not. They knew better than anybody I'm an apolitical person through and through. They knew better than anybody that I feel really strongly about, political polarization, for example. And then I'm really well equipped, both with, technology and psychology, to speak about those two topics, right? It's like the two eyes in Voyager. That's what they actually represent. They have nothing to do with two iPhones. They have nothing to do with, well, maybe like, I guess that's the thing. There are kind of multiple layers of symbolism in a way, but, to be honest with you, I'm just someone that's always really cared about the balance in the conversation when it comes to, things like privacy and security. I've never been paranoid about surveillance. In fact, that's what's complicated to me. Surveillance is there for our protection. And we have cameras in public places. We have more and more kind of options and tools in our tool set. But I am someone that's always been saying that, no, we don't want a, quote, Orwellian future, right? And I'll be honest with you, there are aspects of this, that's what's complicated. There are aspects of this that will sound straight up Orwellian to some people. But I'm the first person to say that, I'll be frank as well, that this is also really just reasserted to me that, dragnet surveillance is not something we should be afraid of. In fact, it's only what is fair. It's actually one of the only ways for us to protect ourselves. And what I mean is that, you think about that term even, dragnet, well, it's not, you're not targeting one human being with dragnet surveillance, right? It's more, everyone it's an equal playing field is kind of the point of dragnet. It really, like, the concept even, right? And maybe I don't like that word in some ways because it almost sounds scarier than it is. Like, we're all fish and there's a dragnet, but what I mean is that it is even this concept of just that, like, well, we have to think more intelligently about, what is fair in terms of access, number one, but, number two, I think in this case, that's the issue. When you have people like Air Force Intelligence abusing their keys, or DEA abusing their keys, they can create some really straight up psychologically torturous situations. And on top of that, in this case, you have people like, well, I mentioned TFPS already, right? They're basically Child Protective Services in Texas, which is weird. My initials are CPS, right? And it's like, I'm not a weird dude. I'm not a, quote, pedo, like, in any way, shape, or form. But there were crimes straight up committed on my internet. And some of the coworkers, especially the couple in Turkey, they bragged about, being involved in that. Everyone in Turkey has to serve in the Turkish military. And so it was like step by step here. They very consciously and psychotically approach this situation like what they're going to do is literally, set me up to begin with and commit really deeply defamatory felony crime. And then following that, what they're going to do is commit more crime on top of that once they've got, for example, access to surveillance equipment in my home, spyware on my phone. And it's just like nobody wants to regard the fact that really, from the beginning, if this had happened in a state like California, I'm not trying to talk shit on just Texas, but like California would have been like, wait a minute. Like we have an obligation to the truth here. We cannot just sit around playing politics. This guy has a really technical career in software. Like nobody in Texas wanted to regard that for a single moment. They didn't give a single fuck. And so then following that, it's like what I'm explaining is, when they got that set up, my coworkers were basically trying to do a quote real life Truman Show. They were trying to sell that like that was okay. And like I have no Truman Show syndrome, right? But that's what they would try to project upon me very consciously. And I'm not kidding. Like they wanted to attack me in the most abusive way with technology. Essentially, they're throwing in my face that they can hear me in my home at the very least at first. And that's part of what I'm investigating, right? Is I'm like, how the fuck is this even happening at first, right? It's like, they're taking advantage of your confusion about the situation. And that's what's so shitty for anybody, especially in my family at this point, that's still trying to justify what occurred. It's that there was straight up just like psychopathic denial of the fact that like this is so illegal. We have really important laws. They're real professionals when it comes to, well, let me put it this way. I don't like to talk about it, but we actually do have to, study what is psychological torture as a science. You talk about fighting terrorism, for example. The real professionals know that the mind, the human mind, is something that it really can be systematically, kind of broken down to some extent and attacked. And unfortunately, that's also part of the reason why the nuance of this is difficult, right? I want to be very careful in my words. Like they know more than anyone how damaging and how scarring that is if that is allowed to occur. Well, part of what I'm explaining is an agency, just one federal agency, DEA, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. They were using techniques developed in the 60s here. Straight up, they were using, Pavlovian is one word. There's others that I'll have to bring up, and I'm going to have to cover the topic more because there's just so much conscious denial about what's actually happened. But really, even just Pavlovian, right? If you're familiar with that term, it's like shock him if he's, fucking shock it. But see, the thing is, it's not that simple, of course, necessarily. What I am saying is that they were just completely willing to covertly attack, and then lie about what they're doing, right? When I say attack, well, I'm referring to things like streaming to a quote private. There's no such thing as a private Discord server, right? But they're streaming exfiltration of data from a piece of spyware called Pegasus, right? NSO Group's Pegasus, to a Discord server and letting a group of people sit and listen to that. It's like, that is psychopathic. That is not just like kind of, terrible and abusive. And it is 100%, you're immediately in the category of psychological torture. Just to emphasize, and that's the thing is that I was trying to not, I'm the kind of person that gives everybody the benefit of the doubt, just like the presumption of innocence, because I'm very educated about, I'm not saying I'm the most educated, but I'm very educated about the fact that we have a lot of progress to make in criminal justice in this society, just like any other, right? I'm not even talking about, comparing, I think is always we're a slippery slope. As soon as we're like, well, it's better than other countries, it's like, okay, are we better than other countries? And, for example, like I'm so glad, right? This was almost like a new thing. We actually saw justice, quite frankly, when it came to George Floyd in his case. I was really, reading about that, and I wanted to know what happened. We actually saw justice, and that was kind of rare. A lot of cops, I think there's a little bit of puckering, like, oh, wait, you can get in trouble for murdering, slaying people, in cold blood when you know that they're innocent. It's like, yes, you can. Well, in my case, I'll be honest, the intent here has actually kind of been like, fucking murder him with surveillance. Like, and I'm serious when I say, like, DEA has proven to me they have no I'm not saying it in a humorous way, they have no integrity in that regard, no morals, right? Because the real professionals, and this is part of what I've covered in a lot of my videos and live streams, the real professionals are not going to sit and stream from a militarized surveillance tool on a cell phone to, an unknown number of people around you in your community that are allowed to, break HIPAA laws, for example, listen to you taking a shit, right? That's the thing these days. Like, you got your phone with you literally all the time, right? It's like, I'm not saying I have it within me in the bathroom every time, right? But that's what's so despicably disgusting. Occasionally I'll watch some porn, right? It's like not a lot. It's not weird porn. concern, right? And that's the thing. They're not even telling me what I'm accused of, because from the beginning, you had this guy that's ex-Air Force intelligence. I don't like to really say names, but his name is Dan Steiner, right? He's like, he is abusing the living hell out of the trust of the authorities in Texas, like straight up, being a straight up criminal psychopath. And so, to be honest with you, I think they were all trying to just like market and sell this idea, like, yeah, basically, this is how psychopathic it was. They're like, yeah, we committed all these crimes to frame him straight up in real life, on his network, and like, they were changing my password at, my job, their own fucking infrastructure. They're committing felonies, bringing down their own load balancers in our production environment, bringing down and that's the thing, that's what my investigation. I have to go look at that shit. They're dumb enough to pull some of this in like a really incompetent way, and I'm sitting there, I was like, wait a minute, yo, like our customers are suffering because you're trying to fuck up my entire life, like you're actually committing straight up federal felonies here, and you're all just like, yeah, no, fuck you, like or, wait a minute, you realize like you're not gonna have a single goddamn customer, like considering that I have every right to leave this company. There's no NDA that covers you committing fucking felonies, trying to frame like one of your most valued, self-proclaimed most valued employees, like, because you all got bitter and vitriolic. I mean, just to explain, I think I mentioned that, I had confidentially communicated about these folks and some real crimes they were committing. They were trying to make money with infrastructure. Like, really, they were, they had a connection, this guy from Argentina who ends up fleeing the authorities to Poland, which should have been notable to, anyone. Is like, these are some sketchy fucking people, and like they're trying to project the same on me because, well, they have no choice. Like, they're actual criminals. Unlike me, I'm a really good person through and through. Like, I'll be honest with you, it's terrible how paper thin it actually is in that way. But it's one of those things where they just like, they had all the confidence in the world, because a lot of them, especially in Texas, are just like, yeah, there's no way that a group of people would lie about you, in concert or in tandem, and then you would, be the one telling the truth. And like, well, I didn't want that to be the case, y'all, but that is the case. And part of the reason it seems so, bizarre in that way is that, to be honest with you, when I was in Austin, I'm working from the day I set foot in there in 2017, right? I'm working, for a company in Canada that still has allowed, let me put it that way, they have allowed independence of this company in Austin. And the Canadian company registered right here in the state of Delaware, which is very common for tax reasons, right? And I appreciate that. Like, I think that's the thing. I'm not saying I've never told a lie, but what I'm saying is that, I've told white lies in this, like, very consciously, and then I've explained what those white lies are, right? And part of the reason for that is, like, right now, my family, they're not just kind of telling white lies. They're straight up psychopathically lying to my face about how they feel about me, like, in a really deeply terrible way. When I say that, it's like being, psychologically, assaulted every moment, which I've mentioned repeatedly. That's the thing. I'm not making it up. Like, we had false accusations, consciously false accusations of sexual assault. Well, filming someone naked in their home is sexual assault. And that's what I don't think a lot of these people realize. Like, they illegally, they committed so much felony crime, right? I'm not just talking DEA, honestly. Like, we had shells within shells in terms of, I'm emphasizing it's actually not mental illness, right? We had a group of IT folks that were also, basically deploying straight up, again, militarized spyware to my machine, trying to help this. It was like basically like a militia. It's almost like a militia or a faction formed, right? Because what happened was, that's why this context is so relevant, right? I go work it, and I'm working at this company in 2017, and they hated this first Canadian parent company. I could not tell you why. They really, from the beginning, I'm like, wow, you were really bitter towards these people. Like so bitter that it's immediately a concern for me. I'm like, why do you hate them so much? Like they talk shit about them being Canadian. They mock them. It's like xenophobic as fuck. Like, I'm not kidding. They're like, yeah, fucking Canadians. They just want to sit around in meetings. I don't even know what they're doing. It's like, I get up there at this office in Austin, it's like, y'all don't have antivirus here. And this is one of the first things that's pointed out to me, in all fairness. But they're also like, yeah, the two dudes, like, oh gosh, this was so complicated. The one dude gets fired, a month or two after I'm there. And he gets fired because he kind of refuses to work on a Linux terminal. When in all fairness, he had a lot of Windows experience, and that's what he was kind of like mainly wanted to focus on, right? But our other coworker was like, no, he's worthless. And I'm like, that's my first real major red flag, actually. It's the first week, the end of the first week. This one coworker is supposed to be the more senior guy, right? He turns to me and he's like, you've already done more work here in this first week than that guy has ever done in his entire career here. And my reaction immediately, I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, to be honest with you, I am concerned that you're saying that to me, because if that's true, you haven't said a word to him about that you feel that way. And we've been around now for like that's just the first week, right? But there's enough time where it's like you kind of been really, really like, actually acting like he's being great. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't just kind of seem two-faced or duplicitous. Like, it almost speaks to like being, kind of psychopathic to some extent right then and there. But either way, that guy gets fired, and that's actually one of the main frustrations I had, even right there at the beginning. I was like, did you people even give him a heads up? And they didn't. They didn't say anything to him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's an at-will employment state in Texas, right? It's not that's the thing, in my opinion. In business, there is the law that you're aware of, but then there's also just your common sense as someone that operates in business. If you're being unrelentingly cruel to people and like really abusive, that's gonna come back to bite you. And they want to act like, to be honest, that's the thing. After all of this, the way that it's gone, I'll be frank with you, like they really kind of threw the book at themselves and what they did to me, because in their past they already had an entire team of developers walk out the door about this specific manager that fired this man, and like it was this big old legal thing. Like, I only heard about it word of mouth, right? But you hear so much word of mouth. That's kind of the thing. I don't know why. In some ways I have this like effect on people. They just like tell me everything, right? And now after all this, I'm not saying that it's ever going to be that way again, but back then it's just like, yeah, let me tell you about this. Yeah, let me tell you about this. It's like, wow, I did not even need to know that. But really, like, that's actually, sorry, there's this really beautiful cardinal up here. It's like bird watching. Did he fly away now? Yeah, I think he did. One of the things really that I think has been difficult for me in this is that when I was in that bathtub, right, I was actually typing into a phone even. I was like, these people are treating me like a straight up slave. Like I would give people every single piece of data in my life to show you, like, I don't know, even they're not even letting me know what I'm quote accused of, and yet they're sitting here fucking enslaving me. And let me emphasize, is like my coworkers have already shown to me, they're throwing it in my face that they're committing felony espionage, and that's what drives me to the point where it's like I'm posting publicly on Facebook. I'm like, hey, I'm verified, and it's complicated to explain. I'm really educated about signals intelligence, if you're familiar with the term. I'm educated about human intelligence, main passions in life, technology, psychology, and so I'm sitting there and I'm like, I can actually prove that these 4 men on this list within the city limits of Austin, at least at multiple times during this, they're committing felony espionage, like as in federal felonies. And that's something that, the authorities, they're obligated to investigate that shit. Like, whether or not they want to agree, it's like, well, now, and this is what happened, is apparently it's like, now, those are our buddies. So it's like, well, that's not how the law works, y'all. Like, it doesn't matter if you're friends. Like, crime is crime. A lot of you people act, like super hardline justice. You don't get to, frame someone for crime with your buddies and then sit around like, no, you have to be a criminal even though you're not. I really, really do appreciate that, man. That's part of what I'm at this point where I'm just like, it's been made to be a one-way mirror for so long that I'm just like, I'll publish, what I talk about. Because the honest to God truth is that it's so psychopathic to let this go as long as it has. It's so torturous for one human being, and I need the world to know that no, this behavior was not acceptable. What just went down in Austin, I'm serious. Like, that is actually, and part of the problem is that they escalated. They really did. They escalated. Like, time after time, they get caught, right? And so then after they're caught, they're like, oh, now we got to escalate further because, well, definitely that's actually one of the things to point out, right? I can say very confidently, because it's true, there's been federal investigation into the DEA and, well, others in, law enforcement in Texas since March of 2020. Nobody told me that officially, which is what's weird, right? But why can I say that? Well, because to be honest with you, I knew that they had already been committing federal felonies prior to some of this, and that's part of what I was investigating from the beginning of this. And so when it got to a certain point, I was like, wait a minute, the amount of conscious intent. I'm starting to see on my coworkers' faces, I'm not a mind reader at all. Trust me, I'm not mentally ill. I don't seem, I have a song that's like, it's a play on, words in a way. It's actually mostly just because it rhymes, but it's on my work in progress playlist and on YouTube with Voyager. Like I said, on the spelling of this stream. And frankly, how do I put this best? I am on the autism spectrum. I'm not a mind reader, but I am on the autism spectrum. And so there's kind of a lot of information from people's faces when, like, I'm sitting there and I'm seeing, the looks of coworkers who they're committing felony espionage, quite frankly. And then I'm like, wait, y'all realize, like, you're caught. Like, I'm not even, like, the kind of person that's, like, really, I'll throw the book at them. But, like, in this case, part of the reason is that I didn't even know what all they were doing prior to this. And so I'm, like, finding out in the middle of all this, like, oh, okay, that's why you were so upset to find out that I went to HR confidentially, because you had been being way more criminal than even I knew. You know what I mean? It's like one of those recognition, like, all at one time, like, it's really confusing, and not that I'm confused right now, because I'm not. I'm saying it's like, it's really difficult for me to, like, because autism, it's like you mask, right? We all mask to some extent in life. That's just part of life, I guess, is one way to say it. And, like, I really do strongly feel, I need to, because how do I emphasize this best? I'm going to take a moment just to take a sip of water here. And I know that's one of the things, it's not nicotine. Like, sometimes I can talk a lot, and I'm not trying to fill anybody's ear up with anything, but I do appreciate anybody listening, man, including you, because, I really just have been kind of straight up illegally muzzled for so long. It's like there's been so much for me to tell people, anyone that's a good person is actually of faith, and it doesn't even mean, the same. I really appreciate that. I really do, man. It's part of what's complicated for me to explain is that I never wanted to talk about family in any way, shape, or form. But the honest to God truth is, part of the reason I was doing a lot of, lectures and monologues into mostly, logic, Apple's logic. I was making voice recordings, and they were prepared, presentations sometimes. Sometimes they were more of this kind of like my take on being a logician, right? I'm trying to encourage people with psychology to think. I'm really asking, deep questions. And, the honest to God truth is, I didn't need anybody to listen to me. It was a lot of that, especially following that brain injury. It was practice because I never had a stutter before that. And so once I had a stutter, I was like, okay, there's only one way to try to fix this, and that's practice. It's like exercising it's like therapy when you hurt your knee really bad or anything else. You have to do physical therapy because there's no other way for you to recover from that. And that's what my family didn't understand, how bad that accident was. And I guess in some ways I didn't need them to understand. Even I'm just that kind of person. I mean, it's not cold, but to be honest with you, I didn't need them to believe me that I'm on the autism spectrum. I'm obviously not the typical spitting image of what a lot of people have this idea about autism, that it's, that's what I'm really frustrated about with the word, quote, retard. It was really slung in my face a lot. And I'm just a really educated person, so I'm not even hurt by that. I'm in no way am I a snowflake. I'm like literally there's basically no way to offend me, especially after the way that this has gone. And so they're really the reason that I'm frustrated about the word retard is that it's so harmful to the perceptions of autism as a whole, and it's so harmful to the entire field of mental health care and psychiatry. And so for me, part of what happened here was that I made all these recordings and I put them under a title a lot of times, Voyager, Voiiigur. And I started like this. It was artistic in my opinion, not even in my opinion, let me emphasize. I was writing, the whole thing with Voyager was, I do a lot of writing as well, right? And so, not all of that has gone into a computer, especially this last 3 years. But I was writing really a quote fictional universe, and I don't mean quote like quote on the fictional part, I guess more like fictional quote universe, because I made it kind of like, Game of Thrones, as George R. R. Martin has talked about. He designed a world and then he wrote stories within that, right? And that's kind of the whole thing, is that it was C.S. Lewis is a big influence of mine. Tolkien, of course, is a big influence of mine. I really am, educated about, paid attention to every class I ever had. Those authors, they thought in that way. They're going to build a universe, and within that, they're going to write fictions and plot lines, and so that's what Voyager was. It was this differing, it's kind of the whole point with that was, it's like the backstory just to generate interest in what is real. Some of it is real, science and real, and I don't mean some, a lot of it really is like, I want to cover basically any topic that I end up researching, and I research a lot of different things in, in my life and in my free time. Well, my family didn't really know that, because they didn't really know, they knew I was on a computer a lot of times, but I'll be honest, it wasn't in a bad way. They kind of just always diminished, and I was conscious of that. They kind of always diminished what I was really researching, even YouTube videos sometimes is like, seems like it's not important, but it's like in the scheme of things, you can learn so much from, a set of videos. And that's the thing, it's like I'm the kind of person that I point out when you're watching a documentary, there's always a lean, no matter what, right? There's always so you can kind of look at it, and that's what I'm saying. You should be able to argue both sides if you're going to even try to force things to be that, two-dimensional. But that's kind of my point, is that I think we force things to be two-dimensional many times when they shouldn't be. And I bring up the term binary a lot, and it has nothing to do with, quote, gender, any of that kind of stuff, to be honest. I don't really have a big take on that, although I guess eventually I will just say that my take is, to be honest, I think people need to let other people live and let live. Like, it's not their place to be telling other people what they want to call themselves, or, the pronouns thing gets a little bit old. I'm not saying that people should be shoving their pronouns in your face, but like, it's just a decency and respect thing is all that it is for me. And that's kind of like, wow, the nuance of that in a way, you know what I mean? Like, eventually we all just kind of have to acknowledge that people make their own choices, and you can't control them, even if you wish that you could, and we don't want to live in a world where you can brainwash other people. So Voyager was almost like an do not let people brainwash you. It's like, I am educated about one of my favorite, if you're talking, fictions, like I love retro sci-fi, I love, there's a lot of authors I guess I could bring up. Ray Bradbury is definitely one of them. George Orwell, Huxley, definitely, and it's not that a lot of those, I realize a lot of people hear those names and like, oh, you like dystopian. Like, no, I don't. That's actually the thing. I don't like dystopian specifically. What I'm interested in, a lot of those authors, nobody can see into the future, but Ray Bradbury, for example, had such deep and thought-provoking ideas about our future, and he painted such a picture that it's like, wow, wow, this guy was like really looking into the future. And that's kind of I've got a podcast about, it's, and to some extent, I talk about Alan Turing a lot on Spotify. And, that's kind of how it's felt about Alan Turing. Even asking, the consideration of a Turing test to me was fascinating, because he, in his time, it's like, wow, this guy's working on, quote, he's in some ways, he's basically helping write the book about what a computer even, is to some extent, to, and it's so fundamental and foundational to, our modern world. And he's already way back then, he's thinking about, well, someday we're going to have to put computers to the test about, are they, is it human essentially, right? And I think that's one of the things is, again, I think it's a really complicated question to even answer. But all of this with Voyager, it was like, okay, so the fiction, the first plot line, that's one thing to emphasize. The first main plot line was basically, it was very fictional, right? But I was like, what if, and again, I want to emphasize, very, very fictional. Yeah, I know. ChatGPT is a great example because it's fascinating how good it already is, right? It's actually people. Some people I think feel like ChatGPT comes straight out of the future. It's like I don't blame them. That's one of the things I'll be covering more in live streams, interacting with ChatGPT, and especially from a DevOps. Like DevOps is kind of what you would call me in my field. What I did, a lot of servers, and it's kind of like the in between, like development and like I could do full on software engineering. To be honest, I'm not trying to sound arrogant. I could straight up be a software engineer. I could be more of just a Linux cloud architect or cloud engineer, but DevOps is like kind of in between those two things to some extent. But I'm just always someone that's like, I want to learn both. I want to be kind of like Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs. I'm fascinated by the business side, and I always was saying to people, it's like I think someday I'll be one of the people that is really valuable to executives, for example, because I'll be able to translate the technical side of things to them in a way that's very understandable. And it will almost kind of like haunt people how much like, wow, he really does know what he's talking about. And he just like I'm not saying I'm a perfect speaker, but like he does have a good way of just explaining it in a way that is understandable, and I know it's weird for me to explain it that way. I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but I knew that was one of my best skills for my whole life. Like, a lot of my teachers always commented, you're really good and, making presentations and educating other people. And like, that's one of my favorite things about learning is really not that I want to teach other people so much, but just that we can all learn. And then, that's kind of the balance, right? It's like what you choose to do. With great power comes great responsibility, and it's no Spider-Man thing. If you're going to be really educated, that's why, I'm not a hacker and I don't hack, but, if anything about cyber concepts, I'm a white hat. And what does that mean? It just means that you're ethical and that you don't hack people. You're learning hacking for good, to protect other people, to help people with security, with privacy. And so, these hackers, they're the total epitome of black hat, right? They're like criminal. They're straight up psychotic, like they're committing federal felonies time and time again, lying to the police, and I'll be serious, like some of them, they would hack police departments, they would hack, Texas, anything, DFBS, those kind of people, like they're that good. Also, like a couple of them, they're straight up, if you've heard the term dark side, I brought it repeatedly about this pipeline attack in the United States, the oil pipeline, right? It's like they are the kind of hackers involved in groups like DarkSide, and I'm not kidding. A lot of people don't know how these groups work, is that they're kind of like hacker gangs on the internet, and a lot of times you've got basically one or two, like you've got some FSB or some CCP hidden among there that a lot of times the hackers don't even know that they're actually, intelligence of another country, and so that's what's complicated, right? It's like, I really was interested in going into the Army. The only reason I didn't, what I told recruiters, like, I still would be interested if I'm being honest, but I have disabilities and I have not had health care. Like, they need to be diagnosed. I don't want to lie to the government about my disabilities. Like, I have a real neurological disability. It's like actually a direct, tangible, problem at times, because I will work like a dog, and I do, like, I'll, blood and sweat all over, and I'm not emphasizing blood. I just mean like to a degree that other people would have hated my job is one of the main things to emphasize, because of what it asks of me, that no time off allowed for so long because of complete, understaffing, and I'm addressing that in the most professional way you can, and everybody's just turning a blind eye to it. What we really needed at the time, honestly, the main thing was just another team member locally in Austin, because we had one of the other local team members, basically what they decided, they were like, okay, there's 6 of us, and all of them decided to participate in this crap except me, right? And so they got one guy local in Austin. We're the only 2 that have physical access to our servers and a lot of this infrastructure, and that already puts a chain on me when this guy doesn't care about his job at all. So they're kind of like, really, they're not just kind of like, fucking off, if I'm being honest. They're both fucking off, and they're abusing their access to be black hat. They're committing federal felonies to, try to make money. And the scariest thing about that to me is that some of them might have thought it was just like make some money on the side, but that's the problem, is you can't be doing that in a professional environment, because there's always a catch, right? Those, somebody that's FSB or CCP, especially, in this context, FSB, they to my knowledge and what I've found, they will tell you that it's like money, right? But they're trying to get data. right? And that's what their whole thing is about. They want it to look like it's just criminal, just like dark side. If you go look that term up and the pipeline hack, there's kind of some contention. It's like, wait, was this Russia or was this just a group of hackers? Well, to let you know, that's kind of what the Russians and the Chinese both do, is that they want people to be like, no, they're just a group of criminals, but they kind of let these people operate with, you know, total impunity, and they want them to criminally hack, you know, countries, you know, companies in the US and steal data. And among that, there's always actual intelligence, right? And they'll even just kind of fake like they're criminals, right? And like that kind of shit. And that's what makes it so complicated. You know, I'm trying to tell these guys at the same time, it's like, I'm when I go to HR even, I don't want to talk about it so much, I won't, but like the main thing, I'm like, they are straight up disgruntled. And so if anything, like, we do have to look into these security concerns, like majorly, but also like, you know, we should pay them more. You know, they are complaining about that a lot, you know, and I didn't get paid well at all. That's what's so terrible. You know, I wasn't even saying I need to get paid more. Like, I don't even think you know, first and foremost is like, that's the main thing I'm emphasizing. They need to get paid more. And then as an afterthought, way after a lot of the other, you know, bigger picture, like white collar concerns about some other stuff, which I'm not going to talk about. I was like, okay. And also, you know, I don't get paid what, you know, what I'm worth and what I'm producing here, you know, proactively a lot of times. And so that's kind of like, it's kind of terrible the way that they all turned around and just like a pack of wolves that just ripped apart my life, you know, stole my identity over and over. I mean, literally my legal, you know, my social, broke into so many accounts, broke into so many machines on my, you know, I didn't have so many machines, but like time and time again, I'm finding like, wow, this guy hacked, my current computer hacked again. Like they're psychopathic in that way. It's actually not mental illness. You know, I know that it'll be dealt with eventually, but part of it right now is I'm kind of like the shark bait, if I'm being honest. Like, you know, I just kind of have to keep going forward, and like they're going to be held accountable for that shit. You know, you can't just keep, you know, committing felony after felony after felony, even if you're abusing international law, which they have been the whole time, you know, even their own countries eventually. You know, their cyber, they will be like, wow, no, we're fucking, these guys are going to prison. Like, they keep doing this shit. They keep, like, just like this dude that fled Argentina. I'm telling you right now, that's why he had to flee Argentina, because they were on to him. They knew he's a straight up criminal, right? So he's telling us, like, well, for my family safety, I'm moving my whole family. And it's like, I wanted to believe that, but I'll be honest, that's what I look into it more. And it's like, oh no, that wasn't for your family safety. That was because you're a fucking criminal. Like, they knew that you're a criminal, and you're going to be fucking, you know, put in real prison, like, for how criminal you are. This guy's like a straight up real criminal hacker, right? But you know, all of this, I think that was the most difficult part from the beginning. It's like, it's not word vomit, actually. You know, I really put a lot of thought into these talks that I give. And so, you know, a lot of these people don't even have the attention span in this day and age. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. You know, they found some of these recordings and they're like, oh, you think you're the Voyager? You know, it's like, it's a fictional artistic concept that I wrote, right? And I'm making this recording. It's kind of like a blending, right? I like this, you know, playing with the ideas that that's what, you know, people like Ray Bradbury were doing. It's science fiction, right? There's real elements of science, but it's fiction. And Voyager was that way. And the whole thing was that, well, and it wasn't about, quote, kidnapping in any way, but it was like, what if, you know, when I was younger, like, you know, the real, you know, copy of me was like somehow, you know, aliens, you know, decided, right? Basically, there's, you know, fictional entity, kind of like you know, not really an empire. It's not like Star Wars necessarily, but like, I've compared it to Star Wars just in the universe part, right? What if, you know, they have this kind of elected, it's not really a leader, and it's not really a weapon. It's more like a tool, right? It sounds weird to say, but like the Voyager is kind of like I guess maybe an agent, you could say, but I'm not an agent, right? I'm not you know, anything. And again, that's what I'm saying, is I'm not the Voyager. It was a fictional idea. The reason that the concept, this is actually where I should emphasize, this is what was more important. The concept was about being unfiltered, right? It's like this, the whole concept was encouraging people to take the big picture perspective. And what that meant was that there's this human being who had been alienated in a way from his own home world. And he's expected to, you know, to basically serve this, you know, quote, collective. And the collective was, you know, they're actually not, they're not inherently evil or, you know, good. That's actually the whole thing that's complicated. They're not just like, because if really, I was mixing this all with drama, the actual drama and voice acting. That's why I emphasize voice acting so much. With Logic, I was taking filters very artistically, and I was doing, you know, like really like this. It was like, we're taking your precious Voyager, you know, or like, we're returning your precious Voyager, and like I'm speaking in a really weird way, right? And then I'm putting like filters on top of that in addition, and like when you play that on its own, it's like, whoa, this sounds like really scary. But then I was also doing voices like this, like, you know, it's like goofy as hell, you know, more like an ET almost sounding thing. And so it was really about contrast, right? The collective was made up of, you know, that was the whole concept, was that, you know, really aliens aren't inherently good or bad, just like human beings. And really the Voyager is kind of like, you could say stuck in the middle, but the whole thing is he has, well, they made a clone, right? They replaced him with on the planet Earth. And so the only way for him to communicate with anyone on the planet Earth was just like that, where it's like, this is the Voyager signing on. Right. And so he's signing on into his clone, which is weird. Right. So it's also these hacker concepts of like, wow, you know, like, you know, I am, you know, it wasn't inspired by Ghost in the Shell at all, but it's like, you know, it's kind of similar in a way. If you're familiar with Ghost in the Shell, like, you know, you really open up this brand new aspect of, you know, like hacking and philosophy. And Ghost in the Shell is actually kind of thought provoking, because it's like, wow, human brains are being hacked by hackers, right? And in that, you know, Voyager isn't hacking his clone. What he's doing though is he's basically, only the Empire is supposed to have control of his clone on the planet Earth, and he finds a way. It's essentially, he's like hidden out in, you know, deep space at the time. But then part of the story is that he goes back to Earth. And so it's like the Voyager has returned to the planet Earth, right? And it's like, that's part of the story. And, you know, I was still kind of like writing so much of it. It was like all subject to change. It was all, you know, actually just straight up like fictional. And I thought, I didn't think it was amazing. That's my point, is that, you know, I believe that art, you know, it comes from, you know, you not caring what other people are thinking about, you know, what you're doing at the time. Is one way to say it. It's like, you can't really have good art without being truly unfiltered. And I guess in a way, there was a lot of, you know, I'm not going to say neglect necessarily, but that's what was difficult, right? Following that car accident, I think, is the main thing. I didn't feel neglected before that, but at the time, I was just kind of like, wow, for the first time in my life, I really kind of need y'all to actually, and to my family, it's like, I really kind of need you to actually be here for me. I've never asked for anything from any of you. You know, I've always kind of been the one that, you know, in all fairness, I was kind of just shoved in the corner a little bit, like, you know, the hand-me-downs, you know, like, I definitely was not center stage in my family at any point, and I never had any issue with that. I was always, you know, totally fine with that, if anything. You know, my oldest brother, when I was younger, he was a little bit of a psychological bully, and that made me, like, I'd never put up with bullying, right? I was never bullied in school. Nobody, you know, bullied me. I think if anybody did, I was just like, shut your fucking mouth. Like, I'm not kidding, you know, and I'm maybe not the fucking part all the time, right? But, like, I actually do mean it. I didn't tolerate that behavior for myself or for anyone else, because, well, I really felt so strongly about it, and I always have. And now for 3 years, it's kind of been like so many people just upset that I don't live up to this straight up, you know, psychotic set of lies that have been painted out there about me so consciously. And then they expect me to not, you know, tell the truth, or to live up to their, you know, terrible lies about me, which is like one of the most backwards and kind of like fucked up things, in my opinion, that you could ever ask of a human being. Like, oh, well, we listen to liars about you, so how dare you tell the truth about yourself now? Like, we allow perjury. We know we didn't regard your human rights. We didn't regard your constitutionally protected rights to speak for yourself, right? And that's what I'm saying, is like, I'm not trying to be mean. You know, like, I love the state of Texas, but I'll be honest, I'm actually completely serious. Even a state like Colorado, a state like New York, technically even a state like Delaware, I'll be honest, like, if this had happened in Delaware, there's no fucking way that this would have gone as far as it did, you know, from the beginning. And that's what's difficult, though, is that, you know, I think because it started in Texas, there was so much straight up radicalism behind a lot of, you know, what happened from the very beginning, that it just became this big bloated thing. Texas is the second most populous state in, you know, the United States, and they wear that title very proudly, but then they're also like, oh my Lord, some of them just hate California as a whole. It's like, I never have understood that, especially, you know, my job, for example, is part of what's so complicated. Like, you know, California is kind of a really important relationship for us, like, you know, but that's the thing, they didn't care about that because their company, it wasn't important, but I didn't just work work for their company in Austin. Let me emphasize, it's like one of the biggest things. I don't really, I do have NDAs, right? I have to be mindful of those, but see, the NDAs don't cover felony crime, like federal felonies being committed, trying to destroy my life. And to be honest with you, if anybody wanted to, ask me to sign an NDA about this situation, they would have had to sit me down and be like, okay, this is what happened, and we need you to not talk about it. And in a way, like, that just couldn't occur. And I did kind of know that at the time, because I'll be honest, some of the politicians in Texas were just like, no, no, we're going to cling to psychopathic lies about you. This is like so easy to clear up. It was not just a misunderstanding. That's the thing. They got to a point, I think, where it's like they had already pushed forward with so much that they were just not even willing to, like, now they're implicated. You know what I mean? They know that this is more than a problem. I didn't ever want damages from them in terms of money, but I'll be completely frank with you at this point, like, they don't just kind of owe me some damages. Like, they owe me quite a bit, like, and money. There's no amount of damages that could ever fix, the damage that they've done. I'm not kidding. One sec. I'm going to plug in this other phone. So really, and it's totally cool if you ever hopped out. That's kind of like, it's a one-way mirror right now. Like I said, anybody that listens to these recordings later, I'm kind of just talking a lot of times, because if people want to participate, that's cool. But I'm serious. I don't even think, anybody that is trying to chat, like just like Mufasa was mentioning last night, some of them are not going through, and there's a reason for that. I'll be frank with you. There's only one federal law enforcement agency that's going to try to make that shit happen, and they've behaved that way so systematically that I would expect it. It's not mental illness. DEA will try to keep people from even talking to me. They don't want people to know who I am, and so I still, at the very least. Oh, that's cool. No. Please don't be sorry. I'm probably going to make a little bit more coffee in a bit. That's one thing I appreciate. Like, how do I put this best? Like I said, it's not word vomit. It's like, I'm a long format type person, which is why I always knew streaming is kind of a good, way for me to put myself out there. I am also, I'm not a perfectionist, but I do believe in being chosen with your words. And that's part of what this whole concept that I'm explaining. I really mean it. There's zero, like, please don't feel like you have to type up a response. If you have questions or anything, you want to comment on, please feel free. That's kind of the balance that I'm at right now, is where I'm just like, it's a bit of a one-way mirror. Right now, I really am so appreciative of Twitch and really in general of companies that, to be honest with you, they're obeying the law. I have constitutionally protected freedom of speech. And frankly, DEA has been really adamant about, being willing to commit illegal acts of censorship. And that's only a conscious assertion that, they're guilty. They know they're protecting criminals in this case. Like, I really wish it was not that simple. But, to be honest with you, trying to essentially delete who someone is from reality is kind of, that they did actually try. There was an attempted murder outside the city of San Marcos, and a federal agent saved my life. It's like kind of the worst part about that. I've been explaining over and over again. I appreciate that, man. I'll be honest, that the audio on iPhone, really, I've said this is an iPhone XR, right? So that came out in 2018, and that was the cheaper model. The audio on iPhone, I'm so impressed by the speakers, like the speakers on this thing, because I listen to music both on headphones and then out loud a lot of times, right? The speakers on this thing are so impressive to me. I don't know what kind of magic. To me, it almost feels like they came out of the future, which is funny because this is a phone that is like 2 years old, right? I bought refurbished, like, and really that's kind of always been fascinating to me. I'm not an Apple fanboy, but those are the kind of things that, laptops, for example, speakers on MacBooks have gotten, like, impressive. It's like carrying around a little boombox these days, it feels like. But I really, speaking of tech demo, that's kind of one of the things that I love about comparing some of the camera options, right? I'm very much, I'm not trying to pander to anybody when I say this, right? I worked in sales, and I'll get back to what I was saying in a minute, but on this topic, I worked in sales, and I would go check out the different displays that were coming out in cell phones. Like, displays in and of themselves have always been kind of a forte of mine, because I'm just really interested in technologies, and there's a lot of debate about like what's a better display. Well, my favorite thing about Apple displays has always been that they focus so adamantly on color accuracy, really. To me, I would rather have photos and videos that are color accurate than I would something that is just super, bright and vibrant necessarily. Right, and that's where I know, like, a lot of people kind of, it's a nuance of the whole conversation to me, right? I think it's a little bit lame when people are like, oh, I don't even want to talk to you if you're not Blue Bubble, and nobody said that to me, to be honest with you. I don't care if somebody, because I use Android too. That's one of the complicated things, right? I've got it on the list there in the top left of Voyager 0, but I'm that type of person. I'm like, I will learn every operating system, and I want to learn it as to the best of my ability. And in terms of, money has always been my main resource, or my main limitation, not my main resource. Money has always been my main limitation, right? So again, you can only learn so much when you don't have access, right? In the past, so is like, I think it was the first Moto G. It's like $100, and I bought it for one reason, because I was saving up money, in all fairness, but like I wanted to understand Android. You know what I mean? So for me, it's like I already had a bunch of experience with iOS, mostly starting on an iPod Touch. Well, when I got an when I was going to buy an iPod Touch, I already knew how to jailbreak it weeks before I even bought it, and then I buy it, and the day that it's in my hands, I jailbreak it, and I'm already looking through the file system, right? I'm installing, like SB settings is one of the early ones, right? Now we've got the quick access menu in iOS, which we used to not have at all, and, frankly, like, that's one of those things where I'm going to, I think, start using the term rooted my iPhone. People are going to be like, no, that's for Android, but, the only reason I don't like the term jailbroken is it just sounds illicit. It's not illicit at all. I keep, bringing that back up because it's very true. I'm just going to get a charger really quickly. I've got it inside here. One second. It's definitely kind of a very quickly deployed workstation, all this stuff is set up. And that's the thing, like, all dynamic. I didn't want it to be this way, especially at the beginning, but it is what it is. So that's one of the things for me that I do appreciate, when people compliment, in general. And I'm not saying I'm asking for compliments, but I'll be honest, I'm also not driven by compliments, and I do kind of mean that. Like, it's kind of the dichotomy of the situation in a way. I guess what I'm emphasizing is just that I am someone who really believes in that we should not be, how do I put it best? We should always be looking beyond what we see on the outside and what we hear. The way that we, hear people, the way that how we perceive the quality of someone's voice, or what they look like, or what their, nationality is, what their race is, what their religion is, right? That's why I'm anti-xenophobia. I'll be honest, what I'm getting at is like, it's the way I was raised, which I'll be honest, part of what's difficult for me in politics is it's like some of my family just forgot how they raised me. It's like, you should never judge someone by what you see on the outside. It's kind of almost as simple as like, don't judge a book by its cover. I want people to care about the content of what I'm saying. I want them to care about the content of what's beyond just even the words in any given moment. And that's where, a lot of what I have to say, I think if anyone listens at length especially, that's what they will find, is that is why there's so much conscious thought behind what I say, and why I, work the way that I do at times. And that was a big part of Voyager, right? Is I'm making all this stuff that I'm planning on editing, and I'm vetting, right? And it sounds weird, right? I'm vetting my own content, right? I was interested in live streaming, but see, what I wanted to do with Voyager was have a podcast, and before that's kind of like launch it with music, with drama in between the music, right? So it's like, having a this drama between aliens and humans, right? And the contrast was also kind of intended like my normal speaking voice, right? Like, this is the Voyager, like, which again, I'm not even saying, I'm deepening the voice a little bit, to be honest with you, right? It's voice acting. There's a fictional character is what I'm emphasizing. Like, that's one of the dichotomies here. People have been like, oh, do you have dissociative personality disorder? And it's like, because you're not talking like a deep voice. You're supposed to be that deep voice guy. It's like, honestly, I don't feel like I personally have a particularly deep voice, but I do, I understand if people feel that way, and I appreciate, the compliment. What I'm saying is that I think that the challenge for me in this was that people found those recordings and then they thought they like read my mind, like they thought that they like knew, more about me than I know about myself. All of a sudden it's like, wow, you people, I didn't really talk about this in some of those recordings, but you realize I'm like really, really educated about psychology. I appreciate that. I'll be honest, that's the thing, is like I am publishing on Spotify for podcasters, and it is just not the way that I intended. So I've got podcasts up on, under Voyager. I've got okay, this is one thing to mention. I've only published one of my works, because I write music, and that's not even the main thing that I do, to be honest with you. The main thing that I do is technology, and really like computers. Like I engineer, I design. In my opinion, designing products is artistic. Like, speaking of the iPhone, I was gonna, get back to the cameras and displays in a minute about color accuracy, but that's probably a good example, right? I did a short monologue a long time ago. Yeah, if you're interested, it's called You Have a Beautiful Soul. It's under Voyager, Voyiigur. Obviously, I'm just used to spelling it out now because it's kind of like the recursive loop, right? If anybody jumps in that hasn't, a lot of these are only one viewer, and that's totally cool. One or two viewers, right? Right now, for me, it's kind of, like I said, a one-way mirror, so I can go back and edit these as I go, and maybe some of them will clip, but also I'll just leave the whole long format up, and if people want to go dig through my VODs or my YouTube, then they can do that, right? I'll put a lot of them on YouTube and Spotify as well. And that's the thing, is that it's kind of like everything everywhere all at once right now. Because like everyone and locally, to me, it's kind of just like being attacked psychologically. They're like, no, you need to be this way. It's like, wait a minute, y'all. I'm not even the kind of person to tell you how to do anything with your life. I'm not asking for anything from you. I don't want your money. I don't want anything from you. It's like we just need to be on the same page about the basic, irrefutable, fundamental aspects of who I am as a human being, which is that I'm a good person who is 100% not capable of, committing violent crime. And that's kind of my point, is that in Texas, they just don't care. Talk about character evaluation. Any real professional that sits down in a room with me, I'm not kidding, from the beginning of this, I was like, can you interrogate me? Like, can you put me in an interrogation room? Because you people realize that would make all of this go away immediately. They kind of didn't want to do that. They were like, no, we want to defame you relentlessly and really just dehumanize you relentlessly with everyone first, so that then everyone believes these terrible lies about you. And like, wow, y'all, that is really bizarre, because like that is always going to be corrected no matter what happens. And somehow we landed in a place where it seemed like we were doing quote corrections when we hadn't obeyed the law in the first place. And I was like, wait a minute, y'all, I have every legal right to speak up about that. Like, to be honest with you, it's kind of a big deal. You can't just kind of like skip over the part where we all have constitutionally protected legal rights. It's not just protected, they're like foundational to every aspect of quote law. Like, and that's why, like, I'm not kidding, I will get a law degree now, and because I see that, like, wow, how often, and I'll be honest, nothing quite like this has literally ever happened. I'm not mentally ill, but I'll be honest, nothing quite like that. It had a lot to do with international law and the fact that from the beginning I needed to sit down and have confidential conversations. And I'm not claiming that. I needed to have confidential conversations with executives in another country. And I'm not even going to say which one right now, but that's what's so complicated for me, is that I just was never even allowed to do that. And I needed people to know that I can't explain why I need to have confidential conversations, which should never, to be honest, that should never be something that anybody ever has to say. Can I put it that way? Like, no one should ever have to explain, like, yeah, it's something. It's like, what do you need to talk about that's so, quote, confidential? It's like, oh, sorry, that's confidential. It's like, oh, yeah. Like, no, it actually literally is confidential. I'm actually not claiming that. And they're like, oh, sure. It's like, oh, wait a minute, I'm not joking. Like, it is confidential. Like, and we're playing this game this whole time where, they kind of had, dehumanized me so relentlessly that I'm conscious of the fact that, like, they straight up just actually don't believe me, which is really kind of a challenge for me, if I'm being honest. Because I'm just like, what reality did I step into where you people think this is acceptable? This is actually really kind of confusing for me. But, speaking of reality, right, and color, accuracy, that's kind of what I mean, right? I guess I'm not saying that because that's actually a dichotomy right there, okay? There are conversations about, I love when reviewers go really in-depth in cameras on cell phones right now. And in general, I know that's one of the main things that they cover, right? But I do mean it when I say that, they're good YouTubers, and I will. It's like, I'll be honest, MKBHD is always one. Like, someday, I think he does such a good in-depth. He goes really in-depth, and his style of conveying information is very, like, human. You know what I mean? Even though he's definitely really technically knowledgeable and capable. And so always, I've like every time he does a new iPhone comes out, I want to see his review because I care about what nuance he's going to address and what he says. And every new cell phone in general. So to speak to that, like, I'm a fan of Samsung. I'll be honest. I think they have good products. I really do. One of the things I've noticed way back is, like, I'm not. This is one of those big picture conversations about. I'm actually doing. I've already done a lot of writing on it in the past, but I'm going to do a live stream / podcast about kind of the roots of Android and iOS. One of the things that people have always argued about in a way that I'm like, wow, some of you are not addressing the nuance in some of this, is that RAM in iOS, RAM on iPhones, the amount of RAM. So random access memory, of course, is what it stands for, right? But it really is. It's a short-term short-term memory of your whole device, and I know most people know that. They're very aware what RAM is. We talk about it all the time if anybody builds a computer or is into computers. But see, it's one of those things where if you're comparing cell phones, like an Android and an iOS, and this has become, the nuance in this has changed over time to some extent, but it's also kind of similar. iOS was always a much less RAM-dependent operating system. It didn't make sense for them to build iPhones that had as much RAM in them, and yet you had people that are like, well, this Android phone has, 3 gigabytes. Whereas, and I'm saying, like, way back when, now they have way more, trust me. But, like, 3 gigabytes compared to a 1 gigabyte on an iPhone, right? And what they didn't realize was it's like, well, you're actually not kind of understanding that it doesn't actually even mean the device is better at, quote, multitasking, just that it has more RAM inherently. One of the things with Android when it first came out is that all apps ran within a virtual machine to some extent, essentially. I'm oversimplifying. This has changed now. This is no longer the case, right? And that really is a big part of, well, an operating system being performant, especially when you're looking at something like multitasking. Sorry, I have my phone plugged in, but it's apparently not charging. Look at that. I always joke about, like, oh, I don't know about anything about computers. Maybe this outlet outside is not on right now. Let's see. Wow, okay, yeah, apparently that is not functioning. So, one sec. So I'll be, a big part of this from the beginning. Sidebar, I love hopping between streams. I appreciate that. So this is what I'm trying to show. Like I said, it's a portfolio. I'm not trying to show off. Right now, there's a couple reasons that I'm multi-streaming, but this is what, when I used that term in the past to try to explain to some people. I was like, I'm developing technology and multi-streaming, and I'll be honest, the way that I've been diminished in this, I think there was just a lot of not even understanding that I'm completely serious when I say, no, I'm engineering new technology. I'm not saying that to sound cool. I am that kind of person, right? I wanted to learn about computers from the silicon up. I'm really into chip architectures, for example, and I'm not saying that I'm the world's leading expert. What I'm saying is that, I really, really mean it. I care about, the fact that, we should think about computers more. Sorry, I just need to move this cable. We should think about computers more as they are, and phones for me, just like the iPod Touch, right? The iPod Touch I got was because, I couldn't afford an iPhone. There's no question about that. And I was always in my family, we had to pay for everything ourselves. And I'm never saying that was a bad thing in any way, shape, or form. It really made me have to, my dollars had to count. There's no question, right? And so it's an iPod Touch for me was the computer of all computers in a way at the time. It's wow, I can have a pocket computer. I think this is so cool. I can put music on here. I can, literally, I can play games, and that's the thing. I didn't honestly play a lot of games, though. I'll be frank with you. It mostly was about just having a computer to understand it from the inside out, and I did. It's the device almost matters to me, just in that every computer I've ever had has mattered so much in my education for myself. And quite frankly, when how do I put this best? With this concept of multi-streaming, it had a lot to do with, I'll be frank with you, that's part of what's challenging for me. I'm not even really super familiar with the colloquial terms on Twitch. It's no offense to anybody on Twitch, but I've very rarely had a lot of time to be on Twitch, to see what other streamers, how they work exactly. For me, it's kind of I'm using Twitch as a technical platform. It's the back end service for me, then publishing and also hosting content. So if other people on Twitch are interested in my VODs and how I stream, then that's awesome. I want to work with people. But see, I've been in this situation, I'm not kidding. It's been straight up defamation. It's been really defamatory what's happened. And so part of what I'm doing is I've got to present who I literally am. You know what I mean? It's almost the color accuracy of a camera on a cell phone is this is, the accurate image, me being calm, and rather than me in an apartment that, to be honest with you, that's the thing. A lot of people didn't realize, I was in a situation in that apartment where I'd been, so exhausted, and I still am, actually. That's part of what sucks about this whole thing. It's actually so cruel. I'm venting a little bit. It's so cruel what we've allowed to happen, and I'm not, I'm the kind of person where if I saw what was happening to me during this, I would have said immediately, you need to put a stop to that. And I really appreciate, there were people that quit their whole jobs over what was being allowed to occur in this particular team, right? I mentioned a faction of individuals formed, and that's actually not an exaggeration, as ridiculous as it sounds, because it had a lot to do with the fact that we had been acquired twice, right? So then you have people from, the local company that are oh, we need to combine forces. He's talking, they're lying to people in another country about what I've really said. They don't even know what I've said. And then the people in the other country, I'll be honest, some of them were quite, a little bit political. And so they're kind of abusing political narratives in this from the beginning. And they're kind of oh, faction up, it's oh my God, you've all worked with me for years, and you should trust me to go to an HR department. You don't even know what I've said. And what I said was it's not my play. I'm not snitching. It's not a cover your ass. It's not a CYA in any way. I'm not, kidding. Some of these men have committed some real white collar crimes. I need to communicate that, but I'm not saying that, we need to, prosecute them. I'm saying that, that's a, internal, that's a business decision from the top down. That's not my choice. That's not my call to make, you know what I mean? And what they can never say is that I did not tell them. That's what I'm saying to HR, right? It's I've gone to them. I've gone to them. It's I said to HR, though, that, that this is something that's kind of a long-term conversation. I honestly don't have any way to convey all of this information in any brief manner. Well, that's what sucks, is it wasn't HR's fault, but like one of the managers finds out about that I've gone to HR, and that's actually what was really kind of implicating from the beginning. He threatens me like really criminally. Like, you can't threaten an employee. I'm not even his subordinate employee. Let me mention that. He is a manager and I'm not a manager, but I am not his subordinate employee. And trust me, as soon as my manager was no longer this manager I had in Austin, I was so glad, because I had lost personal, but beyond what's required in a business capacity, I had lost personal respect for, well, multiple of those managers, really just the two of them, like long before that. And so I was like, thank God, like I get to, work more with Canadians. And it's not that I have anything against, Americans at all. I'm an American through and through, trust me. But there was just a lot of like cruel behavior and like really kind of straight up pathological abuse from these folks to other people on their team, and I had the inside scoop on all of that from the beginning, and I'm really educated about psychology. So from a business perspective, I was just kind of like, no, you guys are kind of shitty. It's like the simplest way for me to say it. It's like, yeah, you guys are kind of shitty, but I'm just okay. I can still work with you because I'm a professional, like, and that's the thing. I was never a disgruntled employee. They paid me like shit, it's like their genie when they fire people, which they do with reckless abandon, without any notice. They'll fire people because they make some, and let me emphasize this. People would get fired because a manager made a political comment, and then somebody else is like, oh, maybe you shouldn't be talking about politics, and they're like, fired, cashed out, right? But I'm like the genie. I'm like the super technical autistic genie for these people. They're like, summon the genie, hey, tomorrow at 2 p.m., you're gonna lock this guy out of all systems. And I'm just like, or they won't even say that, right? They're just like, we're firing him, so you gotta lock all of his access. And it's like, okay. And I'll be honest, like, things were not well managed, so that's like a process, right? It's like, all right, and that's where it's like it's double, for me, I have to be a professional, right? Even if I like this person, I can't give them a heads up. I can't say a word to them, right? And I just have to be ready at that time. I'm like, okay, locked out of this, locked out of that, locked out of that, locked out of that, locked out, and then, a lot of times I have to end up, cleaning their machine off, and I'm never gone through anybody's stuff in any way. That's what the other sysadmins would do, though, which pisses me off because I care about that kind of stuff. They're like, immediately try to go through all their email, go through all their notes, and I knew they would try to pull that shit with me too, really, because that's just how they work. They're super shitty in that way, if I'm being honest. But I think one of the main things to me about color accuracy, right? So I've heard even like there is kind of there's algorithms, right? Each smartphone, manufacturer is taking a different approach to some extent, not like all the way, but there's a different level of, how much image processing are they doing. And I would say that, you could probably have argument all day about like who is doing more or less. And maybe you would need some really technical people. I'll be honest, these I did not, these I've been saying repeatedly. There's a landscaper who's supposed to be doing his job cleaning up shit around here, and now it's a long story. You might have seen my other streams talking about him, or yesterday. He's like really fucking actually a bad dude. But I don't know what to do with those propane tanks. They're just piled up by the shed, and it looks so sketchy for real. But anyway, they in a way, this is how simple they're trying to create not just a distorted image of who I am, but like a completely fucking fraudulent image of who I am. And they really, the fact that they felt obligated to do that was, a direct result of it. It was incriminating for them, right? For a manager to threaten me the way that he did from the beginning, I was like, wait a minute. I didn't really think that you had anything to be worried about, but like now I do. I actually mean that, like really, you're like, so, I never, because this dude was like, buddy to me. He was always like, yeah, I started in IT. You're kind of like me. You could be like me someday. He's always bragging about his generous salary. He goes to the Netherlands every year for like a week or two, and he comes back and he's like, yeah, why don't you take any time off? First of all, he's like, where's that fat piece of shit again? He always said to me about this dude, he was like, no, that guy's so lazy. Yeah, he never does his job. I'm like, sir, it really doesn't make me feel better because, you could address that situation, and it makes my life a living hell that this guy never does his job. You all think it's funny. It's not funny at all. It's like fucking terrible. Like, trigger warning, 18 plus only. I mean it. Like, I have to be unfiltered about that shit. It almost makes me sick to my stomach. They were like, they're literally so, out of touch with how much fucking work I was having to do just because they think it's funny. This dude is getting paid like I shouldn't even know, but he tells me, he's getting paid way more. And I wasn't even mad about his payment. Let me put it that way. I was never disgruntled. I'm like, I love this job. I care. I actually care about our customers, and you all know that this guy doesn't give a fuck. And then you think it's funny to come over here and be like, oh yeah, where's he again today? Is he at the gym again? It's like, yeah, y'all, I mean, he's at the gym every day, and he's not really, I'll be honest, that's the problem. He was like a severe alcoholic. Like, he's a foodie, quote, right? So he's always talking about how he can't resist, eating all this unhealthy food, and I'm not judging him about that. I'm very anti, body shaming. I mean it. And so really, I'm like, it's like, I'm the kind of person I'll be, super fit sometimes. Like, I'm also very against super fit people being like, yeah, everybody needs to just be in better shape. Like, okay, we have nuance, you know what I'm saying? Like, people have health issues. People have disabilities. People have deficits. Not everybody can wake up at, 4:30 in the morning and go for a super jog and, be the most disciplined, eat, 2 eggs and like, again, I'm not even saying that would be the most disciplined. I'm just giving, random examples, right? What I'm saying though is that, like, it's kind of like, it comes back to conversations that I've had with people that were learning about programming to me, which is that, I'm not even going to say who, but it really mattered to me a lot. It's actually one of the things that, like, I'm really passionate about this in particular. Information is one of those things that is really easy to kind of like gatekeep. Right? And it's like, I learned this and everybody else could do it. And nobody else, it's like, why doesn't everybody else learn this the way that I did? And it's like, okay, wait a minute though. I mean, how many people helped you along the way? And you kind of like, it really benefited from, you talk about privilege. That's kind of what I mean. 1 second. See, for example, right now, I can't explain everything, but I want people to see that I'm streaming, right? That's why I'm multi-streaming, and I'm walking around, sometimes outside, I'm going on walks. I lived in Austin for years. Streaming is new to some extent. It's not really new, though, is it? Now, look how many streamers there are. Part of what I'm saying is, I was, one day, and I've told this story recently, but I'll tell it again real quickly, because I've said, no offense to you if you're still there. But I really mean it when I say streaming is a brand new platform. And in some ways, I say brand new because I really do. I don't look into the future, but I look at all these markets and I keep up with all of these technologies because I find all of that. Understanding computers from the ground up was important to me to understand the bigger picture about, well, where are we headed with technology? Where are we headed with the way that we communicate information? And so to me, it was really important that we apply consciousness, right? That's a really important term. It's not a political term. It shouldn't be thought of that way. And I always remind people that the human consciousness is something that we're still, if anybody's saying that we fully understand the human consciousness, then they're telling a lie. I'm just being honest. Like, I'm really educated about neurology and psychology, and really, really two fascinating topics. Speech in and of itself, it's a fundamental aspect of who we are as beings, that we can just talk and that we absorb the ability to talk. Most of us, right? We all have deficits and disabilities. And that's something to say from the beginning of, people learn speech at different rates in life. And so when it comes down to it, we have to be mindful of one another's, we can't be perfect. We can't be robots, right? It's not like we have an algorithm that from the day you're born, we can say you're autistic, right? And that's part of what's challenging. Speaking of autism, we don't have sudden, I'm just letting everybody know, we don't actually have people suddenly like, oh, everybody's autistic now, like that's easy. It's easy to be lazy in perspective and kind of force a really one-dimensional view of that kind of stuff. What I'm saying is that what we have is more precision and accuracy in diagnosis, and that's what's occurring, and that's objectively a good thing. But let me also emphasize that one of the really important things on that topic is that we need to remind one another that we can't just like slam people with a label and now suddenly they're castigated because they're autistic, they got to be treated differently or whatever. It's like it's a double-edged sword in a way of, we both need to understand that there are deficits and differences in how people learn and how they're going to even learn something like speech. But at the same time, we are all human beings. And that's one of the paradoxes or dichotomies about who we are, why we can't be so binary, right? Is that we have to both be able to acknowledge that every single human being, no matter who we are, it's one of the coolest things to me about looking back when you're talking about influences. We should not look at anybody like, oh, you're going to be Steve Jobs. Oh, you're going to be Bill Gates. Oh, you're going to be Steve Wozniak. Oh, you're going to be, Mark Zuckerberg. Oh, you're going to be Elon Musk. Oh, you're going to be Alan Turing. Oh, you're going to be, JFK. Oh, you're going to be, Martin Luther King. Like, no, you're not going to be any of these people. They are who they were. And see, I'm not going to get into religion too much, but I do believe in soul. And I believe that it's like one of those things that, we value human life above all other forms of life, and I think rightfully so, right? We should never hopefully find ourselves in this kind of position, but it makes me think of iRobot, right? Where in iRobot, some of the fundamental rules is that a human being's life will always come before even a robot's life. They're actually, like, it's part of their core, most root level logic. They're required to put a human being's life before their own. And, that really brings up, it's actually, iRobot is, I'm sorry, that is the name of the movie, right? The one with Will Smith. I believe it's iRobot, but I apologize if it's, if I'm getting the title wrong. Really, it's a movie that matters. And I think there's a book that I would love to read the book, and I probably will. Really, though, it's like really important to think about. We're on the cut. ChatGPT is a good example. AI is like, this is just the beginning. And I really want to say strongly, I do not feel that we should be afraid. I feel that what we should do is, with consciousness, approach the nuance of these conversations with forethought of the fact that every single human being, this dichotomy about us, we are both extremely resilient as human beings, and we are also extremely vulnerable. Thank you very much for confirming. I was like, am I thinking of, what is it? Like, I think there's a brand name that's I something. I was like, I'm making sure. But really, we should approach, these conversations and these topics with, we don't want to be lazy in our perspectives. We don't want to be, that there's always more. I always encourage, instead of seeing things as like right or wrong, left or right, it's like, okay, see things in a series of spectrums. Okay, there are some things that I think when it comes down to it, it's like, that's wrong, right? And I have to put my foot down and say that, like, what happened in Austin, that was wrong. To deny me my not just my legally, protected human rights, but from the beginning, it's like, we have a constitution that's very clear. I have every right to speak for myself in a court of law, and somehow that was denied to me from the beginning. We couldn't even have gotten as far as we did if that did not occur. But, to be honest with you, there is a lot more I could say when I say somehow that was denied. There was a lot of felony crime involved in how that was denied to me. And I was like, wow, that's kind of part of why I was in a bathtub. It's like, I've got to be really, people are going to get mad like I'm being controversial, but it's actually not controversial. It's the least controversial thing ever. It's just the truth. How do we find ourselves in a spot where the truth is so controversial and offensive to people, quite frankly, is part of what I was a little bit confused about. But what I'm saying with, influences, for example, No, don't look at anybody as you're going to be a carbon copy or a clone of those people. Look at those people as the holistic human beings that they were. And that means acknowledging Steve Jobs was maybe sometimes a little bit of a jerk. That's maybe a gentle way to say it. I'm not encouraging anybody to be a jerk. Sometimes he was, maybe a little bit of a jerk. The people like, other names on that list, I'm not even getting. Well, Elon Musk, he gets, in my opinion, a bit of a unfair, reputation sometimes. What do I mean? I'm not trying to pander to anybody when I say that. What I mean is that, like, he's a human being too. And so when I see, there's a lot of argument over the whole flight tracker thing. And I've mentioned this example before. Like, the dude is a billionaire. Okay? That dude has so much to protect. Like, talk about having a target on your back. I don't even, if you're that well, I mean, Mark Zuckerberg included, you're that wealthy, you're that influential, you're that powerful, in all fairness, maybe that's part of what people are frustrated. They feel like, maybe they think that he shouldn't be tweeting, and like they would accuse him of being, quote, careless with his words. But one thing I think that he acknowledges is that, it's never about the one thing that you say, right? And everything is like, okay, wait, did you misunderstand that? Okay, with context. Oh, okay, now that makes more sense. Misunderstanding, right? But I'm not even saying everything is that simple. I guess what I am saying is that, to be honest with you, I really feel strongly that we really need to look at, the bigger picture perspective in a lot of these conversations, because, well, autism being one example, like, the last thing I ever, hope to see is that, and I don't mean hope, but I don't want to allow people to continue like, for example, you find out that your child has autism. You should not be afraid. Can I put it that way? It's like, wow, part of the dichotomy here. My family they don't have enough faith to even believe that I'm on the autism spectrum. But see, what comes with that as well is, like, one of my, I'm not even going to say who, but someone in my direct, relative he was spitting in my face. He's like, oh, people thought Steve Jobs is autistic, but he was a CEO. And it's like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? To be honest, that tells me that your root level logic is flawed. You think that someone that's on the autism spectrum can't have a really serious job, or can't be, really educated, or can't be, really good at what they do. Like, and that, I wasn't trying to, that's the thing, is I'm just the last person on earth to be like, oh, shut your fucking mouth, like really, I mean it. People, I'll be honest with you, I'm the kind of person that somebody, like, straight up will walk up to me and punch me in the face, and most people will be like, I'll be honest, I can defend myself physically. Let me just put it that way. As part of the dichotomy with me, I look like I'm serious, okay? I have a neurological disability, and a lot of it has to do with that brain injury, but I've been an athlete my entire life. I can do a standing back tuck. I can stand on my hands for minutes at a time. I'm really quite decent at soccer. I'm a veteran soccer player. I played my whole lifetime. I love soccer. I'll always be an advocate for, like, encourage to play soccer. It's like, it's a fun sport. It's a good way to get exercise. I'm grateful. Thank you very much. I'll be honest, I promise I'm not trying to show off. In fact, if anything, I'm trying to encourage people, as I always have with handstands. Like, you can do it too. It's just like with computers. I swear to God, that's my worldview. You can too, and I believe in you, and I will always be your biggest, cheerleader out there, as a streamer, as a content creator, as in anything. Like, I'm not saying I'm a cheerleader, because I'm not. The handstands are, I said I'm into acrobatics. I worked with some people that were like cheer coaches for a while in a restaurant, and they were some of the coolest people. They were heartfelt. They were athletes through and through. You know what I mean? Like, good people, honestly. And, like, this is one of those things that's really funny to me. And it's not funny though, right? It's like, they were, one of them I think was possibly, he might have been gay, and I had no issue with that. The other one was like really, really definitely heterosexual. You know what I mean? And, like, the fact we talked about that, I think, even he was like really acrobatic and athletic and a hard worker. One of the hardest workers in the restaurant, no question. It's like, I loved closing with him, like, get shit done. Like, one of those type of people, and I am too. Honest to God, truth. I'm not saying I'm always perfect though. Everybody has limitations. One of them for me. I appreciate that. This is the thing. I was even talking about this when this was going on in Austin. I'm just not, we kind of have a bit of a flex culture. is what right now I feel like in the state of our social media, with Instagram, and there's nothing against Instagram at all. Like I'll probably be on Instagram posting some stuff and pictures of this beautiful tree, for example, which like I posted on Twitter, literally just because I'm that kind of person. Okay, I will let you know I am very comfortable with my sexuality. I am heterosexual, and I don't mean to offend anybody. I sort of did. I was like, well, I'm bisexual, but I was just kind of thinking about it, and that's the thing. I'm not really attracted to men, but I think in a way I was really feeling really frustrated with the fact that so many people were so obsessed with my sexuality at the time that I was kind of like, yeah, fuck you people. If I think, like, for example, with a partner in the past, so we talked about it, she knew I was comfortable with my sexuality. She knew I didn't want to be with other men, but also she knew I was comfortable enough to be like, yeah, that guy, people would call him hot, if I would need to put it that way, right? And that's what bothers me, is that, like, we shouldn't be so, binary and bigoted. Like, to be honest with you, we should be able to, like, be open about, like, those kind of things, right? She was bisexual, to be honest. I'm not speaking for her, but she was always like, there's a nuance, right? I don't want to put words in her mouth, but she was always kind of like, is interested in, like, making out with a girl, and like, and then that's what's nuance, right? I just have to be honest, like, people get mad at me, especially, religious folks get so mad at me for saying this. Do I find it attractive? Like, women making out sometimes? I'm not saying that's the thing, right? I'm not saying that, I need to see it, or that I want people to make out in front of me. I'm saying that it doesn't bother me, and I'm very anti-homophobia. And I told her how I honest to God feel. I was like, I'm not really, that was again, really, and probably a topic for a different day, just because there's a lot of nuance in that. But basically, she was actually, she was interested in like having a threesome at some point, and like, inviting a third with us. And there was some stuff in the past. It was like in that category a little bit, but it was like very not, we didn't have, sex with a third person or anything like that. And I think part of what was complicated for me was that, I was saying to her, I was like, okay, if you want to make out with somebody else in front of me, or even not, like, however you, like, that's how I'm in a relationship. It's all about communication. To be honest with you, that's the main thing, is trust in a partner. I'm not really, quote, poly, but like, I'm not here to tell anybody what they are or what they should be. Is that one way to say it? I believe in, for example, I think if you should be really safe. And like right now, for example, I don't have the money, but like I won't be with anyone else until, I mentioned this in the bathtub last night, I won't be with anyone else. It's nothing. It's not a judgment towards the person I was with in any way. It's just that they're, really, I mean, honest to God, it's like I feel strongly about getting tested. But between, you're with somebody and then, before you're with somebody else, don't put them, at risk or whatever. And so that's where it's like, it's kind of despicably terrible. I've just lacked for healthcare for years before all this shit started. And because of the way this has gone, I've lacked for healthcare even more severely because, they went after my employment itself. Like, these folks involved in this, they straight up, the last thing on earth that they want to ever occur is that I be able to do my fucking job, which is so evil. It's so psychotic. It's so fucking criminal. Like, and that's where I'm like, on that computer in there, right? Like last night, I'm opening pictures that are not even opening. It's like the most basic fucking thing on a computer. I'm like, this whole time, the narrative they've gone after is like, they're hacking my machine. And in software, we have this joke is like, oh, now, okay, right? I help somebody, right, with an issue on their computer, and which is very common. I'm like both the humanist, and I am. I'm a humanist, right? But being a humanist to me does not mean that you're an atheist personally, even though some people would try to define it that way. I'm a humanist in that at times, how do I put it best? At times I have called myself an agnostic because I was just really frustrated with the, I felt like there was a lot of politics being brought into religion, right? And this goes back to conversations I had in the past, even at church camp, with people I really respected. And I told him some of my perspective, and he was like, there's a difference between religion and faith. And I completely agree. In fact, it's like, wow, talk about root level logic. This is straight from scripture. There's a difference between religion and faith. Religion it's sort of the ideas around the practicing of what you consider to be, your belief structure in a way. I'm not trying to, this is very, very, Occam's razor replied to that summary. Whereas faith is sort of what the Bible is really communicating in its core, most root level logic, right? There's a lot, the Bible, I'll be honest with you, I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, but like, it's actually so true. Someone once said, I'm not even going to say who or where from, they're like, the Bible is actually more kind of like they weren't calling it fictional, don't get me wrong, but they were like, the Bible is kind of like Game of Thrones. Like, if you read the Bible, you just study the Bible through and through, it's like, wow, there's some like dark shit. Like, no offense, I know I'm saying shit, and I'm also saying I'm a Christian, but that's the thing. What I'm saying is the Bible really communicates to you that, like, the cursing here and there, and I'm not condoning it for anyone else, and I'm not saying it's some free pass or a loophole. What I'm saying is that the moment, it's like a logician, the moment that we're in the spot in being a quote Christian, that people are like, well, I'm gonna gatekeep whether or not you're a real Christian, right? And let me point this out, this has always been one of the things that I've talked to, and it's actually made some people so angry, and I don't think it should personally, but I've said that, well, this concept was presented to me. If you believe that the earth is is more than 6,000 years old, that you can't be a real Christian. I've heard people say that. And it's no offense. Like, let me put it this way. People are allowed to believe the earth is 6,000 years old if they want to believe that. I'll be honest, that's the thing. For me as someone, again, I don't even want to talk about family. My father was a science teacher and a physics teacher for like much of my childhood. I looked up to him when I was younger, asked me, he's like, what do you want to be when you grow up? At the time, I'm like, I want to be a physics teacher and a soccer coach. Like, because that's what my dad is. And he coaches my brother and he coaches me, like, I love soccer and I love science. And that was one of my favorite, when I was younger, I annoyed the living hell out of my mom because I would ask her so many questions, but I got, I was like, I've mentioned this before, I got to the point where, because I frustrated her sometimes with the questions, I would actually start with a question. I was like, can I ask a question? And she would be like, like, she's like, yes, what is the question? Like, go, it's like, because already the only reason I'm asking if I can ask a question is because I asked so many questions that she was like frustrated, right? So I was like, okay, maybe this is like a way to ask more questions. She won't get mad. I'll ask for consent to ask a question, and then I'll ask a question, and then maybe that's like a good way, right? But like, I asked my dad a lot of questions too, of course, right? And I'll be honest, so he was always, if I asked a question about physics, if I asked a question about science, he was like, no, here is the answer, like Bill Nye the Science Guy is like, here is how this works in physics. I will draw this out for you. I will show you. And so that's like, I need people to understand, I love my family so much, and it's like, it's so terrible that they just, I'm not trying to say they are terrible. That's the separation, right? Like a logician, I need people to understand, I'm saying that they've found themselves in the spot where they've clung to political narratives that are not true, and partially because of that, they've diminished who I am holistically as a human being, and I've been trying to explain that to them, and a lot of them just do not want to sit down and listen to me. So I have to stream, if I have to publicly stream that's what I'm explaining, if I have to publicly, post that, like, no, it's not okay to all lie to your family member in a group and tell them, no, we're not, allowing you to be, eavesdropped upon, and we all know it, and we've allowed perjury. And it's like, that's the thing, right? How did we land in a spot where someone's legal rights were denied, and my own family was allowed to commit felony espionage, but they're lying in my face about it? And I'm even just explaining, look, I have to have literally confidential conversations with people in another country, and no, you don't get to even know why. You know what I mean? Like, look at the root level issue that's created there. It's like, it's actually like that black and white. It's that binary. Like, no, we can never find ourselves. I'm actually saying, like, this will be that 1 in a billion for my family members. They just didn't have enough faith to believe me that I was telling the truth, and I was always telling the truth. And that's kind of what created this situation that allowed this group of, psychopathic criminals to form up and take advantage of this situation with reckless abandon. They really did. They stole my social. They broke into a bunch of accounts. They stole all of this from me. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, you're letting my entire life be fucking destroyed. And one of my relatives in Austin, he's like, well, why don't you quit your job? And I'm like, I love my job. You don't even know how much I've dedicated to this job, man. You don't get to sit there and tell me I need to quit my job when you're not even communicating with me. You're not even telling, like, I'm sitting here hands in the air, like you need to talk to me. And for the first time in my life, I'm telling you I've got something really important, not only that I need to, well, communicate with confidentially to people in another country, but that you can't even know. And that's kind of the thing. I need you to actually listen to me. For the first time in my life, you've always been a little bit condescending. You've always been a little bit of a, arrogant guy to me. I need you to actually listen to me. The first time in my life. You have no idea how much I've looked up to you. You have no idea how intently I've listened to you when you're talking to me about, he spent, time in other, like in China, for example, right? And that's the thing, and this is so complicated. Like geopolitics even is kind of relevant because, like, well, that's what I can't really talk about, right? Because, a lot of what I needed to communicate had to do just with the fact that I worked for another company and, well, and I don't even want to say where, but kind of where you're at, which I know I just did, right? It's like, and that's what's so difficult for me is like, I'm kind of not supposed to talk about it, but I've been illegally muzzled and like, I'm on the autism spectrum. So I'm like, every conversation I go into, it's like with my mom, it's like, if you don't want me to ask a question, then I won't ask because I don't want you to be mad at me. But I do just have a question. Right? So it's like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, what level of information do you need? Okay, I will give you this information. Like I'm not a robot, right? But it's like, look how conscious I can be of all of that. And people just like wouldn't even let me, well, tell the truth in a context. They're like, no, we need you to be this lie that was painted about you. And then there's hints of like, we're settling a debate, but you're not allowed to, you were settling a debate about you as a human being, but you're not even allowed to know what the debate is about. You're not even allowed to participate in the debate. And we're going to commit relentless felony crime trying to prevent you from even speaking for yourself. It's like, okay, if you do that to me, you will get me at the point where like I'm filming myself on multiple cameras, recording myself on multiple microphones, using every single bit of technical skill that I have, making a portfolio of something that I was already designing before to explain to the whole world that no, this can never happen again. I'm serious. We can never allow this to happen again because I've told the truth from the beginning and I've stood by the truth. And right now, for example, I love my grandmother so much, but she doesn't understand what's going on. She doesn't know what streaming is. She doesn't know what podcasting really is. I've been telling her, it's like, I'm broadcasting to like the world, right? I'm trying to explain to her how big of a deal this is, that I'm at this point where it's like, you guys are kind of not really, but you're lying. I've actually even openly said is like, you're lying to me as a group and I need you to not do that. I need you to actually communicate with me. I need you to actually tell me like, you really, like, you got to believe me because I'm not asking you to believe me at this point. I'm letting you know, like, for example, I was accused of doing something that data irrefutably asserts I did not do. But see, that being said, if I investigate myself and I find that, well, folks in the state of Texas, some of them in the government, for example, they're aware, understand, speaking of consciousness, they're aware that the data irrefutably asserts my innocence. Well, what kind of position does that put my family in, right? Because I'll be honest, they're all Republicans. They're all, besides my one sibling who, that's what's so complicated. He was not listening to me and he was not understanding really the real, influence that these men at my job in Austin had and the gravity of the kind of company that we worked at. And that's what was so complicated for me. I'm like, man, you got to understand this is a good company. And I really, when this company bought us, I was like, wow, I really hope I have a future with this company because I believe in this company. Like, and I'm the kind of person that, like, I go research a company, you know what I mean? Like I go, like, and not in a weird way, right? In a good way. Like, I just want to know what y'all are about, your values. I want to understand, how you're thinking. Hello. All right. Did you need something? I can help you out. Okay. I'm broadcasting. Yeah, I'm just talking to some folks on the internet right now, but love you. See, and that's the thing, I really do. I love her so much. This has been the hardest thing in the world for me because, to be honest with you, I really did. I came up here for a safe house because I was being muzzled in Texas. I've got that image of a puppy dog with a muzzle on his face because I'm a puppy dog. Like, I love trees. I love flowers. Not trees like, quote drugs is what every word that I say, in a way, they're like, I say they, and it's not mental illness. Like, I'll be honest, that's the thing that's come to my attention. Like, it's such a one-dimensional perspective can be forced when, well, to be honest, like someone like DEA, they have all the intelligence in the world to know that I'm not a criminal, I'm not a drug dealer, I'm not a drug trafficker, I'm not a bad guy, and honestly, some of them, they'll turn around, they'll take that surveillance apparatus and they will try to obfuscate. They'll use it to try to lie. They'll use it to try to, well, torture someone with surveillance, lie to their face about it, and create a fraudulent image about them. And that's what I'm like, family, you know, my actual relatives, I don't want you, and I don't want to offend you, but I'm just letting you know, like, I never for a moment had anything against them, but they have everything in the world against me to an extent that I do not understand, and nor could I ever. I'm really bizarrely confused about how much some of these people hate me. Like, they hate me so much, they're not even able to control it, and I never wanted to say that, you know what I mean? But, like, they've just kind of gone out of their way to prove that, like, over and over and over and over again, and again, I did not ever want to say that. I really did not, you know, but that's what will get me. It's like, wow, nobody's giving me any information. Everybody's lying to me, and I'm really, that's the thing, you know, speaking of this tool Pegasus, part of the reason I'm covering is like, it can be real torture. And I'm not saying, like, in my case, I'm not saying it can be. I mean, just they wired that up to a social media service, Discord, and that's where I was just saying from the beginning, it's like, they're throwing it in my face that they're doing that. Like, we can't sit around, you know. I really appreciate that. I mean it. You know, to be honest with you, I really felt like if I put myself out there that people would recognize who I am. But see, how do you put yourself out there in a context where you're being muzzled with kind of like the Rubik's Cube of all Rubik's Cubes? You know what I mean? Because it's like they're actively, like, for example, this phone in particular. You know, part of the reason I've got the Voyager 2 is filming Voyager 1, which is this device, right? And I'm really, the stream, I've been walking, right? And I get to talking about, well, national security and TikTok. And, you know, basically I'm explaining that it was actually relevant that I use that's the thing, it's like, it's so complicated. There's so much nuance in this to even say it, but I'm going to say it very quickly and briefly, because now it's kind of like recursively, now I'm actually explaining, this is the truth. It is relevant that I own an Apple or a Google phone. And why is that relevant? Well, it's because, to be honest with you, they're both American manufacturers. And I don't like to say it that simply. You know, it's in my opinion, that's something to emphasize very much. You know, neither Apple or Google it's not like they're shells spying on anybody else, right? But what I'm saying is that for me, you know, okay, it's nothing against Motorola, actually. I trust Motorola. I'm not even saying I distrust Lenovo, right? But Lenovo owns Motorola, and Lenovo is a Chinese company. Well, you know, to be honest with you, this organization that's kind of been after me in a way, and it's not mental illness, like they are willing to twist the truth to an extent that I've like almost never been able to process. It's like, wow, you like talk about double speak. And part of what I mean is like, even the fact that during this, right? So DEA or Texas law enforcement would want to say it was like sketchy of me to buy a new phone, right? And trust me, I didn't want to buy a new phone. This is the most complicated part for me to explain. It's like, okay, so I have an iPhone 8 Plus. It's actually Voyager 2 in there, which, I'll be honest with you, it's like, frankly, I'm the kind of person that, you know, I want to buy to own all the time, right? I want to pay for things in cash, I'll be honest with you. I don't really like financing in general. I'm not trying to speak down upon people that do, right? But like, really, you know, the intent and the only reason I even got that, like, it's my job alone, you know, to be honest with you. I didn't even want a new phone. My battery on my phone was dead and dying, and I didn't have a quick or easy way to replace it. And, you know, to be frank, like, it was even then, that part of the narrative is kind of easy to abuse. But, you know, to be honest with you, that phone really, how do I put it best? Like, I don't like the larger, you know, it's kind of unwieldy a little bit to me. Like, the battery life, I need a larger, you know, battery for sure. But I really honestly mean it when I say that this phone, for example, is a 10R, and the size, I love it, right? It's like bigger is not always better, and it's not, look how one-dimensional we can be sometimes. You know, people say that, and it's like, is that a penis thing? It's like, no, I'm not talking about any of that. In fact, I'm saying it with forethought that it frustrates me so much that's how easily people are just like, you know, same with, I've mentioned televisions and that. 55 inches is like, you know, the biggest probably that I would, you know, personally, normally even bother with, right? Beyond that, you know, I don't even really like, you know, some people want to an 80-inch TV. And it's like, okay, I'm not judging you if you want that. It's like, wow, that is like a home theater in your, a home theater of all home theaters. Actually, this is one thing, laser projectors. I'll probably talk, speaking of display technologies, that's what I love, right? It's like VR has some really fascinating considerations that it's going to get so much better in the next 5 years even. It's already, I think for a lot of people don't realize how good some of the VR headsets are, like Valve's, right? It was like, I would love to, test one someday, but that's one of those things where it's just like, I've never had any money at all. So I learn about technology with technology, right? It's like my iPod Touch, I used to watch YouTube videos all the time, like I'm basically just like I am right now. It's like, I will get every bit of use out of this. I mentioned this concept, last night, I believe, but I was like, we had basically an assistant soccer coach, and it's like one day it's muddy, and everybody's like, oh, I don't want to get my, my Nike materials muddy, and he's like, well, what'd you buy the boots for? Like, it really, you bought those boots to use them, get out there, like, what are you worried about getting your shoes muddy? Like, no, we're here to play soccer, y'all, like, come on, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's badass. I always had respect for that man. He's like super athletic, and like, honestly, I think he's a good guy. Everybody has, their quote faults or whatever, right? And like, to the honest to God truth is that when it comes down to it, like, that's how I feel about computers, and it's been a huge aspect of this I don't think people have understood. I get every single bit of value out of any device that I use, including, to be honest with you, like, how do you put it best? Like, I will be willing, like, to, I'll be honest, the way that my brain works, during this, I blew out a pair of speakers. It's complicated to explain. I wasn't trying to be loud, certainly not to be obnoxious to anyone, but I value my technology so much. Trust me, it was like, wow, this really kind of hurts to do this, but in this context, like, this has to happen. It's like really kind of a strange thing to explain, but it does kind of have to do with, like the term SIGINT. They're streaming to this Discord server, right? And so I'm like, literally, that's kind of the thing. These people kind of don't, my brain, the way it works, music is a really easy to identify, metric in a way about data, right? And so if they're streaming to a Discord server, I'm like, okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to blast music really loud, like, while these people are committing felony espionage, and I'm going to spike the volume, like, down and up, down and up, down and up, right? And why am I doing that? Well, I'm actually kind of proving to them that I know they're listening on one hand. I'm doing it in the middle of meetings where I know they're still doing this, right? And that's the thing. They were so careless. Like, they've got multiple Discord instances pulled up during our dev stand-ups. So in the middle of developers speaking, that's the thing. If anybody was trying to call it mental illness, that's the problem. It's like, I knew that they were doing it. They're throwing it in my face, and then I proved it, literally, irrefutably. And let me emphasize, like, I'm not kidding. We all use different microphones, right? Like, I've got a Blue Yeti and a Rode in there, and both are actually like the most, USB affordable option that you can find, right, on Amazon. And that's, I mean it. Like, I research every purchase. I didn't actually mean to end up with two microphones, right? Because I got the Blue Yeti first, and then I was doing some testing. I was like, wow, it's just a little bit. It's still a good mic, don't get me wrong, but I was really like, okay, I'm doing vocals, right? I knew I was kind of like starting to sing, and the Rode just has a little bit more when you're like talking about the range of what it can capture, right? And that is how I think about it. It's not like I want a fancier thing. It's like, no, it's about the data, right? I want to make sure I can get my my recordings in a way that's good. And then this was the thing that's really important. In either case, I was going to use it for my job, both of them, right? And that's the thing for me, though, any piece of technology, it's like, wow, that, multi use. I can use this for, calls. I can use this for podcasts. I can use this for music. And that was the whole thing, right? Once I ended up with two, I was kind of like, okay, I didn't want to spend the money on two at all, but I'm really wanting to do podcasts. I want to be able to invite people. That's kind of the worst part about this. Look at this now. It's like a one-way mirror. And I really do appreciate your company, Punchy. Because honestly, like, anybody, I've been explaining, it's like it's a one-way mirror, but I kind of just need to put this on the permanent record right now because, well, I've been like cast out of my own family, cast out of society. Nobody wants to believe me, but I can actually prove systematically that everything I'm saying is true. And it's kind of just like wreaking havoc upon my waking existence. Like, I love my grandmother so much, and I'll be honest, I know she's also very political, and that there's times where I came up here believing that my relatives would have faith, And, frankly, that's what's been so difficult, is that I really thought eventually they would have faith. And I think even someday, of course, I'm holding on to hope that, well, that's the thing. I always knew that this was going to be cleared up no matter what. And let me emphasize, when I'm spiking that volume, right, I'm picking specific songs that I know, like, first of all, there's some symbolism in the songs that I'm picking. But second of all, I really was like, I was actually just shocked by the fact that not only can you hear the music in the background of some of these developers, like in Guatemala, for example, it's like, oh, caught, like, I'm not kidding. It's like one stand up and they're dumb enough. They're not even turning it off. I'm like, what are you people thinking? Like I'm not trying to sound arrogant at all when I say this, like, but they heard what I was doing. Let me put it that way. They should, I was like, do you not understand what I understand right now? Like, they were not conscious of the fact that I was fully conscious of what was going on, I guess is the best way to say it. I was seriously shocked, because it's like, okay, I've already spiked the volume in the middle of Turkish developers talking, and it's throwing them off. And let me emphasize why this doesn't make any sense. I'm on mute. You know what I mean? Like, in fact, that's one of the things that I also had to test systematically. I'm on hardware mute, right? So that's what, Discord has software mute. Right. And so, like, software mute is one thing, okay, like, maybe there's still some data sometimes. I'm not saying always, right? But it's like, okay, microphone access is kind of like, what iOS is doing, right? They're kind of building a shell around applications. Rather, if the application has access to the microphone, I mean, in some cases, if they're, quote, unethical, then they may, kind of use a microphone still, right? But if your operating system at a root level is not giving access to that mic, then they're not using that mic, right? And that's kind of what I'm saying, is we need to use technology to make sure that, we're safe and reasonable with some of these, because, like, TikTok is a good example. That's part of the reason I'm not trying to be mean about TikTok to anybody. I'm not telling anybody what to do with their property. That's the nuance as a logician, right? That's who I am. It's a huge part of my worldview. You have every right. If you want to install TikTok and you want to use TikTok, I'm not telling anybody I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm telling them the honest God truth about, well, why it is actually it's a security concern. And the truth is that I don't want to be saying that, just like a lot of this. It's just the honest to God truth. Even, it's like, look, I'll be the one to address the nuances. Like, in the state of Texas, that's one of the things that bothers me. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a liberal. I have nothing against leftists or liberals. I have nothing against people on the right or Republicans. But, like, my political views are just more nuanced and varied than all of that. And to be honest, I think we all kind of fall into this trap of thinking that we must classify ourselves like robots, and if I identify you as different than me, then, like, now you're enemy. And that's how we end up getting so tribal, right? Like, the last thing that we want is to be, binary and tribal in our politics. That's how we end up being straight up obstructionist, or, playing, political games and culture wars instead of just actually solving problems and, having real extended dialogues about things that, really easily could have been just, like, worked out through a conversation. You know what I mean? And so for me, I guess it's like one of those things where, how do I put this best? Like, well, the software mute thing is kind of relevant, right? Because I'm finding multiple instances of Discord running even on my workstation. So then I'm like, okay, does the company know this is going on, right? They're going to try to call me straight up crazy if I'm even like, hey, wait a minute, I don't know how, I'm not saying I don't know how they did this. Let me emphasize, because that's the problem, is that they've already done this kind of stuff on in our office, and that's a different story, right? You're in the office, to be honest with you, like, okay, it's at least, I'm not saying it's okay, let me emphasize, but it's a different environment than, like, okay, somebody's apartment, that's beyond crossing the line, and that's immediately felony espionage. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm emphasizing, is like, you're immediately in the territory of, well, straight up, it's a federal felony. You can't be, intentionally intentionally spying on someone, and especially in that context, it makes it so much more serious. What they're doing is they're trying to abuse the trust of our actual authorities in Texas. And so I'm like, okay, wait a minute. How do I say this to the authorities and to, executives in another country? Like, they're straight up committing felony crime, trying to make sure, quite frankly, they're trying to create a false image about who I am. And they're going to call me crazy for saying that. And that's where my brother ends up at my house. And I'm kind of like, wow, wait a minute, man. Like, I'll be honest, it's the first time I ever no call, no showed in my job. And I was pretty frustrated because, well, this is the first time I've ever no call, no showed because of this whole situation. And I did it out of, protest. Consciously, I'm like, no, I can't securely do my job. Security is a huge part of my job. You're not just making me feel unsafe. That's the point. It's not mental illness. I'm emphasizing. I've been communicating that. You're not just making me feel unsafe. You're actually putting my safety at risk by allowing this behavior. And I'm not mad at anybody in particular in the top down. I'm frustrated with some of the folks in Austin because they're throwing it in my face really abusively. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, how are people not understanding that this is like really, really, really illegal and really, really, really immoral and cruel, like all at the same time? Because I want to emphasize this went on for months and months and months and months. And I'm like, the first time I no call, no show, my brother is, sent up there to, bang on the door. And I had, at that point, because of this situation, he had already kind of shown me that he was being dishonest. I was just like, really, I didn't want to have to put my own brother to the test, if I want to put it that way. But let me emphasize, unfortunately, I'm familiar, like I said, with, Pegasus, NSO Group's Pegasus. And when I'm showing up to my brother's place and I'm leaving my phone in the car, and he's like, where's your phone? And I'm like, well, it's in the car. And he's like, why don't you go get it? It's like, I read my brother like a book. Isn't that one way to put it? Like, I read my brother like a book. It's like, what are you talking about? Why do I need to go get my phone for you, man? Are you kidding me? You need my phone to be right here, so what? So, and that's the thing, right? I'm already putting coworkers to the test with this shit, right? I'm using, actual intelligence techniques in a way that's like, and I'm not that I don't, that's what's complicated. I'm not, I'm fed. I don't have any, clearance. I don't have any access, to anything. Like, but I'm sitting there, like, kind of explaining, like, this is absolutely objectively unacceptable, y'all, and I can prove that myself. But then see, my brother is like, clearly, like, are you working with these criminals, right? It's relevant in a way that the stepbrother of one of these managers, I come over one day, he and my brother are like finishing up cigars, which I've always been telling my brother is like, yeah, man, like, I'm not, judging you, but you should dial back on the cigars just a little bit, like, and so I'm actually, though, it's just like the most difficult Rubik's Cube in the world, because I need people to understand that the law is being broken here, but the fact that I'm even expressing that, they're going to try to use against me, and that's their intent. They're trying to say that I'm, quote, crazy, and I can prove that I'm telling the truth. Literally, I have the technical ability very much to do that, right? So, and then I'm looking at logs, and I'm getting Windows logs, and I'm getting, the local logs on my phone, and I'm like, wow, no, this is actually 100%. They wired up, NSO Group's Pegasus to the Discord app, right? And that's what's so bizarre is I'm getting out of Discord calls at times, and straight up, how do I put this best? Like, I'm actually the recording ribbon in iOS is actually not going away, and like that's not it's kind of like the new one is more of like a dot, right, in updated iOS. But I'm like, that's not just not normal, that's kind of objectively, a sign, and I don't mean like a sign, like a magical sign. I mean, like, well, that's not how it should ever be behaving, quite frankly, and that's part of what was complicated to me from the beginning. But I think that one of the main things in all of this was just like, okay, so I've verified, there's developers in Guatemala committing felony espionage. There's developers in Austin. Well, yes, actually, there's a developer in Austin, there's managers and other coworkers and all. They're like, why, if I'm able to publicly explain this to even the Austin Police Department, like, how are we not going to address that situation? I've been denied my, if they're trying to act like this is legal, well, that's the thing. I don't even know if the authorities know what they're doing, quite frankly. And that's the thing, is that, for me to be denied the opportunity to even speak for myself, it appears in a court. But look how terrible that is. I say it appears. It's like no one is even giving me the opportunity to address why this is happening, which is so fucking psychotic. I don't know how else to say it. Like, that is straight up fucking psychotic. I really, genuinely, like, I got to take a break there just for like 2 minutes, because, it actually is really so fucking scarring to do that for so long and just like not even allow somebody, that pause button on that shit. It's so abusive. That's kind of the difficult thing is that, I'm communicating. I am not a, how do you put it best? I don't take revenge. If I'm ever, saying anything like, well, that's probably because I'm not a passive aggressive person either. It's because it's warranted in that context. But that being said, nobody's perfect, and I'm not claiming I'm perfect. What I am saying is that, in general, I refuse to ever allow this to happen again to anybody else. Like really, I do mean that. There has to be communication. There has to be like if somebody's saying they have real confidential conversations to have, we don't get to sit around and like, no, we don't believe you. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I mean it, and that's part of what happened here that's so complicated. Some people, I believe, they realized that this was a problem, and so they're like, okay, speaking of the camera, right, we need a more accurate image, like, because we're forcing a one-dimensional perspective. For example, just sitting around listening on a Discord server to audio, that's kind of what I'm trying to convey to my brother. You don't actually understand what you're hearing, and I'm a very conscious person when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? So, like, I will make the image myself with every bit of, skill, intellect, and technology that I have. If you're going to even deny to me the ability, like, that's the thing. It's not manipulation. I'm just making the accurate image, quite frankly, of, like, this is who I am. I quite frankly, I would much rather be doing, a DevOps job, a engineering job, a product job, a design job, like any of which I'm very capable of doing. A lot of different jobs that, quite frankly, that's the thing though with Voyager, is that Voyager was also kind of a way for me to say to companies like, this is the real value that I have to offer you. Like, you want the unfiltered take, I'll be honest with you, and frankly, none of what I'm saying is intended to be controversial or offensive at all. And it's actually so bizarre that, we landed in a spot where we just had so much, quite frankly, like pathological lying about, my quote politics. They're calling me a leftist. They're calling me quote Antifa. Never have I been Antifa. I really mean that. And that's what's like, there's really no other way for me to say this. I have no association with any political group, any political party, anyone in any way. Like, and that's what's so terrible. It's like, that Canadian coworker, we had a lot of good conversations, and I appreciated that, and we had a lot of human conversations, right? I have a really stressful job, and I'll be honest, that's the problem, is I don't think that comes through. You're in another country, you come down to our office, and it seems like everything's, buddy, it's great and good, and like, we have a good time when you're there. But like, the truth is, I'm in that office, and I've made the reference to the movie Lunar, and no, it's not in any way about the clones. If you say, no, I'm sorry, is it Lunar? I keep calling it Lunar. It's a movie where there's this dude, he's on the moon, and he finds out that, like, he's just a clone, right? Like, everything he's doing, they basically kill off this clone, and then he starts again, right? It's like this loop, and I'm like, my job, I go in, there's like, they're firing people out of Austin as much as they can because they want to make it, they want to make it as remote as they can. And the thing that's difficult for me is, like, a lot of those managers, they mostly work from home. They don't even, one of them, is in the office more often than in the other one, but like, the one of them, he has this like souped up, amazing. He's trading stocks all day. He's drinking whiskey at home. He's coming into deployments late at night. He's been like, he works on and off all the time. So do I. That's what's complicated though, is I'll be honest, is a lot of Dunning-Kruger about, when you're doing a bunch of stock trading and you're hopping into calls, you feel more important than you are. You're kind of showing up like, yeah, I'm the boss man. You got to answer to me. Then you're like, you're not really like engaged in what's going on in our environment all the time. And that was kind of what was difficult for me. It's just that, like, to be honest with you, he really lost track of like how much he was acting like he was micromanaging, but he wasn't actually managing, even to the extent that he was up to date and aware of some core aspects of what was going on in our infrastructure. And I was always bringing that to his attention. I was like, look, you're firing people, you're not even filling in the gaps. It's like, you're expecting, for example, is one friend of mine, you're expecting him to do things that he can't do, and that. And like, speaking of the psychology, that really kind of wreaked havoc on that man's mental health, because he was a really good employee that, in this case, the really good employee was not fired, right? He chose to took a really good job to my knowledge. And, I'll be honest though, he was such a good employee. It's kind of like me, you have a chasm. It's like, I'm not saying I am replaceable as with anyone, but like, you got a chasm, and it's a small software environment like that. You need like 2 to 3 people that are, fresh, that can fill that gap. And instead of even hiring a single person, it's just like, yeah, go do his job and your old job. And like, my buddy, to say he faltered under the pressure would be the understatement of all understatements. He really just decided to not do his job at all anymore, because he was like, no, it's too much pressure. This guy's really, abusive about it. And he kind of was a lot of times. And so the manager never really addressed that situation. Like I said, I don't even really want to talk about past business, but it's like, to be honest with you, that is kind of the difficulty for me. It's like, I really am just not the kind of person. I'm like, with this entire concept of Voyager, it was to tell people, you have to respect the fact that everyone's unfiltered these days. So you don't get to brainwash anybody. If you think that, if you think that there is a way for you to control what other people say, then you're already starting on the wrong foot, quite frankly. And for example, like, I'm not saying my grandmother's ever tried to control what I'm saying, but she doesn't understand why I'm on the computer so much right now. She has no idea what's really going on in this. I actually want her to hear what I'm saying a lot of the times, and that's why I'm actually streaming to the television, right? Because she watches the television a lot. She watches a lot of Fox News. She watches a lot of TBN. Well, both of those, they're very much, they're propaganda pieces at this point. I wish it wasn't that simple. This organization, quote, the family, like, they're a Russian intelligence operation, and they straight up, they own people. They compromise people is what they do. A lot of times they're going after, well, they're greed, but their real intent is that they want talking heads. They don't want people that are really speaking from the heart and truly unfiltered. They want people that have strings, all over and through them, and in a way that I'm saying, like, I talk about strings like string theory, and I think I talk about strings like these different concepts that, for me, I've got kind of an elephant brain more than these people at my job ever knew. And what I mean is that, like, my memory is actually really good, even if sometimes, everyone's memory is imperfect, and I had a brain injury, I have a stutter sometimes, right? This is one of the main things to say, that stutter, for example, when you're like you're basically torturing someone, and not basically, in this context, it's like, okay, you're not even letting me hit pause on everybody sitting here listening to every moment of my life. Talk about pressure, like, that's not just pressure, that's torture eventually, right? And that's exactly what this 24-hour live stream is about now. It's flipping that upside down. You're gonna torture me relentlessly, in secret, covertly. Then okay, I'm broadcasting to the world, and I mean it, right? It's kind of like when some other people noticed and tried to do the right thing here, I believe. Well, even then, I still have not received any actual feedback or communication that's, enough for me. When my own family is just still kind of like clinging to political narrative. So, okay, well, that context being created, I'm really appreciative of anyone and everyone that helped out there. I really do mean that. But it puts me in a spot where, okay, I'm going to stream myself. Like, there's been a lot of comments like, well, acting like, a movie being made or things like that. And that's what I'm saying, is that, like, it gets really psychotic when there's, like, oh, hey, both, you've got two realities that people are living in, quite frankly. Some people think that but they're trying to perpetuate. I'll be honest, this was so terrible. Like, people at my job, they knew better than anyone that I'm not schizophrenic, especially given, like, the way I worked for them for years and years and years. That's kind of the main thing to say. But they're wanting everyone else to believe that I am, right? So they're being super defamatory towards me, quite frankly. And then, like, not just defamatory, I know that they were all set down because of some of the things they were saying on the internet about me, right? They broke into my private property, stole, music and recordings. And, a lot of those recordings with alien voices, for example, like, I'm not hiding anything. It's like, this is like almost kind of, one of them is like more of like the Stitch voice, but then one of them was a new, like, is that similar? Like, it's similar-ish, but like it's kind of its own thing, right? And that was like a certain, species of alien in this like larger, alien collective or whatever. And in no way am I obsessed with aliens. In fact, that's the thing that's frustrating to me, is they're like, oh yeah, he's a fucking shit show. And like, again, just to emphasize, crimes committed on my network, the accusations of being schizo. It's like, if you go look up, and I wasn't even a whistleblower, that's what sucks. I communicated confidentially. A whistleblower would have taken all of the data and information that I had and and turned around and gone straight to the internet. They were not going to go to an HR department. That's the opposite of what a whistleblower does. Really, you know what I mean? It's like a whistleblower is like, no, I'm going to go public, and really, it's like that's what's so frustrating to me is that they wanted to accuse me of being, like, oh, he's like a snout in. It's like I'm not even, it's such a nuanced thing in a way. For me to ever even bring up Snowden's name, because the honest to God truth is that in this context it's like the total opposite. Like I go internally, I confidentially communicate. I'm like, hey, I'm not telling anybody how this should be responded to or what should be done. I'm just saying it's like, this is information. It's going to be a long dialogue because I've got a lot that needs to be communicated, but I'm saying at the beginning, these are some really deep problems that actually have to be communicated. And, it's a little bit like that's some, I'm trying to communicate. It's like, I'm not trying to be controversial, but, to be honest with you, like, this is some really serious problems, some of this, right? It's like, I'm a professional, it's not a CYA, but to be honest with you, like, I've time and time again, I'm going to these managers and they're just like, no, dismissed, no, we don't believe you. And like, we don't, or not even just we don't believe you, I'll be honest, that's what's so dumb. In fact, looking back, some of those times when I went to them, it's like they knew. It's like they knew, and that's what sucks for me. It's just like, with more information, all that, that retroactively, like I do have an elephant brain, right? As I'm poring over conversations we had and their reactions to things that I said, and I'm serious. I'm not a robot, right? But, and this is also the double-edged sword or dichotomy here, right? I wrote that song like, I can feel your mind, when you stop to take the time. Like, I'm not even just trying to sing it super well there, right? But I'm just saying that song was just written because it rhymes in a way, right? Like, I'm a fucking Frankenstein if you want. This is about alliteration, okay? It's like, oh, wow, that fits the melody. That's all that it was. And then they're like, oh, yeah, you think you're a fucking mind reader. And like, so many people in real life to me who, they're not even technically supposed to have ever heard this. I've never published it myself. And they're like, oh yeah, put him to the test. Like, can you really read my mind? It's like, no, I cannot. I'm a man on the autism spectrum. Okay, the way that our brains work is like technically we do. That's part of the thing with sensory overload. It's like a large crowd of people. It's not even that I have social anxiety. It's just that like, yeah, I mean, occasionally you gotta understand. You're like overwhelming a person, like especially in your, in their apartments. Like that's their, especially being on the autism spectrum, right? That's your place of safety. That's your place where you really feel like you actually have, your peace. And in a way, that's kind of the whole thing that's so frustrating about. Like, I care so much, probably more than anyone you'll ever find, about minding people's privacy and their security and their safety. I would give up and not that I want to, let me emphasize, but I'm not kidding. If talk about iRobot, like if there really was a horrible situation, I would give up my life, to save someone else. And yet I'm treated like, I'm the most despicable human being on the planet Earth by these people who, they're committing felony crime, trying to, literally frame me repeatedly. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait a minute, y'all. And, my own family is like, you realize this is not some, fun radio show they're making. Like, they're actually trying to use this to set me up, is what I'm saying. Is like, it's not safe, because I'll be honest with you, you're going to say it's controversial, but what they're, doing is not for me. They're selling you this lie that they're trying to, be nice or help me, or like it's a compromise. They committed these crimes on my internet to begin with. Like, I'm not claiming that. I can prove that. Like, that's what's so terrible. Like, I can prove that myself, I've got, like, I come up here, like, I basically lose all my physical possessions because, I was communicating on the internet openly. I'm like, I'm not fleeing, because really months, 8 months ahead of time, 6 months ahead of time, 3 months ahead of time, I'm like, look, you need to understand, I'm not fleeing. I'm literally about to leave because, well, at this point, I'm not exaggerating when I say this, there's been an attempted murder by this federal law enforcement agency with the DEA. And, really, I'm so appreciative, and I always will be for the rest of my life. Somebody saved my life from that. This is the most bizarre thing in the world, a dude with a ski mask. I literally, I was so just frustrated because, I've told this story before, but as a quick summary, all right, the way this played out is a Sunday, and I want to go to church. I actually want to go to church. I am a Christian. I'm not ever mad at people who are not, but I just wanted to go to church, and I couldn't go to church because of this situation. And I knew that this organization known as, quote, the family, I've been investigating them for a long time. I know that this church is owned by them, and that they're the ones involved in doing this, and that quite frankly, part of the reason they're trying to do this is because they know they're like, nobody squeals about the family, and I'm like, well, to be honest with you, this is part of the problem. I'm seeing that root level logic spread by Doug Coe, and the way he was speaking about that, and I'm reading, sometimes just basic web pages like the Britannica page, and I'm like, wait a minute, he's bringing up Adolf Hitler and Vladimir Lenin and Mao Zedong, like these are communists. Like he's straight up telling them that they need to keep this organization invisible, like, well, the mafia, and then they're calling it the Christian mafia, and then they're saying that they should need to be like the gangs in Los Angeles, like you have to, well, and again, like Nazism, they're saying that you need to put this above your own family, before your own family members, right? Like your own genetic relatives. And like, I'm seeing that that's an issue personally. And also when I'm seeing Vladimir Lenin's name, and then I'm like, okay, Vladimir Putin is known to be this propagandist, puppet master, and he really did. He committed acts of terrorism to, get into power in the first place, and he was wanting to take advantage of this fear and confusion among, his people. So it's like I'm putting all these pieces together, and it's like it takes time, but I'm like, wait a minute, the family is a Russian intelligence operation. Like they're actually straight up like this is a Russian intelligence operation. They're using this to own people in the United States, and like that's how warfare has changed over the years. It's like they really do. And talk about the Americans, if you see that show, they plant people in the US, and really they make them as authentic as nobody can tell on the outside, but like I'll be honest, you can definitely tell if you know what to look for, and you look in the right places. Quite frankly, there's a lot of subtleties to it, but it's not mental illness, it's not made up. And so that's what's difficult for me. It's like I'm knowledgeable about, a lot of the concepts, and I'm not saying I'm perfectly knowledgeable, but, I had some people that recommended blogs to me about, like hacker spaces and how these groups work. And I'm, one of the coworkers that's doing these crimes in our, environment, really the ringleader in a way, like the one that fled Argentina to Poland, he's mentioning Russia. He's always like, yeah, people always think it's the Russians. And then also there's other, direct, things involved. It's like, I don't really want to talk about it. A project manager that's like, he's adamant about getting this company that, back into our environment. I'll be honest, I'm really not probably supposed to talk about it. But it's like, I had kind of the inside scoop, the inside information, right? It's like, oh, hey, you need to lock all these people out. And I'm the one that literally locks out this entire company from our environment. The one, right? It's like, it's not like I don't have other things to do. I have 1,000,001. They're like, no, okay, intelligence, U.S. intelligence has informed us that this is, potentially a Russian shell company. So it's like, we got to lock these people out. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, all right, I'll do that. And I do that. It's like, okay, and they're, it's like, it's all set up, something maybe we talk about, like make sure everything is like all set, right? But you put all these pieces together for me, and it's like, okay, wait a minute, you got this organization that's like going after churches, going after, and I'll be honest, that's what sucks, is that I always knew, like some, not all, but some members of my own family, they're members of the family, which is like, I hate the name of the family. They named it that. It's social engineering. They're trying to take advantage of the fact that like people, want to just think about it like it's like a family-friendly Christian group, and it's like that's the point. Social engineering, like that's what the Russians do. That's when we say propaganda and well-formed propaganda, that's what it's all about. It's like they want you to just not look beyond the obvious, and you look beyond the obvious, it's like, wait a minute, this organization tells everyone that joins to never ask questions. Do not ever look beyond the obvious, right? And in the Netflix documentary, which I'll be honest, I saw much, obviously, it wasn't even out, I was aware to an extent of the organization before I saw that, and it's like, that's what's complicated for me. It's like, I was aware in that, to be honest with you, I'd heard of the name, and I saw kind of these influences in a bunch of churches in Texas when I moved down there, and that's where it's just like, it's one of those things, it's like almost haunting, like, wow, how many people have they compromised in this, how many people have fallen for this, unfortunately, and that makes it really, really, really challenging when some of those people are your own actual relatives. But frankly, that is the main concern and issue that I had, and part of the reason why God works in mysterious ways. I needed people to understand, it's like, look, this organization is very word of mouth, and they do that on purpose because they're very aware of surveillance apparatus, for example. And the problem is that, being word of mouth makes it for them. They're trying to avoid ever being held, well, it's not just being held accountable, right? They can't infiltrate the way they need to infiltrate, the governments and intelligence agencies if they're all, texting about it, if they're all in a Facebook group. It's like, that's the thing. That's how conscious they are of that stuff. And so they're like, they're trying to be as, well, sneaky and covert as they possibly can be. And, well, that's exactly how they operate in everything. So then I'm like, wait a minute, you need to understand, okay, this equipment was in this apartment, which was always a felony crime. I didn't even know about that from the beginning, but then it's being abused upon my life. My coworkers are acting like they're making an actual, literal, real-life Truman Show. And I know we work on products where we basically, create live maps, like for, other people with different GPS, types of devices, right? And it's not a difficult thing at all to just like put somebody's location up on a map. I've got people on the road in Texas that are clearly like, they know who I am. They shouldn't know who I am. All this weird shit's going on. They're swerving trucks at me on the road straight up. They're revving their vehicles at me. It's like, why? You people hate me so much. You don't even know who I am. Like, I know I haven't done anything, and that's what's so difficult for me. Is like, everybody's treating this like I'm a walking Charleston. It's like there's a guy, like, get him. Like, I've never been Antifa quote in my life, and yet my close friend at this company knows that better than anybody. He knows that I'm not some leftist. He knew that he was always like far left, like way further left than me. And suddenly during this, he's like, oh yeah, I'm kind of like a boogaloo boy. It's like, what the hell happened to you, man? Like, what in the world? Something, you went through a warp hole, and suddenly you're like the transformation into literally like completely not the person you've always been in any way. And yet you're accusing me somehow of being like different or duplicitous because, well, you're fucking lying through your teeth about me. That, my buddy knew better than anybody that I would never, try to hurt him in any way. And yet, I'll be honest, he's mad because, over a year after they broke up, his ex, and I know, like, people be mad at me. She reached out to me, and like, she was really flirtatious. And I was really vulnerable at the time. I didn't really intend for anything to happen, and then something did happen, right? It's like, I can't even be allowed any communication in any form about just so much absolute, passive aggression is not even close to encompassing of the behavior. Just like straight up psychotic fucking abuse is like it's not easy, but like that's the simplest way to say it. Straight up, just like, I fucking hate you, but I'm not even going to tell you why. It's like, doesn't that tell you everything you should need to know? If you can't even tell me why, then that's kind of a you problem, not a me problem, is what I was always trying to convey to people. Like, you're denying someone even the opportunity to explain to you that, like, you don't have any justification to hate me. Like, you got to understand, and especially at this point, it's like, I've been tortured relentlessly. That's why everything, not everything I intended to make was going to be 18 plus only, trigger warning. But like now, and especially at this moment, until somebody's decides to be a fucking human being towards me, like that's exactly how it's going to be. We don't get to sit around subjecting someone to relentless fucking human rights violations. We have a constitution in this country that is so damn clear about our rights in that way. And mine have just never been regarded for a single moment in this, which is like, wow, okay, I'll stream my life 24 hours a day. People are really gonna behave that way. And that's the thing, right? The guy that cut this tree down, he really did. He threw his politics in my face from the beginning. And what was the specific thing he was saying? He was like, yeah, Trump never abused federal law enforcement agencies, like he never ever. And it's like, wait a minute. I'll be honest with you, I don't even hate Trump. That's what sucks, right? These people accuse me of like, oh, you just don't like Trump. It's like, no. Like they know, my coworkers, especially my friend, like he knew better than anybody that like my political perspectives are quite nuanced. I was never even just saying that Trump was just a straight up shill. I was saying that, well, there was a lot more to the, the accusations of collusion than a lot of people were, seeming to recognize, which is part of what was difficult for me when, well, I believe in Bob Mueller. Let me put it that way. I believe that he's an apolitical person through and through. And when that Mueller report came out, I wanted to read every page of it. You understand? But why didn't we get to, in a way, right? And I got to go look at, what else has been put out there now. It's like, Well, Bill Barr was sitting there not but he was like, now, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, now, you know, nobody needs to read this. Right? It's like, okay, wait a minute. If the report is so expunging of Trump and any collusion, why are we kind of like censoring the report entirely? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that, I don't know. I was a little bit confused about everyone's reaction. Like, nobody seems to care about that, but like, I do, given the context that I have, and I know a lot of you don't. Like, and I'm not trying to be mean at all. You know what I mean? Like that was part of what was really strange for me. Is just like really across the board, you know, being like such a patient, you know, calm person in that way. And then to be honest with you, it's just like, I don't know. What's the best way to say it? I never wanted to talk about Trump. I never wanted to talk about Greg Abbott. You know, I didn't realize how like directly, you know, tied together Greg Abbott, Ken Paxton, Donald Trump, like no reason they're so supportive of one another. They're all tied up in the same fucking mafia. It's actually a Russian intelligence operation. Like they kind of strung one another, you know, by their necks, you know, quite frankly. And I'm not saying anything violent. I'm saying like, wow, these men are dirty, you know, because what I found about the family is like actually not just like kind of bad. It's like really, really, really fucking bad. And I didn't even want to talk about it, but that's also where like those people, they want me dead, and that's not mental illness. You know, they are so mad about me. They know I'm innocent. That's the thing. They know I'm innocent. They know I'm a good person, and they will lie through their fucking teeth like psychopaths. I really, that's the thing. Is like I love this country. And to be honest with you, they kind of gave me a job to do in that, like, this is congressional action. No matter what happens, nothing like this can ever be allowed to happen again. Even in its simplest form, just with NSO Group's Pegasus, because that tool was wired up through a social media service in a way that is objectively completely fucking unacceptable. It's a military tool. You know, talk about, like, you know, there's Vice and, you know, PBS, other journalists, good journalists covering that tool, and they're saying it's like, that is torture. Even just having the tool, you know what I mean? Like even just finding out you've been surveilled by your own private property, that is torture, right? But then further than that, and what's kind of even more important is like, well, wiring that up to a fucking social media service, that's like exponentially more torture, like, because especially for somebody like me, I'm on the autism spectrum, you know, that puts me in a spot where I'm like, wait a minute, yo, I'm not a mean guy, I'm not, you know, really, you know, the worst thing that will ever happen is I raise my voice, or I bang on a keyboard, or if I'm in an apartment where you're abusing surveillance equipment, okay, I will break some of it, I'll be honest with you, I will go up, you know, into the attic to take pictures of it, like, and that is, well, to be honest with you, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not going to touch the AT&T lines. That's a fucking federal felony. But the thing is, like, that surveillance equipment, it was already a federal felony to leave it in place in the first place, especially when it's so conscious to leave that shit in place the way that it was left in place. So I'm like, well, are we going to obey the law here in any way? Or are we just going to kind of ignore it? I don't really actually know. I have to use the restroom, but I'll be right back. It's so bizarre to me in a way. I guess I'll get back on the main microphone here for a minute. It's so bizarre to me in a way. I guess I'll get back on the main microphone here for a minute. It's so bizarre to me in a way. Well, no, honestly, I'll get back on the outside. I don't want to hear this crap. Well, no, honestly, I was enjoying being outside. I don't want to hear this crap. This is part of what I want to talk about. You know, I don't really. Everyone's entitled to their political perspectives. I think what bothers me about some of the Fox News stuff. One sec. Apparently. Oh yeah, chat for me is gone. So I'm sorry if you're still there, Punchy. Yeah, that's the thing on this phone. I have zero. I don't just have no confidence in it. I can still hear that it's going through. Voyager 0 at least. But let's see something. I can still hear that it's going through. Voyager 0 at least. But let's see something. I can still hear that it's going through. Voyager 0 at least. I can still hear that it's going through. Voyager 0 at least. Politics involved, man. That's the easiest way for you to lie through teeth and say that you know. There's politics involved, man. That's the easiest way for you to lie through teeth and say that you know. It's not about politics. Look, I just want to be very upfront. I have zero confidence that all chats will even... Look, I just want to be very upfront. I have zero confidence that all chats will even... Like, if you're trying to chat me, a lot of them probably will not go through. And that's just kind of the situation right now. I wish it wasn't. You know, honestly, it does. In some ways, I'm not ever happy to hear, in a way, about somebody being arrested, but Donald Trump should be arrested. You gotta say it that plainly. Donald Trump should be under arrest. The man is more than kind of a criminal. Like, and that's kind of what gets me, is these people will sit on TV and they're like, oh, I think that it's just political. Like, from my my true story, you know, it's like, wow, you don't just fall on deaf ears. You fall on ears that are listening very intently to how you speak, and that's what I want to remind all of those people of right now. You don't fall on deaf ears at all. You've never had deaf ears here. I think that's part of what bothers them, is that they kind of have wanted to ignore the fact that I've been listening and I've been watching and I've always been around, and I've never been saying bad things about the police. I've never been saying, in fact, if anything, I've been saying good things. I've been saying, no, we should not alienate law enforcement. No, we should not alienate the police. You know, it's so important. I'm I need to add that to the list. I'm anti-alienation across the board. You know, I'm anti-racism. I'm anti-misogyny. I'm anti-body shaming. I'm anti a lot of things. I'm anti-alienation. That's actually part of what Voyager was about, right? Is communicating to people. It's like, wow, I mean, think about how interesting. I'm not saying so interesting, trust me, but just the concept even of, like, you know, a human being that was kind of dehumanized because of aliens, and then he's actually speaking, you know, back to the planet Earth, and it's like the one real, like, powerful thing he has left in his life is that he's actually using his voice through, you know, a clone, actually. This is just kind of strange in that context, right? But that's the thing. It's no mental illness. Like, it's fictional. I'm not a clone. Like, I'm not a, you know, I don't know how else to say it. You know, I really thought people would just kind of, like, eventually, like, that's the whole thing. It's like the, quote, magic of movies, right? Ray Bradbury talked about the magic of technology. It's not actually magic. It just seems that way. And we should never forget that, you know, you pull out a cell phone, and these days, like, look how amazing, you know, Touch ID, Face ID, like, obviously Google's got a lot of magic as well, and other companies, there's a lot of magical seeming stuff, but no, we need to remind ourselves, engineers built this, and, you know, quite frankly, there's always, you know, the inner, you know, workings, there's always the inner shells, and all of these concepts with tech are so important for us to remind one another of. I think that, you know, that's one of the difficulties for me to sort through the nuance of these days with, you know, quite frankly, a lot of the folks involved in this from the top down is like, they're just not very educated. You know, seemingly, I would have just said about technology, but some of them is like, they seem to not be very educated about, you know, geopolitics. They seem to not be very educated about, like history, sociology, and psychology for sure. Like look at this cute little bunny. I wish I could turn the flashlight on. Hey, buddy. I'm surprised they're not running away. Hello. Look at that bunny. I'm not going to chase after him. I'm not going to chase no rabbits. Speaking of, Francisco was his first name. He's a criminal hacker. And really, it gets old. Because it's just kind of like, oh my God, I do. It's like, I don't just need protection. Like, that's the worst part in Texas when this is playing out the way it is. It's like, man, I don't even want to own a gun. I mean, it's like, trust me, I'm not wanting to get one anytime soon, really. It's safer where I'm at right now. But, frankly, if anybody in this context, if somebody's going to pull a gun on me the way this is going, right? My friend, he really had no right to be mad, if I'm being honest. And people will be mad about me saying that, but he really didn't. It wasn't intentional. And to be honest with you, he was acting like he was still in love with this person that he wasn't. He wasn't in love with her at all. And the way he treated her is kind of like a permanent assertion. He just was not in love with her. He was really cruel towards her, quite frankly. And he had been really cruel towards me at the exact same time. He's been cruel towards her. So I didn't, I wasn't even looking at like, oh, hey, you're being cruel to your girlfriend. Like, I didn't even know when they were going to break up. And I was always just completely, not involved in any way. I wanted to be worlds away when they were in arguments, or I was hearing, shouting matches from his room and that kind of stuff, which was so frequent. It really, like, it's part of what was difficult. Never did I, try to get with her in any way, shape, or form, right? It's like, I really genuinely was just like, really not understanding how anybody was approaching this entire narrative, because none of it held up for a moment, if I'm being honest. Like, none of it held up for a moment. It's kind of like what they'll say about Trump right now is like, now it's political. It's like, no, it's not political. You people know better than anybody it is not political. I will just say this openly, and welcome to my second consensual viewer. I know it's strange that I say that. So I'm multi-streaming. If you're interested, you are listening to Voyager 1. I've got 2 iPhones wired up to 2 separate streams that are feeding to Voyager 0 on my Steam Deck, which is my workstation. It's the most powerful computer I've got. Even though I'm an engineer through and through. I'm a kind of a DevOps guy. And so Voyager 0, if you go to twitch.tv/Voyager 0, that's the main feed. That's my main mic that I'll use. But I'm outside just chatting. That's what this, Twitch channel, or I think it's called channel, right? I'm new to Twitch. That's one thing to say. I've watched some other Twitch streamers that I'm a fan of, from what I've seen, their content. I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. And a lot of them, I really felt like once, it's just kind of, that's what I can't explain everything in any brief manner, but once this context is sorted out, which it will be, I was really interested in working with other people in a tactful, normal way, not any kind of, this is kind of like a one-way mirror right now, because I'm just letting you know, probably not even all of your chats will go through to me if you ever do try to chat. It's impossible for me to explain why, but I will say that, right now I've just kind of got to stream and keep going, keep podcasting. I've got, if you're interested in any more context, my YouTube channel has a lot of content on it. Good place to start is Quick Summary 1. You can go there, and that's kind of like a quick summary with a lot of information removed. To be honest with you, that's the thing. There's a lot more information for me to convey. So it's kind of a lot of things at one time right now. It's not mental illness though, and that's what. It's weird for me to have to say that, frankly, that is part of the situation, is there's been a lot of consciously false accusations of mental illness, and so I'm assuming control of the situation. I'm really putting my foot down now. I've gone from job to job to job where, I'll be honest, I've been really, really abused, and I wasn't really mad at anybody. You know, I just was, well, frustrated, if I'm being honest, and I'm a really patient person, and so I've tried my best to be very patient, even though my voice has definitely gotten raised at times, and all of my content is rated mature. Okay, it's 18 plus only, trigger warning. You know, right now, I'll be honest, there's plenty of educational content. It's not made for kids, but I mean, like high schoolers, even if they or anybody, you know, again, it's not made for high schoolers. That's a thing, part of this context. I'm not a weirdo. I'm not a creep, but, you know, I'm somebody that, you know, will be giving educational lectures no matter what. Should those have the F word in them? Well, in my opinion, no, because that's the whole point of sharing information, right? So I don't even have to interact with anyone, is my point. Like, I should be able to make educational content and that not be something that is controversial to anyone, and that's part of the problem here, is that from the beginning, there's been a conscious intent to skew the image of who I am. So I'm making the accurate image myself, and, you know, anybody that wants to argue with me, they're gonna now have the immense task of, well, debating me directly about facts and data, rather than sitting around and lying straight to my face psychopathically, as a lot of people have done repeatedly. I just heard on the TV, which I didn't even really necessarily want to hear, that, you know, Donald Trump was placed under arrest. That doesn't make me happy. I want to say that. It's not something I'm like, woo woo, yeah, like, it's a mixed bag, right? That's a nuance, I think. A lot of people are probably like, yeah, get him. And I'm kind of like, well, you know, I think we got to get away from the get him mentality in some ways. That's kind of part of my point about the nuance. And we make things so one-dimensional and so, kind of like brutal sometimes. It's just like we can't really be reasonable when we are. It does kind of bother me that, you know, and I'm just being fully honest, unfiltered, like when we have, how do I put it best? We have people that'll sit here and be like, oh, it's just all political. Just like about January 6th. They're like, no, it wasn't a big deal. It's like, no, it was such a big deal. You people have no idea. That's the problem. You're sitting around like straight up psychopathically denying. I mean, who in the hell can defend that? Well, they're chanting hang Mike Pence, a man that's supposed to be on their side, right? They're talking about kidnapping politicians in real life. Like, who in the hell wants to sit and defend that? And yet people have defended that. And again, I point out how bizarre it is for CPAC in Texas to put on their marquee, quote, I'm quoting them, "We are all domestic terrorists." Like, are you really? You're openly saying that, and you're acting like it's some kind of like trolling joke? But that's the problem, is that you're not making a trolling joke. Like, that's how you people view yourselves, and you're like, no, we're leaning into it because that's exactly what we are. Like, that's not okay, is what I'm saying. That really, you know, for people like me, who I'm not a leftist, I'm not a conservative. I have some more conservative leaning views. You know, I have some more left leaning views. Ironically enough, I'm just like, wow, people would be surprised to hear some of the things that I will say. That's like, wow, you're kind of like more on my side about some of that than I thought. It's like, yeah, I am, because you don't know who I am, and that's kind of what's difficult in a context like this. Like, you know, I really mean it. You know, I didn't want things to have to be this way. If I have to go one-way mirror mode 24 hours a day, stream my life, because without consent my life has been streamed for so long, then that's exactly what I will literally do. No one can say that this was not forced, because it really, truly, it has been forced. That's what's so terrible about it. I'll be right back. I'm just going to get some more water.